I would prefer to go with running back and defensive tackle. By the way, we have a defensive tackle off the board. Deone Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky, is the pick here as part of the trade-up by the Buffalo Bills to the Chicago Bears. I've used this line a lot. Deone Walker, I am scare-roused by. On one hand, he could just not be good. He could be, the back issue is a real red flag. He plays like he's 6'7.5". He plays super tall. The back injury was a factor there. He did not test as well as I thought he was going to. He's had some weight fluctuations in the past. He had a back fracture in 2024. But the 2023 stuff, guys, was so good. Kentucky was out there dropping him into coverage at 6'7", 330, whatever he was back then. And it worked. It worked. This is a massive boom or... third round grade on him. This is exactly where I think you gamble on a player of this size. You don't find human beings who are 6'7.5", 331, and move the way that he does. He's a little bit top heavy, like he's got kind of a lower body skinniness that I don't love. He lined up from nose guard to Kentucky put him at edge, at like straight up edge rusher, and it actually would work at times. 7.5 sacks, 13 TFLs in 2023, 1.5 sacks, and 5 TFLs in last year. The pressure rate went 12% to 8%. The back injury, I think, was an up and down factor this year. He tried to play through it. That's also a concern. I don't know if he's a nose guard at his size. Maybe he's just a fat Eric Armstead, and you play him at like 3 tech, 5 tech, closer to the outside is what you end up doing there. So Jets on the clock now at number 110. My best available players still on the board. I have 4 pure second-round grades left. Shedeur Sanders, who has been, heavily involved here. There's the interview stuff. He continues to slide. We'll see how long he slides. L.K. Manor out of Stanford. I'm hiring him the most. Marcus Bowe, I think there's just tweener concerns for Marcus there. Jack Sawyer, the edge out of Ohio State. I've got 5 second/third round cheater grades because I'm a coward. Antoine Powell-Ryland, who I'm higher on. Jalen Royals. Dylan Sampson, my best available back left. Cameron Williams out of Texas. Braden Swinson out of LSU. The edge rusher. Billy Bowman for you there, Producer Sam. Quincy Riley out of Louisville. Torrey Horton, who I think is underrated because of the injuries they had this past year. Kyle Kennard, Gunnar Helm, DJ Giddens, and also there for you, EP Sam, Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. I guess I have to be mean for some of these picks. First off, pin poll, go vote. Who will draft Shedeur Sanders? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. It is the pin poll. You can vote for the Steelers, the Raiders, who have just passed on him again, the Rams, or somebody else altogether. Let me know in the comments of today's video. If you're missing a team, I mean, people will say Cowboys, Jerry, but Jerry said they weren't going to. But if he keeps sliding at some point, they'll probably do it. They'll forget that he said it. Yeah, exactly. Who will draft Shedeur Sanders? Let me know in the comments of today's show. We have the pick. Sorry, can you say something, Sam? It's a good note, Sam. 4 players, all SEC defenders for the Bills so far. Jets pick is in. This is Arian Smith, the wide receiver out of Georgia, who I am not as high on. This is a literal track star, though. He ran the 4x100 for Georgia. He was part of that. He has averaged nearly 20 yards per catch over the course of his career. The problem is I get a lot of vibes with Anthony Schwartz with Arian Smith. This is a extremely fast football player. The testing speed of 4.36, honestly, I thought that was slow for him. I thought he could go even faster. I thought he could have been the fastest 40-yard dash time at the NFL Combine because he literally runs track in the SEC. Like that's a very unique profile to have for a draft pick there. He also can't catch. His career drop rate is 16%. That's really bad. Despite his speed, Georgia never put him on returns, which is the exact same thing I saw with Anthony Schwartz as well. The athletic comp is Paul Richardson. But maybe the Jets can get him going as a vertical threat. He did some inside-outside stuff there. Lots of medical stuff, too, by the way. Wrist surgery back in 2020. Torn meniscus in his right knee in 2020 as well. Turf toe, shin contusions in 2021. Then broke his right leg in 2021. High right ankle sprain and tore a ligament in 2022, which he did surgery as a sophomore. So medical and dropsies are my concerns there with Arian Smith. We're just now tuning in. Let's recap the 4th round selections here. Chimere Dike out of Florida goes to the Tennessee Titans. Bashal Tutin goes to Jacksonville, followed up by another running back. Cam Skattebo out of Arizona State for producer Jack to the Giants. Craig Woodson out of Cal goes to the Patriots. Jack Kaiser to Jacksonville again. Some speedy wide receivers here going off the board in back-to-back picks. Dante Thornton out of Tennessee, and Deion Walker then goes to from Kentucky to Buffalo. Arian Smith off the board, and the Eagles have made their next selection. Ty Robinson, who I have a 4th round grade on, so that's exactly where I thought he should end up going there. That is the Nebraska defensive tackle. He was 123 on my board, 4th round grade. So again, that's just like right where I thought he should go. Is exactly where he ends up going. He is a bit of a tweener. He's 6'5", 288, but the length isn't that great. It's okay at 32 and a quarter. Taven Bryan athletic comp, he tested something freaky, man. 4.83 40-yard dash is elite at defensive tackle. Probably kind of take some of the Milton Williams snaps, I would think, in the end. With him, of course, now gone. Has played at least 300 snaps at nose guard, at 3-tech, at the 5-tech spot, kind of over the tackle, and even edge, which is kind of insane to think about there. So a trench player here. Again, a late bloomer, turns 24 in May. Didn't really break out until this past year. He had 8 TFLs and 3 sacks in his previous 2 seasons. 12.5, 7 in 2024. Some Jason Hatcher vibes. You guys remember him all those years ago for the Cowboys and the Commanders. On the ground a bit more than what I would like. So Robinson, the pick here at number 111. We got James's super chat there earlier. The Saints on the clock now, pick number 112. WT Door, is there an academy player the Cowboys could draft in the 7th? They've never won a Super Bowl without one. Staubach and Harry on the team. I think I had one academy player. Let me double check this here. I think I had maybe. Yeah, Rayon Lane, the safety out of Navy, is a draftable player for me. Yeah, support the troops, right? Durable player, I think, is going to be a special teamer in the NFL. Knack for takeaways, 6th/7th round grade for me. I don't remember which academy it was. But thank you, WT Door. So it is from Navy. Works out perfectly. How about that? Nick, give me 2 DTs. Phillips, West, Horsley, Peebles, and 2 running backs. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez, a linebacker like Paul, Stutzman, Mond, and Higgins, and let's go win a championship. Issue is, I don't know how you get all those picks. I think every guy you mentioned should be gone by the end of the 5th round. And if they're not, great. But like I feel like at that point you're just kind of like, you've named a bunch of good players. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know how you can get all of those guys here. Like, I don't think any of those guys should last until the 7th. I don't think so. Sam's excited, so I assume the Saints just took an Oklahoma player. I assume. I'm gonna go with Danny Stutzman here. Am I right? Saints took Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck, Vernon Broughton, Jonas Sanker. Now at pick 112. Am I right? They have drafted Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. Producer Sam, who, of course, went to OU, is quite excited about that one. I actually like that pick a lot for the Saints. I don't trust Stutzman as like an every down coverage player. I don't think he's great in that area. But as a hitter, as a thumper, as a downhill run defender, I had a top 100 grade on Stutzman. Like, yeah, that guy that guy, I think will make it in the NFL. Athletic play, tested super well too. I was impressed by how well he ended up testing. I did make notes, Sam, like 15, 20 years ago when they didn't care as much about coverage. He probably goes in like round 1 or round 2. Has a little bit of the crazy you want in a linebacker. I've kind of made this joke before, and I'll say it in the PC way. You have to be like a little bit unhinged to play linebacker in the NFL. Like you're getting hitting somebody every single time. I've heard great reviews about his character, his leadership stuff. Reportedly gave some of his NIL money to the walk-ons at OU, which is super awesome. 3rd/4th round cheater grade to get him at 112. It's a good pick there by the Saints. I don't know about best pick of the draft, but it is a good pick. Of their draft, I mean, maybe. I like Sanker too, though, but I don't know. It's really good value for Stutzman. That's how you think of Stutzman here in the 4th round. There were several linebackers I thought Stutzman was better than that have gone off the board already. Kaiser and Martin in particular. Hit that sub button if you haven't already at youtube.com/chatsportstv. We're going to go to sub-only chat to help handle some of the bots and everything in there. So bosses have said so. Helps with the bots and everything and the spammers and whatnot there, which isn't as bad. We don't have to deal with the games. The games get more bots in there. But if you've subbed, spam me in the comment section of today's show. Spam me if you have already subbed to us here at Chat Sports. We are simulcasting, so I'm going to make sure we're on sub-only chat on the Cowboys side as well. I don't know if we actually are or not. So, sub-only chat going on the Cowboys report as well. So, type me if you are subbed. We'll give some shout-outs here. The Niners on the clock here at number 113. We got Crypto Keeper, Brad, Eric, Mason, Mr. 100, Finn, Sterling, Wheezy, Matt, Finn, James, Prophet, Lance, Eric, BMX Monkey. That's a fun name there. Let's see. Devin Hines, Lewis, Finn, Oceanic, Sean, NSPR, Caddy, Red, Rob, Castillo, Prophet, Sean again, God's Love, Furlix, if I pronounced that correctly. Different Eric this time. Seabass W, EDU, E&M, Murray McFly, Proffer, Cut the Fluff, Lance Dunbar's Burner, Anthony, Bill, Sergeant, Shiro, Wheezy, Lewis, Joe Dirt, KT, Garrett, We Dem Boys, Jay Elam, Brian, Keith, Chris, Eli, David, KT, Moochie, Apex, The Great Duke Fathers, Brian, The Outcast, Prophet, Marco, Jimmy, shouldn't do that one. I don't want to get me flagged. Almost got me there. Wheezy, Yaz, Hunter, Sheltered, Devin, Dolly, Shelter, Damison, Logan, Hunter, Caleb, C. Adams, Max, Ruben, Prophet, Josh, Hunter, Damison, Finn, Michael, Pick and Pop, Jaden, Food Review, Victor, Kyle, Boba Fett, something else there too. Kyle, Apex, Eli, I Alternate, Kindle, That Guy BE, Mr. Suthi, Archer, Ronnie, Look at Me, Gizmo, Damian Wayne, Kyle, Thon, Rylan, Taylor Workman, Black, Kyle, 406 MCP, Jariah, Leroy Pearson, Damian, Caleb, and the pick is in. There's a lot of talking in a row. For the San Francisco 49ers, they are adding a defensive tackle. C.J. West is off the board here. That is the Indiana defensive tackle. I like him a lot. I got an early 4th round grade on him. He was 107 overall on my board. West goes off the board here out of Indiana. The Niners getting some additional interior defensive line help. Began his career at Kent State, spent 4 years there, transferred over to Indiana. He's played both 1 technique and a 3 technique. I would play him at 3 technique. He's a bit undersized, not as small like a Puna Ford, but there's some similarities. There's an undersized nose guard. The athletic comps, Niners fans will know well, Javon Hargrave and Sheldon Rankins. Tested super well at his size. I think the burst is there. I don't know if he'll ever be more than a pocket pusher than anything else, But he had a good, I think it was a Shrine Bowl. He had a really good Shrine Bowl showing. I think he was the Shrine and not the Senior Bowl. I forgot to write down which one it was in my notes. But turns 23 in June. I think it's a quality pick here for the 49ers here at number 113. C.J. West goes to San Francisco. Panthers coming up here. This pairs with Alfred Collins, by the way, so maybe you play West some more at the 3-tech spot, but this gives them another additional run stopper up front. I think that's what West is going to be best at. So Niners have a plan between Micah Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, and C.J. West. The strategy is let's be better at stopping the run, which I don't hate that one at all. Panthers pick is in. We'll break that down here in just a second. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders remains on the board. The picks will continue to flow in. We've got a lot of picks to go here on day 3. Dolphins at 116, maybe a sneaky fit. Arizona, but then it's the Steelers at 123. I know a lot of people have their eye on him. We will see when Shedeur Sanders goes and to whom. You can get your votes at the pin poll for where he ends up going. The Panthers at 114, they have taken another running back. They signed Rico Dowdle this offseason. They drafted Jonathan Brooks last year. They paid Chuba Hubbard. Someone is not going to make this roster / is not going to be healthy enough. The brother of Travis Etienne is going to Carolina. He does not have the size speed combination that his brother does. I had a 5th round grade on him. I'm not surprised he went off the board here. You've got a bunch of guys that are in my top, 180. I had 20 guys in there, so 20 versus like 10 is not really that big of a difference, but it does kind of start to add up a little bit, with just the values and when they go and whatnot there. I kind of view Etienne as more of an early down runner. Zone blocking scheme fits him pretty well. Limited college football workload, I think, could actually help him because it keeps him fresher. Never had more than 140 carries in a season. Never had one game, with 20-plus carries. I don't love him after contact. The production it got worse each year, frankly. He was also a Georgia player that had an issue with driving, which is kind of hilarious. How many of those guys happen? DUI charge, dropped, got 12 months of probation on a fine and a 1-game suspension. So Carolina, I don't get going running back here, honestly. That's another back. They don't need a back. Get a corner or something. I get Brooks might miss the entire year is what this tells me. In which case, then they move on from one of Hubbard, or maybe they're worried about the injuries with Brooks, which is tough. So Etienne off the board at 114 overall. The Cardinals are now on the clock at number 115 here. I'll make note, by the way, for those of you guys watching on the chats on the Cowboys Report side, we are doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle today at Whatco and Downey. $20 to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Cardinals pick is in. We shall see who it is. Don't know yet. The top player on my board, and I know the pin poll right now, so you can go vote in that one, is just where does Shedeur Sanders go? Didn't have a 1st-round grade on him. Wasn't shocked to see him drop out of round 1. I think a lot of teams are surprised he fell to the 4th round, but it's the other stuff, the interviews that, by all accounts, did not go well for a lot of people. It's the extra stuff you have to deal with because it's the Sanderses. Keeping up with Dion. That's going to be a turnoff for teams. Might not be fair, but that is the reality we operate in right now. So Shedeur Sanders on the board. Cardinals on the clock at 115. $100 super chat or Venmo. And producer Brett will come in here and
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Can do the Dizzy Bat version. If not, I'll do it for the 200. $100 super chat. We'll have producer Brett come in here and do one of the beer bat chugs for you guys. Every 100 subs is a Bean Boozled. $5 into our draft hat raffle. $10 we will talk about your team here as we simulcast on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report as well. Arizona's pick at 115 overall is in. We'll break that down as soon as I actually know what it is. I saw the pick is in graphic go in there. Arizona, 115 overall here. Then it's going to be the Dolphins and the Colts. It is a linebacker, another one for Arizona. Cody Simon off the board here. He was a 5th-round grade, 149 for me. Little bit of a later breakout player for Ohio State, but I think a lot of like the intangible stuff you're often searching for in a linebacker. Had a very productive season. By the way, his older brother Shane was an undrafted free agent by the Bills this past year. I think at minimum, Cody Simon will be a core special teamer for you. He was the national championship game defensive MVP. Elite character. His defensive coordinator, Jim Knowles, said he's going to be a future president, which is just like high praise for just the general leadership there. Team captain at Ohio State. Tested super well. Missed some tackles. I don't love him in coverage. Feels like kind of the further back he goes in terms of like covering guys out wider or more downfield, the more issues he tends to run into. The length isn't necessarily ideal. It's not the worst. I got an earlier 5th-round grade on Cody Simon. 4th round, mid-4th round, worst case, I think you do have a full contract player because he helps out your special teams in a pretty significant way. So, but Texans have moved up to pick 116. I wonder what they do here. They've been aggressive. They took Ariante Ursary. They took 2 receivers. They got to be defense, right? Got to go back to the defensive well, right? Has to be. Cardinals have only gone defense, by the way. Kind of noticed that a lot this year. A lot of all offense, all defense guys. So Dolphins have moved down from pick 116. Houston is now on the clock. Shadur Sanders is there. I think Jack Sawyer could be a fit. I love Antoine Powell-Ryland. I doubt he goes this early, but that's okay because I'm right. Just wait. Dylan Sampson. Maybe. Cameron Williams, if they want to take another offensive lineman. Braden Swinson is there. They already have enough safety/nickels. Quincy Riley's an outside player. They did take Jalen Smith already. Kyle Kennard is there, the edge rusher. A couple offensive guys, Gunnar Helm, DJ Giddens, Miles Frazier, all inside my top 100, plus Joshua Farmer, Damian Martinez. Those are the last of my top 100 grades. Go over years to get all my top 100 gone. Didn't happen last year. Gabriel Murphy made it, but that was the only guy in my top 129 that was undrafted. So, and year before that, I got all my top 100 gone, which is the goal I'm always aiming for because it's always a medical or a character thing you just didn't know about there. By the way, Dolphins are basically getting a 3rd-round pick back for this one. A 3rd-round pick next year. 179, the Dolphins also gets. You can push that across from me, Jack. 224 also goes to Houston, so they get 116 back for this pick as well. So it's mostly that 3rd-round pick plus jumping up for 179. So like that trade for Miami, Houston loves to wheel and deal. They got extra picks from the Laramie Tunsil trade, so I get it. Extra 3rd for Miami could be very beneficial next year. Now they got to wait a long time for their next pick though. 179 is now their next pick, or is the pick they got back for Houston. So no. Going to be a bit here until Miami gets back on the clock. Their next pick, let me double check this now. They traded away that one. Their next pick is going to be in the 5th round, early 5th round for them. Pick is in. Houston did take a running back, not the one I thought they would take. Woody Marks. Woody Marks began his career with Mississippi State, transferred to USC after spending 4 years for Mississippi State. This is Joquavius Marks, is his actual name. Woody, because he was a big fan of Toy Story growing up, and he was Woody for 7 straight Halloweens, apparently. Shout out Dane Brugler for that note in his beast there. Shane Vereen comp here. This was, if you look at the stats this year, say he had 47 catches. That's not that many. Yeah, he had 83 back in 2021. He caught 214 passes at Mississippi State in that Mike Leach offense that was just check down, swing pass, the ball quickly there. 261 career catches is actually 8th in all of the FBS at any position in the last 5 years. Now, he's got more catches than a lot of the receivers do coming out of this year. 1 fumble in his career. The testing was a little bit disappointing. He's a former track guy. I thought he'd be a little bit better on that one. You have to trust his pass blocking because he doesn't have the length you normally want there. The pass blocking was inconsistent. If he can become a pass blocker, this can be a really good 3rd down back. I had a better 3rd down back on the board in LaQuint Allen. But if you trust the pass blocking ability, then you might be able to end up with some positivity here. Might be able to get some good stuff. The Colts on the clock at 117, but they have traded it. The Los Angeles Rams have jumped up the board here. The Rams have traded up. So let's see what they do here. 117 overall. The Rams now on the clock. They jump up several spots here. They move up significantly. I think they were at 127, right? So they jump up 10 spots out of the Browns, Chargers, Packers, Steelers, Panthers, Bucks, Titans, Bengals, and the Falcons. Look, if it's not Shedeur time, I have to say you can't say Shedeur anymore. But is it Shedeur time? Yes or no? Yes or no? I think. How about this? We will do it for this pick and the Steelers pick. Then we might have to ban it for a little bit. Can't say Shedeur no more. So 127 and 190 are what the Colts are getting back in this trade here with the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams are on the clock. They love adding offensive players too. But they have been a pretty light drafting team. They picked up that extra 1st-round pick last year. They took Terrence Ferguson, which was part of a trade with the Falcons when they moved down. Josiah Stewart. Pick is in. I can tell who was reacting. Okay. It is not Shedeur. It was the Texans drafting. That's why I was so confused there. The Rams have taken a running back, which I don't know if they needed one. I like the value. He was my 116 overall player. Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn is off the board here for the LA Rams. Jarquez Hunter is the pick. This guy broke Marcus Dupree's Oklahoma high school touchdown record, by the way. He's his cousin, too, distant cousin, which is kind of funny. The real ones know about Marcus Dupree and how good he was going to be there a little bit there. This does kind of strike me as like a pretty good Rams-style player. Quality yak, plays above his weight class. He's 5'9", 204, was 10 in his pro day, but always keeps the legs churning. There's good tackle breaking ability. There's good contact balance here as well. Didn't get much of the testing. The 4.4, 440 was great. Also ran a 4.47, which is not a good sign when the shuttle time is slower than your 40 time. That's 20 yards versus 40 yards. It's not how it's supposed to be. I have vision issues too. Sometimes he just kind of runs right into guys. But 4th round pick. It is a deep back class. And this is an underrated player here that is off the board into the 4th round for the LA Rams. That selection has been made here by LA. The Falcons pick is in as well. I think might be a little bit behind on some of the supers on the Cowboys report side too. 118. Producer Sam is extremely excited. I don't really know why the Falcons took 2 safeties, but they took 2 really good ones. Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma is the selection here, unless do they want to play him at nickel? He's not a good tackler, but he's done a little bit of it. I think he has the coverage ability. So maybe he does play nickel for Atlanta. I agree. It definitely has the football IQ. When you have 4.42 speed and you got good instincts, that's normally a pretty darn good combo there. He's just a bad tackler, and I worry about that in run support as a nickel. But maybe he's like your dime corner type of deal. Only on obvious third downs is he out there. But he's got kick return ability, 4 defensive TDs, 11 interceptions in 3 years, coverage ability, playmaking ability in the secondary for the Oklahoma now Falcons safety. He is the pick at 118. So another top 100 player for me off the board here. What's up, Sam? I'm trying to slow down because I'm talking a lot. Just bad tackling is the main concern here. He's not a reliable tackler. So Falcons pick is in at 118. The Bengals on the clock at pick 119. Let's give it to the Steelers pick until we do this, Jack. Let's give it to them. Yeah, we'll hit a few supers. Bengals on the clock now at number 119 overall. Bengals, they've only got 6 picks today. What's up, Jack? Sweet. We'll do that. We'll get to the supers here in just a second, but April is here, and this ain't time for fooling. Let the thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around a golf like I like to do, or hitting up the beer garden, or to an actual garden to make your significant other happy, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. You want bright polos like me that demand attention? I got you covered. Killer shorts to show off the beautiful thighs? Got you covered. Hitting up the pool or the beach? Their classic lined swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. And for everything non-water related, the original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. You get the original stretch shorts. The performance polos are fantastic, soft, stretchy, and breathable as a fabric. And the lined swim collection is, of course, fantastic for those days at the pool, the beach, or wherever there is water. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, they're giving you guys 20% off with our code CHAT at chubbysshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT, C-H-A-T, at chubbysshorts.com/chat. Support our show. Tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Instead, stand out with our friends over at Chubby's. Appreciate them sponsoring us here on NFL Daily and the Cowboys Report. Rob, fact or fiction, Sanders falls to undrafted free agency. I will go with fiction, but it is not impossible. It's not impossible. Any of the guys that are here in outside of pick 120, like it's not impossible at that time. It is a potential outcome that I don't think should be dismissed altogether. Some Cowboys Report Super Chats here as well. We will break down Bengals pick here coming up here in just a minute. This one. Gizmo 2703 into the jersey raffle on Cowboys, by the way. Working nights, sleeping days, haven't watched the draft. How the Cowboys doing? Letter rating. Tyler Booker round 1. Didn't love it. Wasn't terrible. It's not my favorite. Board didn't really fall their way. Love their day 2 picks. Donovan Ezeraku and Savone Revel. There's I think the pin poll sums it up pretty well. 49% say B. 37% say A. If I could do B plus as an option, I bet the majority would vote B plus. Thank you, Gizmo, for that $10 super chat. Jatman, thoughts on the reports the Cowboys are on the phones right now with McClay, quote unquote, being animated. Trade up for a player. I haven't seen any of the stuff in there. I bet they try to move up. I don't know if they can. It's a little tough with their picks. They're kind of getting in that range. And did the guy they want end up getting sniped? There are some backs left on the board I've got high grades on. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez are all in my top 100, but that's going quickly here. Bengals have picked Barrett Carter, another linebacker for Cincinnati. We'll break that down in a second here. And also the Titans pick too, I believe. KK's, if Sanders is there at 490, be mental to pass. But would you be? Would you be? Do you want that circus? That's a circus in Dallas. It's already a circus in Dallas. I don't know if you want that. Cromero 4. I think this offseason would have been A+ if the Cowboys made one big signing, then traded back, and then drafted O-line. There were no good offers to trade up. That's the issue. The Texans were not offering nearly the right value. So you're right. Would have been great if they'd signed an impact receiver and then just traded down, taking the line. We all would have been pretty pleased. Had a 4th round pick and take a running back. Boom. We did it. We fixed it. But that's not how it goes so far. Sam, the running backs are going. Yes, they are. Sampson, Giddens, Martinez, James, Rashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, LeQuint Allen, Taj Brooks. Top 180 for me. Or I guess at that point, top 161. Jose Ruiz, $10. You are into the jersey raffle. Thank you, Jose. See any players worth trading up for? If so, I think they trade up with. You probably want to go get a running back, but your picks, you package your 5s, and you can get into the mid-late part of the 4th. Chris Ayers, should I go back to college? You could sue, but I don't know if they would do that. I don't think it's about the money for Shedeur. His dad's got plenty of money. Family has plenty of money. I don't think that's how it works. So, by the way, the Titans have taken Gunnar Helm, the tight end, out of Tennessee. What was that last name? That was Chris. I want to get him tracked in for the jersey raffle. Oh, Chris. Oh, that's that one's on Maine. Okay, sweet. No, you're good. Cardi 4, I think Steelers won the right choice for their first pick. If not, who should they have gone? If they weren't going to go QB, then yeah, I think Derek Harmon was the correct pick. Perfect Steelers fit. I like that one a lot. That one was not a huge surprise to me. Some picks to break down as they have come in here. Cincinnati has taken linebacker Barrett Carter. So they have taken 2 linebackers. 2. They will try to trade and or cut Jermaine Pratt at this point there. I like the sideline to sideline range. I think he struggles to shed blockers. There was a point earlier in his career, I felt like he could end up being a top 100 pick. They kind of had him do more edge linebacker stuff in 2024. He's just inconsistent still for me. And he is undersized. He's not going to shed blocks that crazy well. 6 foot 232, does not have the biggest size there. Barrett Carter for me was a 4th round grade. 128 overall. He goes 119. That's fine value. Best tight end left on the board is taken Gunnar Helm, 93rd overall to the Tennessee Titans. They continue to add some, hopefully, playmakers for Cam Ward. Helm.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gunnar Helm. FCS player off the board, David Walker, one of several players named Walker, no surprise, in this class. The obvious comp here is Elvis Dumervil, short, stocky edge. He's basically 6'1", 263. So he's got that kind of thicker build. Sub 32-inch arms, really great athletic ability, really good production, 55 pressures, 23 TFLs, 10.5 sacks. Has averaged 20 TFLs and double-digit sacks over his 3 years at Central Arkansas. Does turn 25 in June. I don't, in general, love older FCS players. That's why he's a little bit lower for me in the 5th round, 157 overall. But David Walker, as the Bucs, they needed a pass rusher. I think that's a logical type of move for them to make there. So David Walker off the board. Panthers 122 to they take, Lathan Ransom, the safety out of Ohio State, and Jackson Shambles, he's from Tucson. Yeah. He mostly played free safety for Ohio State, but I think he's kind of more like a split safety, strong safety type. I think at worst, he's a good backup. There's plenty of special teams value. Blocked 2 punts a couple years ago, and he was doing a lot of that stuff right there. 4.49 40-yard dash. Goes for the. You would think when you think of a guy named Ransom, you think he's going to be a hitter, right? Like stereotyping. Yes, he hits. He hits.
This was the guy in the 2023 Michigan-Ohio State game that Donovan Edwards burned on the famous Gus Johnson call. Gets past Ransom.
Missed tackles are an issue for Lathan. It is in my notes. He has a tendency to go for the kill shot sometimes, where he wants to go for the big time hit and will take some iffy angles. Missed 5 games in 2023 due to a Frank injury as well. Also broke a leg in 2022, but I had a 4th round grade here on Ransom, as I merged Lathan Ransom into one there. So 4th round pick, best available safety for me is off the board. Steelers are now on the clock. Does this end up being a quarterback, or does it end up being something else? And the Shedeur slide continues. Pittsburgh 123 overall. They take Jack Sawyer, an edge rusher. One of the best available players on my board is gone. A 2nd round grade, a value pick. And the Shedeur Sanders slide continues. And at this point, you can't say Shedeur anymore. Can't do it. They're on sub only, so you can't say Shedeur because we don't know when he's going to go. Steelers pass on him at 123 overall. Jack Sawyer is the pick. Like this for Pittsburgh. Not the most Steelers-y edge rusher in terms of like the athletic traits and the bendiness. But Sawyer was productive for Ohio State. He and JTT formed a really fantastic duo. Played some of his best ball down the stretch, like a lot of Ohio State players did, in the CFP in the first 3 games, I should say. 4.5 sacks, 6 pass breakups, and the game-icing touchdown against Texas. Team captain, power. I don't think the athletic ability is great. He never tested, which I think is why he did not test, because it wasn't going to be particularly good testing. The Sam Hubbard comp is too easy. Like, run-stopping edge more than anything else, and offers a little bit of pass rush ability, but went to Ohio State. Like, it's the easy kind of low ball comp on that one there. Not great athletic ability, not great bend either. So big impact pick there for Pittsburgh. I love the value. Pittsburgh's just taking value players. Wouldn't be shocked if they had Sawyer above everybody else left on their board. I mean, he was a couple spots behind for me, so which certainly makes some sense. Pittsburgh didn't do it, guys. Bosses said you can't say Shedeur anymore. Can't do it. Can no longer say Shedeur. We are with the Packers on the clock now, round 4, pick number 124. So Green Bay is on the clock. Maybe they take a receiver again. If they don't need one, but if they take Marcus Bowe, it's such a good fit for them. They just take all the receivers. They take 3 more and then trade 2 of them this offseason, right? Quincy Riley is I think is a fun fit for Green Bay at corner. I think that's a fun fit. One of my best available. Dorian Strong. I know Roley loves him. He wanted him. So Green Bay, the Chargers, and the Browns. The next 3 picks here as we are right in the heart of the 4th round here. No, I think he wants to be drafted. I don't think that's the case. I think doing that would be stupid, frankly. Because then they're not going to want to sign you either. If you say that. You say, don't draft me, why would they sign with you? Why would they sign you? It's a dangerous game. Goodell is out for the pick, so spam boo in the comments.
Culture evolves at the speed of light. Just like your financial needs, When it comes to your money, Credit Karma keeps you in the know and ahead of the game. You can count on Credit Karma to keep up with your financial needs as they evolve. We'll help you monitor your progress and give personalized recommendations so you can make strides towards your goals and find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Yes, he does like a politician out and about. Gonna go get some ice cream. Packers go edge. Barron Sorrell out of Texas. So we got double dips here, or I should say back-to-back picks. At the edge rusher position, Sorrell also had a pretty nice little college football playoff run to kind of boost his draft stock this year. I got throwback. Oh, he's there? Didn't know Barron Sorrell was there. He's actually at the draft this year. Maybe he wanted to go and chill. That is electric. I love that. I love that. That's so cool. That's so cool for him. Barron Sorrell, I got throwback Jason Babin athletic comp. How about that one for you? He's had some 5-tech reps, played a lot of edge as well. The athletic testing was great. Green Bay only takes good athletes, pretty much. It's like they only want the freaky guys in the end. Not great coverage player. The motor sometimes runs too hot, where like he'll lose contain as a backside edge support player. 110 overall on my board. One of my best available players and best available edges still left. So logical, unsurprising pick there by the Green Bay Packers, and super cool for Barron Sorrell to be at the draft. Like that's just like I don't know why he's there, but like that you can't draw up a better story there for Barron Sorrell. So like that pick by Green Bay. Solid selection to get an edge rusher out of Texas. Good size, fits their athletic profile. This is very much an on-brand pick for the Green Bay Packers as well. Chargers 125 coming in here in just a little bit. That pick will be in momentarily. Well, we'll see when it happens. If you have not already, hit me up on Twitter. The goal is 25K on the Twitter followers here. We are at 24,134 is my new number, by the way. 24,134. Follow me on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. I'll put that link in the live chat. I'll put the links for all the videos we do, everything else we do out there. So if you don't already, hit me up on Twitter. Then we'll come back to a handful of super chats that we'll get to here in a little bit. So I'll do shout outs for anyone who follows me on Twitter as well. Appreciate that, guys. I will put that link in the live chat. It's at WhatGoingDowney because it's punny. Get it? Punny? Yeah. There wasn't enough room for the S back then. So there you go. 25K is the goal. I will give shout outs to anyone who follows me right now on social media as we await the Chargers pick here at 125 in the 4th round. Shout out to 6, officially the Blue Devil. Douchebag. JD Snipes, Jim, Visuals, Chris, Connecticut, Jay. I'll refresh, give some more here. Justin is in there as well. Hit that super chat for me. Or hit that follow button, excuse me. 25K is the goal. Waiting on that Chargers selection. Angel, or on however you pronounce it, followed me as well. Justin followed as well. At WhatGoingDowney on Twitter. We'll give shout outs to anyone who follows me here in the next minute or so. Maybe a little bit less than that. Chargers pick is in. Ellick would be super fun for them, actually. I would love that pick. They don't know if they need another receiver, but I'd like it. Ellick Manor. Antoine Powell Round would be super fun, but I got to be careful not to. Yeah, I knew I was higher on A.O. Manor and Powell Ryland. Bo probably just has some fit issues. And then Shadur's in his own separate bubble this year. His own separate bubble. I said it, you're right. Hand up accountability. Hand up accountability. It's on me. It's on me. I want to pull up where Shadur was on the consensus board. where the quarterback from Colorado was. So he was actually 22 on the consensus board. So I guess I was lower on him than the average person. So, okay. I guess I call that a win, but not really. I don't know. More Twitter followers here. Shout out to, there's a lot of them. Josh, DeMarco, Alfie, Scott, Deep Crossers, Jack Donkey. Oh, that's funny to me. Jake, another Jake, Patrick, Scott, Cameron, Padu, Jameers, Brian, Foxy, Jackie, Zuje, however you pronounce that. Appreciate everyone who followed me on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. Chargers 125. We'll get to that when we have it here, folks. Pick 125. Chargers on the clock, and then we'll get to a variety of the picks. The Browns, the Colts, the Commanders, the Ravens, the Eagles, the Saints. The Bears, the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Ravens, the Lions, the Niners to wrap up the fourth round, which is a round when I'll step off and get over to Cowboys full time rest of the way. Chargers at 125, awaiting the details of that selection. What's up, Sam? Okay. Yeah. Waiting on the Chargers pick here. We should get that in a little bit. I know, they're not leaking the way that they used to. Yeah, we have our first second pick leaked before the first pick too, by the way. Which you got to hate that, don't you? When the Browns pick is in, but don't know what the Chargers pick is. It's not Shedeur. Oh, I said it again. Damn it! It's because you said it, Jack. It threw me off there. Threw me off there. Brutal. All right, Chargers 125, awaiting that selection. Browns coming up after that one. The Colorado QB remains on the board. How much longer? We shall see. We'll see if and when he goes. If and when he goes. These have been all the recent round 4 picks. Bit of an edge run, by the way. Baron Sorrell, Savion Jones is gone. Still have some good edges left, by the way. Kyle Kennard among them. Brady Swinson, Jack loves the Cam Scatterbo pick. I know that much. Jack Kaiser, Deontay Thornton, Arian Smith, some speedy receivers, linebackers off the board. Danny Stutzman, CJ West, Trevor Etienne, Cody Simon, Woody Marks. Lots of running backs there. Crazy how that one plays out. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Chargers on the clock here at 125, still awaiting that pick. I don't know. The pick for the Chargers has been for like 20 minutes, and they just won't. No one will leak it. We'll go to the Browns here pretty quickly after this, too. Chargers pick. There it is. Another edge. Kyle Kennard, a top 100 player for me out of South Carolina. He is the selection. One of the best available edges, best available players for me left in this year's class. Kennard, I think, benefited from playing with a really, really good South Carolina defensive line that was full of draft picks and everything else. He kind of he did have quite the day against Will Campbell, by the way. So I do want to acknowledge that one right there. SEC Defensive Player of the Year, 11.5 sacks. The voters just look at TFLs and sacks. I actually don't think he was the best player on his defensive line. That was the younger guy who we'll talk about in 2 years. Hilariously, one of his athletic comps is Devin Kennard. I don't believe there's any relation. Just happens to be an edge named Kennard. I think he benefited playing opposite Dylan Stewart and 2 draft picks and probably Tonka Hemingway and also TJ Sanders, who has already been taken. Doesn't always play up to his size, but he's late 3rd round. Get him in the middle of 4th is a really good selection. The Browns have taken a running back. They have actually double dipped at the position. They are taking Dylan Sampson. And the running back out of Tennessee, they took Quinshad Judkins earlier yesterday. The Dylan Sampson pick gives them the lightning combination as the running back group continues to get thinner and thinner. if you are a team like maybe the Dallas Cowboys who is searching for one there. Um, Sometimes holds the turbo button held too long and like just doesn't have enough patience with his runs, but when he does have the patience and the vision, I think he maximizes the runs that are in front of him. Tennessee does do a good job of generating extremely favorable looks. Did lose 4 fumbles this year. It's only 5'8" and an eighth, but did get 200 pounds. I thought he carried the Tennessee offense this season. 4.42 is great speed. He's just not very big. No special teams experience, which is a red flag for a backup. I love Dylan Sampson. This was my best available running back, 75th on my board. He goes here in the 4th round. Fantastic value by the Cleveland Browns to snag him in the 4th round. They have very much kind of fixed and overhauled and updated their ground game, which I think was clearly a priority for them. Means Nick Chubb will not be coming back, I don't think, anytime soon. Intrigued by this pick for the Indianapolis Colts. I think one of the day 3 sleepers along the offensive line, Jalen Travis out of Iowa State. His brother, by the way, is Reed Travis, who played at Stanford in UK. I remember him. Maybe the hoop knowers out there now. He was an AAU teammate of Jalen Suggs and Chet Holmgren, by the way. He was a basketball player growing up. Really great athletic ability, 6'7", almost 6'8", 339 pounds, nearly 35-inch arms, has played left tackle, has played right tackle. I think you have to give him a year to fix some footwork and hand. He just kind of gets all over the place. He's just not balanced and dialed and technically sound as he should be. Great athlete overall. A little stiff, bad at short shuttle, bad 3-cone. But I got a sleeper tag for Jalen Travis. Had him in the 4th, 5th round. He goes 127 to the Colts. And the Commanders take a wide receiver, Jalen Lane, out of Virginia Tech. I had him 126 on my board. So that is, it's always nice when I get almost the exact same right player pick fit in the end. Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech has been taken. The production was not great. He had 466 yards this past season. I think he's worth drafting due to his return value alone. I think there is a lot of upside ability, too, with some untapped potential in his receiving ability. Has shown some after-catch stuff. He is a gifted athlete. 4.34 40-yard dash, a 4.12 shuttle, a 6.75 3-cone, 40-inch vert, 11.00 broad. He was an outside receiver at Middle Tennessee, transferred to Virginia Tech, was a slot receiver there. The athletic comps here are like Marquise Goodwin, John Ross, Tyreek Hill, but I've heard good things about his leadership, his coaching stuff, or his coachability stuff in there. Did a lot of short area passes, kind of boosted the yak there. 4th round grade, quality pick there by the Commanders. All right, so we are at 129. 129. The Ravens are now on the clock. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. We are on sub-only chat right now. So hit that sub button if you haven't already done so. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Of course, we are also simulcasting here on the Cowboys Report. By the way, a trade alert. The Jets have traded up with Philadelphia at 130. 130. The Jets are coming up. The Ravens are taking at 129 linebacker Teddy Buchanan out of Cal. So a bit of a day 3 run here on linebackers as the Ravens are taking the Cal linebacker who began his career at UC Davis. So we'll break that pick down here in a little bit, break down the trade as well. The Jets are now on the clock at number 130. Ravens just took Teddy Buchanan. Hit that sub button if you haven't already done so as I update all the board stuff. Iowa Bean Boozled. Been 0 for 3 today on these. No, they're not. It's 50-50 every time. Going back to Tutti Frutti Sneaky Socks again. Is this one it? That's it. I can't taste the Tutti Frutti Sneaky Socks difference. I think this is Sneaky Socks, but I it's not that bad. I can't tell. I don't know. All right. I'll chew here. There we go. All right. Hit that sub button. Ravens have taken Teddy Buchanan, linebacker, out of Cal. I'm intrigued by him. I had a sleeper tag on him. The run instincts are not there yet. You're going to have to be patient, I think, to kind of let things develop and grow there. 3-time captain, including after transferring to Cal. Athletic upside comps are Demario Davis and Chance Campbell. It's kind of high end, low end, I think, on the comps there. Special teams value. The coverage is intriguing to me. The tackle numbers are high, but he had a ton of wasn't the first guy there, helped finish it off tackles. Not a great shedder. I wanted to play with more power. It was I think it's a fine pick for Baltimore. I'm curious if you can develop him. I think development is needed. Doesn't turn 23 until October, but hopefully you can fix the run instincts. And then you've got a potential 3-down player, given his coverage ability. He's a great athlete, tested as a great athlete. 9.42 RAS if you value that at all. So Buchanan, the pick here by the Baltimore Ravens at 129. 130 pick is in. This was parts of the Eagles trading down. The Jets have moved up. They are taking Malachi Moore, the safety / maybe he's a nickel corner, some TBD for what his role is in the NFL, out of Alabama. Duron Harmon, athletic comp. Remember him, Jack? Patriots all those years ago? Remember Duron Harmon? Yeah. Fun enough, Quentin Rollins, who the only can stay healthy, a guy from Miami. There's a ton of experience here. 3,000 plus defensive snaps. He played all over the secondary outside corner. So both safety spots, nickel. He was a better tackler this year. 2-time team captain, good football IQ. Testing was average to above average. He's not very big. He's kind of like this weird, nickel corner, free safety tweener. At 5'11", 196, do you trust him as a box safety? I don't know if you do. The 4.57 isn't great top end speed, but the instincts help that out there. He's a tweener to me. But multi-time captain, experience, special teams value galore. So I'd take him the 5th. Jets take him the 4th. A round difference on day 3 is not that big of a deal. Did throw the unacceptable tantrum late. Remember that against Vanderbilt? The guy who lost his mind and kicked the football and was throwing his mouth guard mid-play. Yeah, that was Malachi Moore. He apologized afterward, but he lost his mind there. Trade details on this one, by the way. Jets have traded up. Eagles get 145 and 207. I think those are the main elements there. The elements, I should say. So a 5th and a 6th. Late 4th versus early 5th for the Jets and Eagles to flip spots there. Malachi Moore to the Jets. Let's play a game. Can we do the Super Chats on Cowboys? Actually, we're kind of far behind on that. So the Saints on the clock at 1:30, then the Bears back on here. Couple Super Chats we'll get through here. I think might even be one on. Oh, we're caught up on Maine Cowboys. Jorge says take A.O. Manor. I would do it. We got 27 picks, whatever it is, the Cowboys on the clock here. Mark, Houston offered us a 2025 second rounder. Dallas won an additional 3rd. To me, I'd pick Henderson, and 2026 second is much greater than Booker. I actually disagree. To take a 1 and a 2 is not worth going from 12 to 24. You needed more than that in the end. You just needed more there. Dallas, the usual quantity over quality. Use the 2.5s and ensure a good back in round 4. Nab a free agent receiver. You have Jack on offense. I would like to trade up. I think someone had said that they tried to move up. Didn't happen, so I judged the results there. But I get it. Mark. Thank you very much for your Super Chats, by the way. More from Mark. Never been a fan of Dak. He's solid, but way overpaid and over whatever. But we're treating him like Rodgers. Give him Jack to work with. I do think you can't really trot out CeeDee Lamb and Jalen Tolbert and Cavani Turner be like, yeah, we're good to go, baby. This is the team we need. Like, I do think you need more on offense. I think in the end, this is a failure of the free agency process, not the draft. Draft picks have been solid, but you had needs. So you didn't fill your needs by what you had claimed. Mark again. QB's most important spot. Want to draft a great corner with serious medical issues. Why not get Shedeur since Dak always injured? Shedeur is going to be if you draft Shedeur, that is a circus. It is a circus. It is every time the receiver drops a pass, it's Dak's fault still, and people are calling for Shedeur Sanders. I don't even know if Dion and Shedeur want that. I don't think that's where they want to go. I think this turns into a circus. You could take him in the 7th round, and it's going to be a circus. Mark, are D end and guard examples of poor pass drafting? If the guards and DNs we have are so great, as JJ says, why pick them with so many holes on this team? It's a value pick for Ezeraku. You have spent 3 second-rounders, though, at defensive end in like 4 years. That's a lot. It's a lot to spend. I totally get you there. Maybe they can trade Sam Williams. J-Buzz, Aliana's with it out. Go Pokes. I'll mention my top available backs. DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez, Jordan James, Rashard Smith, all top 130. Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, top 140. Ollie Gordon, top 150. LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks, top 165. I would take Ollie Gordon the 5th. He's 140 on my board. Perfect value. I've got a bunch of backs still there, but a lot of picks to go still for the Dallas Cowboys. So we shall see how that one plays out as we move forward. Mark, we don't have a decent true starter at wide receiver 2 or back. Dak needs help. Bass and Hoffman aren't great, but are okay. Got 11 Sam, Fowler, Nealon, so we get a guard and defensive end. Get it. I think the values of the last 2 picks were great. If only T-Mac had been there in round 1, I think we'd all be feeling pretty happy right now. Hopefully a back is there in the 5th, but we played that game last year. We know exactly how it went. What stats do you think are a direct function of how good Brian is as head coach? I've always thought penalties and second performances. Adjustments show how good of a coach it is. Thoughts? I think those are good ones. Results are always the one I look pretty close at. I also think like how you start. You know, if you consistently come out flat, that's probably a you thing for your in-week type of stuff. All right. Do we have a giveaway today? Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought that was okay. Never mind. Sorry, I thought we were doing a sponsored giveaway. $5 raffle on the Chat Sports side. You are entered into our NFL Draft Hat raffle. The MVP over the course of the weekend, the largest super chat or Venmo on Maine, gets the NFL Daily MVP football for the 2025 NFL Draft. That is a $5 raffle entry and the MVP football for the largest individual super chat. Say what, Jack? 101 is what you got to do to take the lead for the football, and the whole crew here will sign it. We have a pick, by the way, at 131. Like this one a lot for the New Orleans Saints. Again, one of the better players left on my board. Quincy Riley out of Louisville, who spent a long time in college, 3 years at Middle Tennessee, 3 years at Louisville, 15 career interceptions. He had 8 at Louisville, 7 in his last 2 years. He had 15 in 5 years playing actual football. 26 pass breakups in the last 2 years. People had long speed concerns, but he was a state champ in track runner. Ran a 4.48. I never was worried about that. Other people were. I think he's best in man coverage. The size, he's under 5'11", 194, 31-inch arms. You could try him at nickel, but he's not a great run defender. The physicality, like the strength isn't always there, but man coverage, corner potential in the here in the 4th round, a top 90 player for me in the class. I am a fan of that selection by the Saints. I love what they've done post Tyler Shuck pick. I am a huge fan of that one. Huge fan of that selection. You got to be kidding me. No way that's the pick, Sam. No way. Hand me a beer. Is this the first one? Yeah. Ruben Hippolyte, the second. Don't know who it is. We have nothing. To put it in perspective, Dane Brugler didn't do a scouting report on him either. This was Dane's 35th ranked linebacker. He's 5'11", 5'8", 236. Did run a 4.42 40-yard dash. Played at Maryland. And I watched some Maryland games. I didn't think he was crazy productive. I got a drink, guys. I got a drink. These are. Can I get a cold one, actually, Sam? I want to do a warm one. First player we didn't do any notes for. Tell Ryan Poles to F off for me, Sam. Ruben Hippolyte II. Out of Maryland. 5'11", 5'11" 5'8", 236. Why is it the Bears? Why is it the Bears? What are we doing? Can I get a happy dad? I'm going to be needy, Sam. I wasn't paying attention. Can't believe they did it, man. 132 might be a record for us lately. That might be a record for first player I didn't do notes on to be drafted. We got to go back and check. I think that might be a record. It's brutal for me. It's a brutal L. That's brutal. I'm going to pull up where ESPN had him ranked, by the way. I just want to see. He wasn't in their top 350 either. I got to dig for this one here, guys. Hold on. Thank you. Let me go. I'm trying to find where ESPN had Ruben Hippolyte graded. I got nothing here. They don't have anything on him. He was unranked by them. 66 tackles this past year for Maryland. Undersized player. Played well against Penn State. 11 tackles there, but maybe he did a lot on special teams. Yeah, I agree. He wasn't ranked on ESPN. Kind of a part-time starter too at Maryland. Some special team stuff. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. That one. You stumped me, Chicago. He's in the database. The database is unlimited. You'll never stump the database, but that's you, Sam. WTF, man. What are we doing out here, folks? All right, Chiefs on the clock at 1:33, by the way. I want you guys to shout out your team, and we will discuss the first team that we see. First team we see, we will shout out and discuss. Shout out your team. Give some time here. I'll mention the Chiefs pick, then I'll pick my team I see in the live chat here once we get caught up there. Jalen Royals, love that pick for Kansas City. One of the best available wide receivers for me. A bit more in the Rashee Rice role than maybe you'd like to have as a double dip there for Kansas City. But I thought Royals was extremely productive when healthy. Maybe the medicals were a factor in why he fell. Only played 7 games this year. Did put up 834 yards. He isn't the runner of like a Deebo Samuel or Malachi Corley of like actually getting handoffs, but has some of their yak. Like what I hoped Anthony Miller was going to end up being. 4.42 40-yard dash, 10 catches of 50-plus yards over the past 2 seasons. Nobody had more in college football. Not a soul. Didn't play his best against the best competition. The ADOT was kind of short. The foot injury in October may have been a red flag for teams. Love that pick, though, by Kansas City. First team I see is the Patriots from Agent 327. 6. So we will discuss what they have done so far. Then we'll play this game again because it's super entertaining. And maybe we got maybe a couple minor super chats to get to, but no real rush on those. Nothing crazy. Again, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downy if you want in on that one. At What Going Downy there. Patriots took Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, and Jared Wilson, plus Craig Woodson. They're on the clock in 10 picks, by the way, early in round 5. So overall, I think a solid class by New England. If Will Campbell can hang at left tackle, that's going to go a long way for them. Henderson's a fun pick. Jared Wilson was the best pure center because Zabel's got guard flex too. But Wilson does not offer. There's your long-term starter, whether it's, next year, this year, big picture stuff. I like that pick by New England. They got a receiver, Kyle Williams. They filled their top needs, OT, receiver, running back, safety. Boom, 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 boom. All taken off the board there, all selected. Let's do it again. Shout out your favorite team, and we will discuss the first one that we see as we approach the end of round 4. The Denver Broncos pick is in. Shout out to your team. Let's give it another 20 seconds, 10 seconds, Jack, somewhere in that range. 20, 30, it's fine. Yeah. Get that chat rate up there. Shout out your favorite team. We'll pick the first one that we see. 5:31. That's going to be tough to break. All right, 3, 2, 1. First team I see are the Seahawks from Bill McPherson. Let's discuss what the Seahawks have done so far in this year's NFL draft. They took an offensive lineman, a guard / center in round 1. John Schneider, avoiding every internal instinct that he has, went ahead and did that. Nick Emenwari in round 2 at pick 35, the safety from South Carolina. Like that pick. Trade up is aggressive, but he's a good football player. Elijah Arroyo, I think, will become a starter long-term for Seattle at tight end. Jalen Milroe was the interesting pick. That was a very interesting selection there. It needs 2 years, but you give him time to learn behind Sam Darnold. He's not ready to play right now. Might need 2 years to fully develop, but interesting path there for Milroe. They're at pick 137, right, Jack? Is their next selection? 137 in round 4. Yeah, so they're coming up here in a little bit, by the way. So I guess good timing on that front. Denver on the clock right now here at pick 134. That pick should be coming. Oh, it just came in, actually. I'll shut that one out. Denver has taken an edge rusher. And if you can have such a thing as a sleeper in the NFL draft out of Alabama, I actually think this is one. Quandarius Robinson. I guess Q Robinson. Quandarius Robinson out of Alabama, the edge rusher, hasn't played a lot. Not really much at all. A ton of special teams value. 692 defensive snaps, yet despite 4 years at Bama, 370 defensive snaps. That is it. But he's a great athlete. He's got traits. The length is there. 33-inch arms. He's 6'4" and change, 243. He has shown flashes when he has played. Didn't test, but I think he would have tested very well. There is a valid question to me. Hey, man, if you were a top 100 recruit and you couldn't develop and get on the field in Alabama, are you going to do that in the NFL? But I think the traits are intriguing. I had him in the 5th round, like 30 spots lower or something on my board. Taking him here is fine with me, and Denver might be able to develop into a nice little sleeper there. Some super chats. Edwin Tennis. I'm not saying it's a bad draft for Dallas, but why edge when they needed skill players? Got to take best player. This is not a draft failure. This is a free agency failure to not add a receiver, to not add a running back, and actually add good talent there. You have time, I'd say tuck that through your shirt too, Demas. I would just grab the other end and drop it down your shirt. Not saying it's a bad draft, but you take the best player. They did that. You wish you had a 4th, don't you? Hey, Sam. Hey, Tom. What backs are left you think will be there? I would be shocked if DJ Giddens fails, but I did that in a heartbeat. Avian Martinez. Jordan James could slide. I wasn't as high on Jordan James. I think I'm a heartbeat in the 5th. Rashard Smith, Devin Neal, Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen, Taj Brooks. I got like 8 guys in my top 161 that would be in range for me in the 5th round. Mark, more is needed than just a 2026 number 2. So I agree there. You agree that Henderson and a 2 are greater than Booker, especially looking at what we have at guard versus back. If I'd gotten more, I would have traded down. Absolutely. But it kind of becomes just kind of a non-starter when you don't get enough, right? That's the way I look at it. But I totally get what you're saying, Mark. Greg, no question, just love the draft coverage. Tom is the best. Thank you very much. MA Football, guys, is just supporting my guy at What Going Downey. You're getting me through the workday. Thank you, MA Football. Appreciate every single person who is tuned in and who is subscribed. Hit that sub button right now. YouTube.com @ChatSportsTV for more free NFL YouTube videos. We have another trade, by the way. The Ravens have moved up to 136. The Raiders have made their selection as well, so stay tuned for all of that. We will break it down here in just a little bit. Hit that sub button here on Chat Sports. Titans have, I think the Titans got the pick, right? Or the Ravens got the pick. No. You sure? Titans coming up? Okay, Titans are, sorry, right. Sorry, you're right. You were ahead of the networks. That's on me. That's on me, bud. That's on me. That's on me. Titans on the clock now at pick number 136. Ravens trading down. We don't yet know what those details are. We'll bring on my boy Trace Moustakis here in just a second, and we'll break down the Raiders pick here as well momentarily. I'll shout that out, and then we'll go more in depth on it. Tonka Hemingway, elite name alert, is the pick by the Raiders. Welcome in, Trace. You can take over hosting duties, my friend.
Oh, it's great to be with you, Mr. Downey. I am so happy to be with you guys. Day 3 of the NFL draft. Running on very little sleep, but that doesn't mean the analysis stops for any single pick. And that's why you guys tune in to Chat Sports, because we are breaking down every single pick, unlike some other guys that just kind of lump things together. We're going to give you expert analysis every single pick of the NFL draft. How you doing today, Mr. Downey?
Doing good. Doing good. We'll break down that Tonka pick here. I'm curious what Tennessee does, but say what? Okay. Tonka Hemingway is the pick here by the Las Vegas Raiders. I think this is a reach. I see an awkward tweener at defensive tackle / defensive end at his size. He tested really well as a defensive tackle, like elite level athlete, but he's also 6'3", 284. I don't know if he has the power and the anchor to hold up full time at defensive tackle. I am worried about the tweener abilities here. That's where I mostly get concerned. His brother, by the way, is Junior Hemingway, the former Michigan wide receiver who was a late round pick by the Chiefs back in the 2012 NFL draft. I just see like a situational pass rusher defensive tackle is kind of what I'm thinking. This one might end up being for the Las Vegas Raiders there.
So I look at this and I kind of say, as we get into these later rounds, we're looking at guys that are looking to, maybe not start day 1 or week 1, but to, if they have the athletic traits and the size and the athleticism that you're kind of looking for, maybe like in this case, they show a little bit of a flash. You could probably learn behind somebody like a Max Crosby, maybe an interior defender there for the Raiders, and then just kind of like try to show out in training camp and try to earn your way into the starting rotation. But again, you can never have too many hog mollies on the defenses and offensive line. So I never, hate taking players like this unless there's a legitimate, huge injury that there, has been plagued them over their careers, or there's just no athletic ability whatsoever. So I don't mind the pick here.
All right, pick 136 is in. I love this one for Tennessee. Alec Iomanner, the wide receiver out of Stanford. I am higher on him than most. I don't care. I have seen him make too many plays with bad quarterback play at Stanford. 831 yards this year, 1,000 plus yards back in 2023. He's actually Canadian. Grew up as a hockey player initially and has the physicality you would like to see out of a former hockey player from Canada. He can handle press coverage. He tested great. 4.44 40-yard dash. If you care about the relative athletic scores, 9.78 at almost 6'2", 206. The build and testing was low-key like Chris Godwin. He's not the same route runner. I think the body control is good. A little bit high on the drops and not as good contested catches as I think he can be. I don't think those were high-quality contested catch looks and everything else there. Had a torn ACL, MCL before 2022. Was basically just a 2-year starter at Stanford and goes pro. This is not if you like yards per route run, it's not going to be very highly graded there. But I had a second-round grade on Io Manor. Love that pick for Tennessee.
Yeah, I think I love his size. I love his ability to get open in space and create action. And as you said something earlier, the quarterback play since Andrew Luck at Stanford has just been awful. Watching that game last year against Notre Dame, he was almost a non-factor. I mean, I understand Notre Dame had one of the most stout defenses in college football, but I just don't see the physicality there quite yet. Although, again, with bad quarterback play, it's really hard to determine if a prospect on the wide receiver side, is going to make waves in the NFL. But I do like adding another piece here for Cam Ward, starting off the franchise in the right direction, giving him another weapon to eventually go into the years going forward. So maybe they can develop a connection. I think you're right. I think as a talent, I think he has nothing but great upside.
Break down the trade. Take over the hosting duties here for me, Timo.
All right, here we go. So the Patriots are trading, and they get that 2025 fourth-round pick at 137. They're trading with the Seahawks. The Seahawks receive 144 and a seventh-round pick at 238. So now the Patriots are on the clock, and we are going to just take a quick look here at our friends from Mando. Our friends at Mando. Listen, guys, if you are smelling really, really stinky and your sweats and your body odor is affecting you, trust me when I say this, Mando comes in handy. I love their products. I actually have a stick right now of their whole body deodorant at my house. And when I go work out, I use this before I go work out, and I am odor free for 72 hours. So what is it? It is that full body deodorant that you can use on your pits, your undercarriage, your thigh folds, your belly button. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. Clinically proven for up to 72 hours of odor protection. I love all of their scents, but I'm a big fan of the bourbon leather one. That's the one I go with every single time. But they have other ones like Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, and Pro Sport. If you want to try America's #1 whole body deodorant right now, all you have to do is go to any retail store like Walmart or Target, or go to shopmando.com/chat. Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, and free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code CHAT. That equates to up to 40%, off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com for $5 off. And please tell them that we sent you here at NFL Daily. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Whew, and I love that Mando scent. It is really, really good. I'm actually wearing some right now, believe it or not.
It helps when the studios can get a little hot and sweaty.
You're absolutely correct about that. And I'll tell you what, I spent the night in a hotel last night as I was, not trying to drive all the way home. And those sheets, you never know what they smell like in those hotels. So using Mando was big help here. All right, draft needs right now for the Patriots. Obviously, offensive line seems to be a big area of need.
Pretty much
but
knocked them out so far with their picks.
Yeah, they have, but maybe adding another weapon here. I know they added Kyle Williams yesterday on day 2. They added Travion Henderson at that running back position. So, Mr. Downey, what do you think? Well, actually, the pick is in. Joshua Farmer here, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. 305 pounds at 6'3". Tell us a little bit about the prospect out of FSU.
Just cracked by top 100. He was number 99 overall, had a 3rd, 4th round cheater grade. There's a lot to like about the upside here with Joshua Farmer. He's got 35-inch arms. He's got a massive frame. He's, like you mentioned, 6'3", 6'3" and a half at his pro day, by the way. That helps it all. 305 on the pound side, big hands, 10.25-inch hands there. The athletic ability is pretty darn good. 5'11", 40-yard dash, a lot of good stuff overall. I think good, not great athlete is what we see. The length is great. He's got a high motor. He shows flashes as a pass rusher. 10.7% on that front, but he plays too tall. He's not as good of a run stopper as he should be at his size.
Mhm.
You know, I think this is like some Keanu Benton where you got to develop him a little bit and he can come along there.
Absolutely.
But in the late fourth, quality pick here by the New England Patriots.
I completely agree with you. And one of the things that I love about the New England Patriots, it's very clear right now that when Mike Vrabel stepped in, they are trying to reset the foundation of those offensive line. Back when he was coaching Tennessee, he really valued the run game with Derrick Henry. Ryan Tannehill was more of a serviceable quarterback. Don't make any mistakes. Get the ball out quickly to your playmakers and let Derrick Henry be the focal point of that offense. I don't necessarily know that what he's trying to do in New England, considering you have such a talent like Drake May, but taking a Travion Henderson in round 2 and now adding to the offensive line and with Joshua Farmer here at the defensive line, I really like what Vrabel's building, and I think the Patriots could be a dark horse for a above 500 team this year.
Drake May keeps taking step forwards. They're going to be in a really good spot.
Very good
That's
spot.
the main thing, and I like him a lot. So I think that will happen. Maybe not this year, but I think we'll see progress here.
Hold on.
Booted?
Jed York?
What does that mean?
Oh,
Why were
okay.
you so
Never-
excited about
I
that?
thought that was going to be Shador Sanders.
Sam was all excited that Jed York tweeted something out. Okay, whatever. That's whatever. I don't know.
So these day 3 picks so far right now, Craig Woodson, the safety out of California, and Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle out of Florida State. Like I said, if everything progresses the right way, and as Tom said, the Patriots could be in a very, very good spot. The next pick is officially in. Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss, going to the San Francisco 49ers to add another weapon for Brock Purdy. I'm not going to lie. This pick, I'm not super high on. I don't love his measurables. The tape didn't say that much. Again, adding a weapon for a guy, who likes to distribute the ball as quickly as Brock Purdy does, get the ball in the hands of the playmakers. Again, it's not bad in Kyle Shanahan's offense. Anybody can succeed in. But Mr. Downey, what do you have about Jordan Watkins?
Yeah, wasn't as high on Jordan Watkins as the Niners are. You can tell that by the grade there. If you want to feel good about the pick, go watch the Arkansas game. He had 8 catches for 254 yards and 5 touchdowns. Now, the issue is he had 49 for 906 and 9 TDs the entire season. So you had kind of the one outlier game, and then you throw in Duke. He went for 180 and 2, and now he got 7 TDs in 2 of his 12 games. And I'm like, okay, now wait, that's kind of an outlier production there. Andre Roberts, kind of the fun comp, probably ends up playing more in the slot. There's some return value here as well. Did run a 4.37 40-yard dash, which is certainly valuable. I didn't see sub 4.4 speed, but I was like, 4.47, which isn't really a bad thing. I had a 6th-round grade on Jordan Watkins. So we're at the end of the 4th. A round reach is not the end of the world in day 3. It's day 3. It's okay.
Well, they lose Deebo Samuel. Brandon Ayuk coming off a really bad injury. George Kittle,
Just
even
love
older.
Receivers.
I mean, I just feel like this is one of the picks and one of the positions that they probably needed to address. And in free agency, they lost a bunch of players. Are we getting a $100 super chat here? Oh, it's on Cowboys.
I get to do a beer.
Hey!
OJC!
With the $100 super chat. Bang! Love that. The Jones boys' only success is at running their mouth. They can't run an
There's a bit of
organization.
Red Bull at the bottom too. Still, it was left over. from the Red
Wow,
Bull
does this draft help the offense?
It doesn't help the offense enough. but it's a free agency failing. The draft is good. The free agency was bad again. You couldn't fill all your needs. You couldn't do it. You were going to not take the best player on your board to fill a need. That's not how you want to draft. This is the free agency failing.
Round 1, I can
Again.
tell you. Yeah, I can tell you round 1 when I said that Tyler Booker was one of my sleeper picks to go into the top 15. Everybody laughed at me and then went to the Cowboys there at number 12. So I felt a little vindicated, but I know that a lot of Cowboys fans were very, very upset with that first round pick with the Cowboys. But again, that's your team. That's America's team. I'm just here to offer what I think is going to happen.
Get some OJCs into the jersey raffle on that front there. Thank you, my
Thank
friend.
you, OJC. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Woo!
Vikings pick is in. They are on the clock, though, and it just came in at 1:39.
Sweet. I'll go
Sweet.
rapid fire on these.
Oh, no!
Classic.
Oh,
The first
man.
one was, is Shedeur going to be available at 149? Probably.
Is that a possibility for the Cowboys today?
It's Jerry. You can never say no. If they had not traded for Joe Milton, I think they would have done it.
Yeah, honestly, it's not a bad backup.
It's a circus, though.
It is a circus.
It's a circus.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
You could sign him as an undrafted free agent, and it's going to be a circus.
But hey, isn't that, kind of what the Cowboys' MO is right now? Is just all
Yeah, that's
flash,
why I don't want it.
All flash, baby. All right, Phantom of many topics. Thank you so much. Look out for Elick A, maybe Bashard Smith, my guess. That already
Bashard
happened
Smith,
before.
I'd be down with. There's still some backs there. We're getting real close to the Cowboys picks. I got backs on the board.
There's a lot of really good backs left. I'm a big guy on Devin Neal from Kansas. I think he's going to be a really good player. I wanted RJ Harvey. Obviously he went to the Denver Broncos, which I'm super happy about. But here we go. We got one from Mark, and he said, to me, not having a stud running back with no wide receivers other than CD, I'd take less in a trade for running back. Well, much higher upgrade than G.
I get it, Mark. I know I do. That's why I wish you would have just if you had brought back Rico Dowdle, I think we'd all be okay right now. If you'd signed a receiver, we'd all be okay right now.
Listen,
the Cowboys crushed it.
Had an over 1,000-yard rushing season last year.
Massive Matt. Damn it, Dallas. Should have shredded up for Samson.
I
would have liked it.
No
Hunter
problem.
M, what teams are still a threat at RB before 149? Ravens, Vikings. Kind of makes sense there. Hunter M, draft running back, DT late receiver, sign Lockheed's with the Titans now. Trade for Breece Hall, day 3 picks. Let's ride. Yeah, I'm down. Maybe you do a Breece Hall instead, or a Breece Hall. Right, makes more sense. And sound like Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, or something. That all of them there, Jack? Appreciate that, my friend.
Okay, let's see what the trade is. So I'm guessing they traded up with the Seahawks here. So Sam
Howell
backing
traded
up
again.
Backing up the kid JJ McCarthy. Full details TBA. But Sam Howell is on the move. He is now a Minnesota Viking, and it kind of seems like Kevin O'Connell is kind of that QB rehab spot. I mean, you saw
What's
Daniel
the rehab.
Well, I mean, he's so good with quarterbacks, right? Like
Yeah.
quarterbacks that have had an opportunity to start, shown that they were a little bit over their skis, go to Minnesota, and maybe they turn their career around. I can't wait to see what Indiana Jones does there in Indianapolis.
No, it's McCarthy.
It's JJ.
Stop
it's
it.
JJ.
It's a pick swap, by the way, 142 and 172.
Wow. Sam Howell, you are a Minnesota Viking. Skol, baby.
Oh, that pick is in. Let's run through what we got. 2 picks. Sweet. We are in the 5th round officially, by the way. We are in the 5th round. I'll just go rapid fire on these here.
Rock and roll.
Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, who is an upside, kind of hybrid defensive end, defensive tackle. This is is he a tweener? Is he versatile? Where do you go? I think teams disagree on where to play him. I think 5 technique, which I think you can do some stuff with Minnesota and Brian Flores. So I actually do like that fit. I had a 5th, 6th round grade for him on him. Great athlete, but again, he's kind of a tweener there. The better Florida Giant human being at defensive tackle has been taken. That is Cam Jackson. 6'6 1/4, 328. He had originally committed to LSU, had some great issues, didn't want to miss on becoming eligible, goes to Memphis, transfers to Florida. John Jenkins, athletic comp. This is just a big person. Large human. And this is about the weight that you need to have Desmond Watson actually play at, by the way.
So I'm guessing you're probably going to put him at nose tackle,
nose
right?
guard.
Yeah, I
Nose
was going to
guard.
say, with a body like that, unless he's, got this freakish athleticness, you're probably not going to, he's going to be a tree stump right in the middle of that defensive line.
There's a couple guys this year. I didn't do it for this one. I'm like, yeah, he's just a giant rock. He got some pressures, though, actually, for Florida. Kind of like the John Jenkins comp there. Gets a little off balance sometimes. Testing was about what you thought for a defensive tackle, but for the guy that size, this is a run-stopping defensive lineman here for Carolina. Well, like that pick.
All right, what's coming in next? The Ravens are on the clock, and the pick should be in here at 141. So we'll just take a look here in just a second as we get that pick coming in. Let's take a look at the last couple of picks here that came in. Actually, this was earlier in round 4, excuse me. Well, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Totally go for it. I love the Cam Scadaboo pick, by the way, Jack. Saw that come in, and I heard you go absolutely ballistic.
He did.
The New York Football Giants are crushing the 2025 NFL Draft. They are having an unbelievable 2025. Maybe Joe Shane's trying to save his job, not shave his job, but save his job. Honestly, I thought there were some really good value picks coming up here in round 4. Jack Sawyer he just feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler, doesn't he? Dylan Sampson to the Cleveland Browns, I love as well. They're loading up in their running back room after taking Quinshon Judkins. Jalen Lane, really good wide receiver out of Virginia Tech, going to the Commanders. The Denver Broncos adding Q Robinson, another edge rusher to complement that already amazing pass rush in Denver. 67 sacks last year, led the NFL in sacks. And so you look at Edelmanor, going to Tennessee, and adding another weapon there for Cam Ward. Some of these value picks, we had guys that were, valued to go in the round 2 or round 3, and they're falling all the way to 4. So teams are getting some steals here coming into round 5. Ravens pick is officially in. We'll get that here in just one moment.
Have some fun with these 5th-round picks. ESPN is just now announcing the Sam Howell trade. So to put that in perspective,
Jeez Louise, there, yeah.
So that's why you sub, right?
That's why you subscribe.
On the trade details? Yeah,
it was just a pick swap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Sam Howell on a 5th round at 172 for pick 142.
6th-ish round value.
Which that pick is in as well. All right, so the Baltimore Ravens.
I think that pick is in.
Yeah, it is in. It has been in for. Beautiful.
Seattle on the clock then at 142 following the Sam Howell trade too after this one.
And here comes the pick. Carson Vincent, the offensive tackle out of Alabama A&M. 75.1 PFF grade. Mr. Downey, what do you have on Mr. Vincent?
Yeah, the Ravens might be able to make him work, actually. They've done a pretty good job getting better play out of lesser offensive linemen. Carson Vincent this is a traits-based upside pick. First true HBCU player taken, like an entire career at HBCU, by the way. Alabama A&M. This is a great athlete. He's 6'7" and change. He's 3'14", 34.5-inch arms. Like, it's all upside. But he's also 24 years old. I think he would struggle if he went to the FBS level right now, let alone the NFL level. I don't think he can play. He might need a year, if not 2. He was rough at the Senior Bowl. Like he got 2 sacks, a hit, and 5 hurries and a flag in the Senior Bowl game.
Yeah,
he got smoked. I didn't think he was good against Auburn. He's a penalty boy. 13 flags the last 2 seasons. He plays tall. The hands are too wide. And that's how you get guys in your chest and how you get off balance and lose power. But the athletic comps are Jordan Mailata, Patrick Paul, and then you had a badge all the time, so it's Wanya Morris. Developmental offensive tackle.
Listen, again, if there's any team that can kind of make it work, it would be the Baltimore Ravens. They've got an excellent system right there with Ronnie Stanley at offensive tackle at left tackle, I should say, protecting Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. So don't hate the pick, but like you said, it's a work in progress and maybe a year or 2 to develop into a really, really good player. Seahawks pick is in at 142 after that trade with the Minnesota Vikings, where Sam Howell is now a Viking heading up north to Minneapolis. And the draft needs currently right now, wide receiver, guard, center, basically all offensive line, although they did take Gray Zabel, who's that versatile player in round 1.
They should draft 3 of them.
You should probably draft as many offensive linemen as you possibly can here. I'm going to say they're probably going to try and go maybe someone on the guard side, and let's see what the pick is in. Riley Mills, the defensive tackle out of Notre Dame. I've got some things to say about Riley Mills, but I'll let you take it away.
Go for it.
Well, listen, I watched Riley Mills play a bunch last year, and he is a huge mammoth of a dude. 6'5", 296 pounds. He doesn't have that immediate burst that you're looking for off the defensive line, but he does have some skill with his hands. And I thought that playing on that defensive line alongside RJ Oben and Howard Cross, I thought this was an unbelievable Notre Dame defensive line, which they usually don't have. So he did suffer that season-ending knee injury in last year's college football playoff, which was really, really tough to see. But he's a powerful dude with quickness off the line. Again, that burst to, get back into the backfield is something that I think he needs to work on just a little bit, maybe lose a little bit of weight. But other than that, I think he's an excellent prospect.
I had a late 5th-round grade on him. He tore his ACL in the first round of the college football playoff. I don't know if he plays this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a drop. He would have been maybe a late 4th for me. So like the pure value wise here, I think is good. If trust the medical coming back off of the ACL tear.
Absolutely. And that injury, going back to what we said against Indiana, was just disgusting. So
Heartbreaking.
but at the same time, what he did throughout the season, I was very, very impressed with. So I think they're getting a guy that, like you said, maybe in a year or two could actually take the next step into a really, really good starting player on that defensive line. He's great against the run. He can get back into the backfield, make the pressure happen. I love Riley Mills as a prospect, and he's also a really, really good kid. Listen to a bunch of interviews about him, and he loves Notre Dame, and he loves football.
Two-time or second-team All-American this year, too.
Browns have traded up.
Dolphins pick is in, so we'll break that one down, too, here. That is Jordan Phillips, which I think is actually a super good pick by the Miami Dolphins. This is my best available defensive tackle left. Had a very strong showing at the Senior Bowl. So Browns are now on the clock at 1:44, by the way. You have to turn your mic up, dude. Oh, okay. Browns now on the clock at 1:44. Jordan Phillips at 1:43. I think there's untapped potential here. The stat sheet does not pop off the screen for you. He had a fantastic Shrine Week. I think really helped boost his draft stock there. 1 TFL, 0 sacks. So that's not very good. I think he can do one technique more stuff for you. This is another run stopper, I think, at his best. Dolphins needed that. So I do like that pick a lot for the Miami Dolphins there at 143 overall.
Well, they lost Calais Campbell as well. So making sure that they get more guys on that defensive line. Again, all upside for this dude. It's clear that, they're trying to replace that and add more bodies and see who can play. So I like the pick as well for the Dolphins. Here's the trade and what it looks like. The Browns received pick number 144, so they are officially on the clock with the pick being in. The details will be announced. Is it Shedeur Sanders?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
Last year we saw the doubling of quarterbacks from the Patriots, Drake May and then Joe Milton in round 6. So is it possible that Dylan Gabriel in round 3 and then Shedeur Sanders in round 5? Who knows? I'd like to think so. I think it would be excellent for not only the channel, but just can we get him off the board, please, so we can stop talking about it? We can't say it.
Let's do it as a time for Shedeur.
Is it Shedevland time?
That sounds terrible.
It sounds awful. I just came up with that in my head.
Sandersland?
I said it out loud, and it just didn't sound good.
Shedurland.
Shedurland?
Yeah.
I think Shedevland sounds like you don't say Clervland, right?
Tack onto it.
All right, is it Shedeur time? Let us know in the comment section below. Let us know. Start spamming it down. Is he going to be a Brownie? Is Shedeur going to end up in the Great Lakes area? Spam it. Spam it down below. We're getting a lot of no's here. And a lot of emphatic no's as well. Capital no's. Who knows from Joey Watkins?
Let's get to it because the chat will leak it.
All right, we won't want to leak it. So, oh my God! He's off the board! Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown! Holy Moses! Ladies and gentlemen, the man who just a couple of weeks ago, months ago, was slated as a potential number 1 overall pick, slides all the way to round 5 at pick number 144.
Okay, that's on.
Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders are the newest quarterbacks in the Cleveland Browns depth chart. This is crazy. Tom, go ahead. Take it away.
Way better pick than Dylan Gabriel. I guess Shedur's chance to win the job. Honestly, I think he does. So
that's fine.
I'm going to go to Cowboys here. So what's going to happen? Cowboys are 5 picks away. My boy Trace Moustakis, we're going to do an entire cut. Will be available on demand on the Chat Sports YouTube channel on Shedeur Sanders. You don't want to start that yet. You don't have to do it like the weird timing.
No problem.
I'm going to step off. Cowboys Report live stream. Don't go anywhere. I'll be on there momentarily. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. T-Moose, take it away.
I cannot believe it. We were actually questioning in the Chat Sports office here if Shedeur was going to slide all the way down to maybe Mr. Irrelevant. Now, there might have been a little bit of hyperbolicness in that. Maybe we were just kind of exaggerating it. But still, for a guy who just months ago was slated to be a number 1 overall pick, let alone a first-round pick, has slid all the way down to round 5 at pick number 144. It's clear that over the last couple of weeks, his interviews have been awful. That's what all these GMs, analysts, media members have been saying. That he just went into the rooms and he turned a lot of people off. Now, despite that, I think that's a little harsh for him to go all the way down to round 5 because I do think that Shedeur Sanders can be a franchise-level quarterback. I don't know how good, I don't know what his ceiling is, but he possesses all of the traits, IQ, that I'm looking for, and he lives in the pocket. And last year at Colorado, he was sensational. 74% completion percentage, 4,100 yards, 41 total touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, so that 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. It's awesome. But he doesn't have a great arm. He's a little bit slight. So that, to me, is kind of like one of those, okay, I can understand why. And outside of the pocket, he's made some plays, but against the NFL caliber speed and athleticism, it's probably not going to translate. No problem. We're going to say goodbye to Cowboys here in just a second, folks. Sorry, we got a lot of moving parts going on right now. But this is unbelievable. He's going to the Cleveland Browns, and now there is a quarterback battle between Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders, with Deshaun Watson most likely missing the entirety of the 2025 season. Holy crap. Do we have any Browns fans that are in right now? What do you feel about the pick? Let me know. Grade the pick A, B, C, D, or F. We'll get it on screen here in just a second. Bye-bye, Cowboys. Thank you, Cowboys fans. We appreciate you stepping in. We're now back live here with our main audience. Holy cow, guys. 144 is gross, says Herb. Grade the pick down below, A, B, C, D, or F for the Cleveland Browns. Listen, for round 5, 144, it's an A+, isn't it? Like, can we all agree for the value, it's an A+. Now, does he win the job? Probably not week 1. I think they're going to ride with Joe Flacco. But, oh my God, he's a Cleveland Brown. We're seeing a bunch of Fs, a bunch of Cs. I'm higher on Shedeur than most. I'm higher on Shedeur than most. And I know a lot of people have been up and down about his attitude and, you know, what he brings to the table and the kind of blaming the offensive line a couple of years ago. I want to put all of that aside for just a second, and I'm going to ask this question straight up. Can he play quarterback? Yes, he can. He can. Now, Cleveland has a history of bringing in guys that have a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder. Johnny Manziel, Baker Mayfield. These guys need time to develop as adults. And I feel like Shedeur could be that particular player. But I think in terms of accuracy, in the pocket, Shedeur has far better upside than both of those players that I previously mentioned. All right, we're going to get into our Shedeur Sanders cut. So you're going to get a little bit of behind-the-scenes action here, kind of see how the sausage is made. This is going to go out on our main channel here in just a little bit. So you guys are going to see firsthand what it looks like to make a video here at Chat Sports with Shedeur Sanders going to the Cleveland Browns. Get your final grades here in the chat below. Holy moly. It's got to be an A+. It's got to be an A+ in round 5. Maybe not in round 1, but in round 5, it absolutely is. All right. I'm ready when you guys are. Cool. Sweet. Okay, yeah, you got it. All right, so we're going to start it up here in just a second. Again, I'm starting to see here in, what I say spawn again one more time? Chubby's. Okay, Chubby's going to be spawned. I'm going to pull that up real quick. I've got them all. One second, guys. Sorry about this. 1 second. 1 second.
Make sure you guys get down below in the comments. Grade the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Flood the chat with your thoughts. We've been waiting for 3 days, and Shedeur Sanders is now finally off the board. We're about to get into a cut, tell you everything you need to know about Shedeur Sanders finally being drafted with the 144th overall pick in the NFL draft.
Okay.
You ready, Moose?
I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's do it. NFL fans, it finally happened. Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown in the 5th round at pick 144. Shedeur Sanders has been selected to compete with Dylan Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett as the quarterback 1 for the Cleveland Browns. And right off the bat, I'm going to jump in and ask you to grade the pick for me, because here's what I'm saying. At round 5, this cannot be any other grade than an A+. This was a guy who just months ago was slated as a number 1 overall pick back in September and October during the very start of the college football season. He has since then gone back to about 9. People have considered him going back to 21 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then none of that happened. He didn't even go on day 2. He slides all the way to pick number 144. Absolute insanity. The only time that I've ever seen this in my entire life. So I'm going to say for the value the Browns are getting, it's an absolute A+. Now, let's talk about this really quick. I want you to grade the pick for me, by the way, in the comment section below. Give me A, B, C, D, or F. I'm staking my claim, like I said, for an A+. Shedeur as a prospect. I'm not going to even talk about the off-the-field stuff for a second. I'm going to talk about him as a football player. He absolutely can play at the next level. He's got pocket presence. He's got field vision. He's got IQ. He's got good mechanics. He has everything that you're looking for an NFL quarterback as a pocket passing presence. He can see the field, distribute the ball quickly. The only thing that I feel like as a physical specimen that he's lacking is the arm strength, and he is a little bit slight. So he probably needs to put on about 10 to 15 pounds, because I'm telling you, if you're going to get hit by the likes of TJ Watt in that division and Mike Green, who just got drafted by the Baltimore Ravens, you're going to take a lot of shots. So putting on a little bit of extra weight is probably something that he's going to be needing to do. Now, I don't necessarily know why, in terms of specifics, he fell as far as he did, but I can kind of speculate from what we've been hearing around the media. The truth is that Shedeur Sanders has gone into rooms with GMs, scouts, and other NFL personnel, members. And they have said, not only is he a bad interview, but one anonymous GM said it was the worst interview he has ever had in his entire experience in the NFL. Now think about that. There's a huge difference between it was a bad interview and the worst interview I have ever seen. So there's clearly something there. In fact, rumors had just come out that Brian Daboll was testing him. This came from Barstool, by the way, that he was testing him at the chalkboard, and Shedeur Sanders wasn't prepared, and Daboll kind of called him out, and Shedeur fired back at him. As in, you haven't even played a down in the NFL yet. And if that's true, that's a clear red flag. But again, as a player, Shedeur Sanders can absolutely do it. He has the football production at Colorado. He's got the pocket awareness. He's got the presence to know how to get rid of the ball quickly and distribute it to his playmakers. So for the grade, again, for the 5th round, I'm giving it an A. I don't understand the hate as a football player. I can understand maybe somebody having some issues with the off-the-field stuff, but as a football player, you cannot hate on what Shedeur Sanders brings to the table. Now, before I get more onto this pick, because it has been a crazy, crazy day, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, and that is Chubbies. Fellas, April is here, but this ain't the time for no fooling. It's the time to let those thighs breathe, whether you're playing around a golf with your boys, hitting up the beer garden, or visiting an actual garden. Chubbies has you covered for all the good vibes warm weather brings. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubbies' iconic original stretch shorts. Depending on how much thigh you're looking to show, Chubbies makes them in 4, 5.5, and 7-inch seams. These shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate movability and flexibility while maintaining a perfect tailored fit. I personally love their golf collection. I actually have a Chubby shirt that I wear frequently when I'm going out golfing with my friends, but it's not just for those leisure activities. You can wear stuff like this anywhere you go. So whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with code CHAT. So go to chubbyshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com. Support our show and tell them that we sent you. Thank you, Chubbies, for sponsoring today's video. Back to Shedeur. Last year, I thought he balled out. 2023, I wasn't necessarily sure. He had a couple of decent games, but in 2024, I really saw the leap. I saw someone that was able to take over an NFL franchise. His connection with Travis Hunter was outstanding. It was amazing. And again, playing for his dad has learned how to coach his boys. And it's clear that he wasn't taking it easy on Shedeur. He didn't baby Shedeur. He didn't give him special treatment. He treated him like he's getting him ready for the NFL. Now, being Deion Sanders' son probably comes with a little bit of a disadvantage. There's that air, that I'm football pedigree, right? I was born for this. I was made for this. I am the blessing that comes to your NFL franchise. And I think that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But again, as I keep circling back to, the Cleveland Browns are getting a round 1 talent in round 5. So I have a legitimate belief that he is going to be the quarterback 2 come week 1 with Joe Flacco starting. And if he can take this experience and learn how to, I don't want to say humble himself, but if he could take this, internalize it, and use it on the football field, there should be no reason that come week 6 or week 7, Shedeur Sanders isn't starting for the Cleveland Browns. And this, again, is why you subscribe. Because we cover every single pick here at the NFL Draft. And when crazy news like this happens, we are the first ones that are going to be on your YouTube screens. So make sure you lock us in, hit that subscribe button, and make sure that you like the video as well, because we're going to be pumping out all NFL content for you like this. So let's just go over the Cleveland Browns selections so far. I've loved their draft. Top 3 in this year's draft class. Mason Graham, they traded back down from 2 to get at 5. Carson Schweisinger, the linebacker out of UCLA, an excellent pick in round 2. Quinshon Judkins, I thought, was an excellent pick in round 2 as well. Harold Bannon, one of those tight ends that has so much upside and had crazy production in 2024. Then we also thought that taking a quarterback like Dillon Gabriel was kind of a slap in the face to what the whole Shedeur narrative was. And I didn't like the pick necessarily there, but then Dylan Sampson comes in, another great running back from Tennessee, and Shedeur at pick number 144. Are we not positive that the Cleveland Browns don't believe that they have a super team brewing? Now, I'm not saying they're going to win the AFC North next year, but with the amount of picks that they've accumulated in this year's draft and the value that they're getting some of these guys at, I love the direction the Cleveland Browns are going back to. And I would be not shocked if I saw them make a playoff run here in 2025. Kevin Stefanski is a great coach. I love what they've done. Shedeur Sanders could compete for that quarterback 1 spot, maybe later on halfway through the year. And their draft needs, I feel like they've addressed almost every single one of them. They went and got a weapon. They got their defensive tackle. They got their quarterbacks. Maybe another offensive lineman here in round 6 and 7. But outside of that, they've knocked it out of the park. So if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, you should be elated today. If you're a Shedeur Sanders fan, you should be elated today. Super excited. Love the pick. Welcome to the Brownies and the Dog Pound to Shedeur Sanders. Gotta say, I love it. So will Shedeur Sanders become a starting NFL quarterback? Yes or no? I'm saying yes, not right away. Not week 1. But halfway through the 2025 season, I'm not shocked at all if I see his name pop up as the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. So pencil it in down below, take out your red pen, and let me know yes or no. It's been pure pandemonium. Pure pandemonium here. And as I wrap this video up, I just have to say this. I wish the best for this guy. I never, ever want to wish a player's career to go south, ever. But I also think he didn't handle himself in the best way in this process. And that's just the truth. He's got a lot of maturing left to do. I hope it happens. And I really, really hope that the Cleveland Browns can mold him into their quarterback of the future. My name is Trace Mustakis for NFL Daily. Until next time, Be cool. Let's recap some picks here in just a second because as we were doing that cut, some have come in. The Cowboys, a pick is officially in. What did you guys think? How'd I do? How do you feel the sausage was made? Good, bad, awful? Philly. So the Eagles come in with Mac McWilliams. All right, so we're not going to give analysis for every single pick. We're going to kind of group all of these together. All right, cool. All right, never mind. I apologize. Sure. Awesome, sweet. All right, Mac McWilliams. Let's talk about him for a little bit. The quarterback out of UCF. One of the players that I have seen actually mocked in some third-round picks. So Mac McWilliams does have a little bit of upside. And his scouting report, when I watched the tape on him, I thought there was something a little bit there. But at 5'10", 191 pounds, he definitely has to put on a little bit more size because his speed is not necessarily that I feel like is something that he'll use to his advantage. But with how good that Philadelphia Eagles backfield is, that defensive backfield, I think it's an underrated pick, and I think that they can mold him into a rotational starter. Braden Swinson coming in at round 5, pick 1, number 46. Braden Swinson, I'm sorry, I apologize. Edge out of LSU going to the New England Patriots, adding to that already pretty good defensive line, which they addressed in free agency. Then Jordan James, the running back out of Oregon, going to the San Francisco 49ers, maybe a Jordan Mason replacement right there as he saw his way going to the Minnesota Vikings. Christian McCaffrey, Jordan James, I feel like they play similar styles of football. He's got very, very good hands. And then Ty Hamilton coming in at 148 to Ohio State. Ty Hamilton was one of those players that I thought could go in round 2. I love this pick for the Los Angeles Rams. He's got a big body. He's got great run-stopping capabilities. Not the best development as a pass rusher quite yet, but I do feel like there is some upside. And if he can learn to develop those pass rushing skills, he's going to be an excellent player going forward to a very young and inexpensive Rams defensive front. They traded with the Bears. Look at that. That's how they got to 148. So they got 148. The Bears got 195 and a 2026 fourth-round pick. So the Bears are obviously, content with getting more draft capital, not only in this round, later rounds like in or in round 7, but in next year's round as well. Finally, the Dallas Cowboys address running back. This is one of the things that we've been talking about basically since day one. Who is their running attack going to consist of? And he's a Texas guy. Jaden Blue, staying in the great Lone Star State. Now, I heard that there were some question marks about his ability to hold on to the football. Does have a bit of a fumbling problem, but his rushing yards per average were good. He found the end zone, enough. 730 yards in college is not that great, but he only carried the ball 134 times. So it's clear that the offense last year ran through Quinn Ewers. So again, a player that I feel like can rotate with Javonte Williams, who they picked up in free agency. So not going to be your running back 1, but now you feel like there's a little bit more, depth at that running back position and more of a running back by committee there in Dallas. So I think Dallas actually, their first couple of rounds, believe it or not, I didn't like their picks, but I feel like they're actually getting back to a better spot with these later round picks. I love the Savon Revel pick. I think he's going to be excellent on the outside of Trayvon Diggs. So again, a solid pick. I'll give it a good C+, B-. I don't see a ton of upside for Jaden Blue. I don't think he's going to be an RB1 ever in this league, but maybe a, career journeyman running back that can provide solid reps when he needs to get into the game. I'm going to take a breath here for just a second. That's the crazy thing about these later rounds. The picks come in so fast that we had to get into that Shedeur cut right away. So, all right, round 5, pick 150. Jason Marshall Jr., the cornerback out of Florida. Now, a little bit about Jason Marshall Jr. Tom Downey has him listed as, maybe a little bit of a reach here at pick 150. But at 6 foot, 194 pounds, you're getting the length that you want. So he's ranked 253 overall by Downey's scouting report. Now, again, the cornerback class not that great. He's a former 5-star, and it's clear that his career has just kind of gone down since he went to college. But again, that length that you're looking for is probably why the Dolphins decided to take him here. Now, Jalen Ramsey's on one side. Storm Duck is your other cornerback 2 in Miami. So you need someone that can go in and compete for that cornerback 2 position. I just don't know if it's him day one. He only played in 7 games last year, and these numbers are, I'm not going to lie to you, they're not great. But other than, his length, he's mainly an outside corner. So he's not going to be a nickel corner. He's got some of the physical traits that you're looking for to play man coverage. But as the NFL switches to more of a zone coverage, those zone coverage skills, I feel like, are severely lacking. So there's a little bit of a project here. Great length, good in press coverage. I think that's kind of what you're taking him. And maybe he can be taken under the wing of a Jalen Ramsey, who he plays very similarly to. So not a bad pick if you're looking to develop as a cornerback too. DJ Giddens, running back out of Kansas State. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like Jonathan Taylor has needed someone kind of like this as his running back too, because Taylor is your stereotypical workhorse back. And Giddens actually offers a little bit more in the passing game than Jonathan Taylor does. I don't love Jonathan Taylor's hands nearly as much as everybody else in, at Chat Sports. But here's what I will say about DJ Giddens. He's an early down runner who needs work on third downs. So that's where the problem comes in for the Colts. But he did run a gap zone scheme in the KSU offense. So finding holes and that patience to find his hole is something that he can do at a very, very good level. Third, fourth kind of round, he's got a Tevin Coleman kind of comp. And again, I feel like this is a nice compliment to a Jonathan Taylor. So DJ Giddens, welcome to Indianapolis. We do have a trade alert. The Cowboys are now back on the clock after getting picked number 152 overall. They traded with the Cardinals, so the full details here are going to be announced in just a second. Shamar James is the pick, the linebacker out of Florida. We'll get that up here in just a second. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So we'll get the pick here in just a second for Shamar James, the linebacker out of Florida, who's very young, by the way. 20 years old, turns 21 in June. So he'll only be 21 when the season starts. He's got very low instincts. Okay. I'm not going to lie to you. There's a chance that he could put it all together, but at the same time, you're drafting him to base him off these athletic traits that he's got. 6'1", 222. He's got a very good body type, physical, fluid athlete. The production was decent last year out of Florida. It wasn't that great, and Florida had kind of a down season last year. 55 tackles in 2023 with 5.5 tackles for loss, so he has some ability to stop the run. But again, it hasn't really kind of been put all together, and I think that's why he's falling all the way down to round 5. Tom Downey has him ranked at 257. Again, instincts are lacking, undersized, doesn't have great length, but he is a fluid athlete. So again, probably one of those developmental picks that won't see the field very much in his rookie season. Maybe more of a, if he makes the 53-man roster, learn how to play, get solid practice reps, and then move on from there. How are you guys enjoying the stream so far? We've got 2,500 people watching currently. Who do you all think New York is going to select from Luka Magic? I don't know yet. I'm not entirely sure. Where does New York come up here in the next couple of picks? That's what I'm trying to figure out. New live poll coming here very quickly. Here's the question that we're going to ask you. Will Shedeur Sanders be a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL? Went to the Browns. If you are just joining us, welcome. Welcome. It's great to see you. At pick number 145. 5th round pick. Crazy. Never seen anything like it. So will he become a starting caliber quarterback? I'm saying yes. I'm way higher on Shedeur Sanders than a lot of guys. That's just the truth. I know that everybody is split. It's like a 50-50 split right now. A lot of people saying no. He eventually will. See, Tracker, I believe I'm right there with you. Eventually he will. He's got a little bit of growing up to do. Say that again, Sam. Yeah, let's get some shout-outs here. Junior says no way. David says yes. Plays only says Browns have like 6 quarterbacks. Yeah, they do. They have a ton. They got to move off that Deshaun Watson contract. No, Trey, says John Edward Kruger. Okay, in all caps. Brandon says yes in 2 to 3 years. Eventually. Yes, from Full Box Jamal. Yes, from Caden. Nexus Smith says Giants are on the clock. Ducky Bands, he is buns. Too many damn quarterbacks. Logan says yes, but give him time. I'm right there with you guys. I think it's not week 1. Maybe halfway. Halfway through his rookie season, he might be able to start. But I think some growing is definitely something that he needs to work on. Because the intangibles are not there right now. The podium presence, the media presence, it's clearly turned a lot of people off. That's not from me. You see those storylines all over the place. He's going to the Browns. Whew. Will he become a starting caliber quarterback? It's also our brand new poll. Right now, 63% of you, so almost 2/3 of you are saying yes. This is crazy. Dylan Gabriel will start before Shedeur Sanders. No way. Dylan Gabriel is a left-handed quarterback with a weak arm, no mobility in Cleveland, which gets very, very cold, which he can't play in. I don't know. I don't know. He interviewed better. Whoa. Damn. Sam throwing out some crazy takes. Not that crazy. All right. Tracer saying Gabriel has a weak arm. Sanders has a weak arm. Yes, but Dylan Gabriel's arm is like really bad. They threw so many slants and bubble screens in that offense. Same with Shedeur at Colorado. But I feel like Dylan Gabriel had such a much better offensive line. Like his offensive line was far and away light years better than what Shedeur was dealing with. He's also talking in all caps. So he's like yelling at me. We did get 2 picks in. All right, next pick in for the Cincinnati Bengals, Jalen Rivers, the guard out of Miami. And one of the things that I'll say here, we've always been clamoring since Joe Burrow has been drafted, is to protect him. And they just haven't done it, right? And I have not liked the Cincinnati Bengals draft at all. I thought they reached for a lot of players like Demetrius Knight Jr. I thought Shamar Stewart was not a great pick at number 17. But I'll tell you what, anytime you can take offensive linemen to potentially protect Joe Burrow is something that I can't knock you for. He's super heavy-footed, so he doesn't have that quickness that you like as a guard. But he's got good length and power. So if there's one position that you're going to be able to do that with and not be the fastest, most agile, it's at guard. That down the hill, north to south blocking is something that a guard really needs to be good at, especially when opening up holes in the run game. And I've always been a big proponent of a good run game equals a great vertical passing attack. And we know that the receivers quarterback combination in Cincinnati is deadly. So I like the pick. I don't know what grade I'm going to give it because, again, at 153, how many of these guys can you really give an A+ grade with? Tom Downey has him ranked at 143 overall, and you got him at 150. So right around where he's supposed to go. Probably a developmental player, rotational guard at best. Not bad, though, for protecting Joe Burrow. Shamar James, didn't we did talk about him at. Yeah, I was going to say, we're good. No worries. Marcus Bowe went to the Jets. Giants. Okay. Oh, great pick. God, the Giants are crushing it. Marcus Bowe to the Giants. Marcus Bowe to the Giants, the guard from Purdue. Tom Downey's been very, very high on this guy. 6'4", 302 pounds. And watching Purdue play a couple of games last year, I'm big into some Indiana school football. He was like the only player on offense that could do anything for Purdue. Not even going to lie to you. He's got great football IQ. He's great with his hands, and he's quick. This is one of the most underrated guards in the draft. Marcus Bowe going to the Giants feels like an excellent A pick. He's actually the 4th rated guard, according to Tom Downey, and number 56 overall. So the fact that he falls all the way down to 52, great value. Now, his length isn't great. He might do better at center than he would at guard. But with Brian Daboll's offensive mind and what he was able to do for Josh Allen when he was in Buffalo, can't be beat. I think the problem with Daboll's Giants is that you were dealing with Daniel Jones, your offensive line was bad, and it's clear now that they're crushing this draft. Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart for their future, signed Russell Wilson. The Giants are making waves. The Giants might be around a 500 team next year. I love this pick. I think it's an A+ here pick for Marcus Bowe going to the Giants. Dante Trader Jr., safety out of Maryland, going to the Miami Dolphins. Safety in this draft, I'm not going to lie to you, has been kind of weak outside of like Xavier Watts, who went yesterday. And I had a high second-round grade for him, and he fell all the way to the very back of round 3. So, again, feels like a reach here for Dante Trader Jr. But he is a former All-American lacrosse player and made a jump to focusing on football. So he doesn't have a ton of time as a football player, but it's clear that he's an awesome athlete. So his versatility across both safety spots at free safety and strong safety, he can also kind of double as a nickel. So that limited, kind of impact and limited time as a football player probably hurts his draft stock here. So it's obvious this is a developmental piece for the Miami Dolphins. But with these athletes, you never know who's going to be a hit or miss pick. It's like a 50-50 shot. So if you're drafting him based on the athletic traits alone, that's a great pick. If you're drafting him because you think he's a great skill player, I don't know what you're thinking. Wow, we passed 408,000 really, really quickly. Do I owe a Bean Boozled? Where is the bean? Oh, it's over here. Whew. Excuse me, guys. I had to grab the beans over here. Oh, Samuel. All right, which one should I do, guys? Give me a color. Just give me a random color. I'll do it right now. I'll pick the black one. Is this black licorice? I really hope not. That would be like the good flavor, right? All right, licorice or burnt rubber. So this is going to suck either way. Yay me. It's burnt rubber. Rubber. Have you ever chewed on like a rubber cord? Oh my God, that's awful. That might be the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. No Diddy, full Diddy. Family show. That's awful. Trash can, it's over there. I'm going to put it right. I'm going to put it over here. We're fine. All right. As I try to wash that taste out of my mouth, please hit that subscribe button. We'll do a what? I'll do one with you. How about this? Hit that subscribe button. Sam and I are going to shotgun together once we hit 408,500. So smash that subscribe button right now. It's absolutely free, unlike ESPN Plus, which costs $120 a year. And we are going to bring you every single pick here of the 2025 NFL Draft. By the way, my very first draft as well here at Chat Sports. So if you're not going to click sub for the coverage, can you click sub for me, please? And thank you. I've been told I'm doing an okay job. Today's hard. I'm not going to lie. I was told that today was going to be the most rough day. It's rough. It's tough. All right. It's time to nut up or shut up. Hey, Nick, we appreciate that, brother. You can't subscribe more than once. You're absolutely correct. So spam me if you've already subbed. One is all you need. 100 picks out. Okay, cool. So only 100 picks left. Keep hitting that sub button, guys. Let's go. I want a shotgun a beer. I'm trying to get rowdy on the last day. Keep my eyes open. Give me something engaging to do. It's playing. Simping for subs. I am a simp in this case, and yes, big time simp. We do have a trade coming up here. There was a trade. Okay, so the trade already happened. The Chiefs received pick number 156, and the Steelers go back to 164 and a 7th round 226. So the Chiefs then selected, we'll get here in just a second, Jeffrey Bassa. Is it Bassa or Bassa? Bassa, I was correct already. The linebacker out of Oregon. All right, so let's talk a little bit about Mr. Bassa, shall we? 6'1", 232 pounds. In 2024, 14 games played, 54 tackles. Not the greatest production, only 3 tackles for loss and a sack and a half. But he did get 11 pressures, which is 18.6% of his pressure rate. So that's actually not too bad. He did play some middle linebacker at Oregon, but I'd probably move him outside to a wing back because of his size. He's a little bit undersized to play middle linebacker. Middle linebacker, you're going to try to get up to about 250. So this is probably an outside linebacker. Again, he's 23, so still kind of young. There's not much to talk about him other than, he's got that that outside linebacker look. Compact, short, not the greatest length. So maybe he comes off with a little bit more quickness off the edge. But in round 5, not a bad pick here for the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, I like the big board. I love the big board. I'm not gonna lie to you. My biggest sleeper in this draft has been Torrey Horton. I've been all over this guy. I think, here's a hot take for you. Ready? I think he's going to be a starting wide receiver 2 on any team that he goes to, minus like the Cincinnati Bengals. I think he's that good. I think he, at Colorado State, I was blown away from what he done. I watched his highlight tape, and again, highlight tapes don't capture the whole picture. But from what he was able to produce, and now he did come off a really bad injury in 2024, but in 2023 and 2022, he was sensational. So I can't wait to see where he gets picked, and I'm going to deep dive on him as soon as he does get picked. But other guys on this list, Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle out of Texas, Miles Frazier, the guard out of LSU, followed by Damian Martinez, Sam Munden Jr., I think that's how you say it. Dorian Strong has been a player that people want to keep their eyes on, a very long corner out of Virginia Tech. Long and strong is what I call him. Logan Brown, the offensive tackle out of Kansas, followed by Tez Johnson, the wide receiver, speedy guy out of Oregon, who's very, very slight, probably the lightest player in this draft. Kobe Bryant, another player to keep your eye on. Rashard Smith, the running back from SMU, who went and was clearly the focal point of their offense last year. Devin Neal, a guy that I'm super high on at 13th at KU. I wanted the Bears to get him. Maybe they still can if he falls maybe to round 6 or round 7. And then guys like Mitchell Evans, the tight end out of Notre Dame, and Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State. We do have the pick in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Elijah Roberts, the edge out of SMU. Now, I didn't know about SMU's defense. I didn't think it was that great last year. They did give up a lot of points. Their name of the game was offense last year. So, again, one of these players that didn't produce a ton in terms of tackles, but he did have 7.5 sacks. So, it's a good run stopper, struggles with finishing, but he's got a nice blend of size, length, and power. So, again, you're basing this off of athletic traits, right? And this athleticism that he has to play edge full-time might not be there, but the raw power is. So 7.5 sacks is nothing to shake your head at, right? 60 pressures is also fantastic. So he's getting to the quarterback. He's just not finishing. So I look at this and I say, nice pick here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, although pass rush wasn't one of the things they needed. I feel like their defensive line was actually pretty good. So, again, a nice little addition pick, an insurance pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive line. Packers are on the clock, and their pick is in. No, you're good. Draft is in Green Bay, by the way. I have a ton of friends that are out there right now. Yes, you are correct on that. Chargers pick is in. Kendre Lambert-Smith, the wide receiver out of Auburn. Kendre Lambert-Smith. Keandre Lambert-Smith. Keandre Lambert-Smith, the wide receiver out of Auburn. Let's talk about him for a second, shall we? 50 receptions for 981 yards with 8 touchdowns. He's a pretty good athlete. Got good vertical speed, so he can stretch the field like you want out of a wide receiver, and that's exactly what the Los Angeles Chargers are looking for. Decent production. Yards after the catch is pretty good, too. I didn't see a ton from him that, was like outstanding. That route tree and that route running capability isn't that great. He looks too much like an athlete playing football at some times. So Mr. Downey claims that if you're watching it, you're like, hey, the athletic traits are there, the speed and athleticism that you like is there, but he has to get more technical. And with that being said, his productivity wasn't that bad. Look at the average, though. That's something that needs to be pointed out. So it's clear that they sent him on go routes all the time. And that's someone that they need. They need someone to stretch the field. Now, they did draft Trey Harris yesterday, who's also a more skilled version of what Keandre Lambert-Smith can bring you. So I actually like the pick as a little insurance, but I don't think he sees the field, especially with that Trey Harris pick yesterday on day 2. Some quick super chats that we're going to hit here in just a second. Crash out. Didn't send anything. Next time, send something in, my man. From Pan of Pizza. The value for Sanders is insane and normally would be an easy A. But the Browns already drafted a quarterback and needed other things. Overall, it's a B. That's not a bad take. Like if you're saying, hey, we already attacked the quarterback position and we've got a very wide and extensive quarterback room, I can understand why you're saying that. But can you imagine if Shedeur becomes the franchise quarterback for your team and you got him in round 5? How many guys do you know in NFL history that have gone later than round 5 and later, I should say, and have been franchise level quarterbacks? Tom Brady, Tony Romo, Brock Purdy. Can you name anybody else? Like off the top of your head? I can't. Those are the 3. So it's very few and far between. And everybody was grading Shedeur Sanders as a first-round pick. So I appreciate the $5 super chat. I think you're pretty spot on. Why won't Jerry draft a wide receiver? I just don't get it. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going through Jerry's head. I thought Ted McMillan was a Dallas Cowboy. Now, he got picked before the Cowboys could pick, but there was still Luther Burden. There was Emeka Egbuka on the board in round 1, and they didn't go anything with skill. They went a guard at pick number 12. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Our super chat menu looks like this, by the way. For every 100 subscribers, we're doing another Bean Boozled. And I just ate burnt rubber, which was the worst thing I think I've ever put in my mouth. A second. It was awful. It was absolutely terrible. It was the worst thing I've ever tasted. $5 is going to enter you into that draft hat raffle. And with $10, if you want a super chat, we're going to talk about your team and the draft picks that they've already made. And again, if you do decide to super chat, we greatly appreciate it. Packers pick is in. Colin Oliver, the linebacker out of Oklahoma State. One of Sam Brown's favorite schools, by the way. Just playing. Competitive player with a high motor and power in his hands. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not super familiar with this guy, but I will say this. We do have the Packers report host here in just a second that will be joining us, Mr. Joey Peterson, who is going to break down this pick in more detail. So one thing more about Colin Oliver, he needs to clean up his tackling issues at Oklahoma State. They didn't have a great defense last year, but he has the traits to play solid linebacking coverage, which means he could drop back in like a 3-tech system and play in defensive pass schemes. So with that being said, we're going to bring in Joey Peterson here in just a second. Overall, he was ranked at 235. He was a linebacker 17. Again, for what the Packers have on defense right now, I think it's an okay pick. Not great, not terrible. I'll give it a solid C or a C-. That's just my take on it, though. That's just my 2 cents. All right. Mr. Joey Peterson, the Packers Report host. Welcome into the channel. Appreciate you stepping on. Let's talk a little bit about Colin Oliver before we get into a little bit more of the flow of the draft. What do you see with this pick?
A little bit of confusion. That's kind of my first reaction. Linebacker necessarily isn't a massive need for Green Bay. They've got a couple of pretty good linebackers. And my big question for the Packers is, what's going to happen at cornerback? Jair Alexander hasn't been traded yet.
Mhm.
It is halfway through the 5th round. Jair Alexander is not going to get traded now. They're not going to trade him for a 6th-round pick.
No way.
And so I still believe Jair Alexander won't be on this team in about a couple of weeks because they could save $17 million putting a post-June 1st designation on him. And you have the massive question mark and massive spot to fill at that cornerback position. And through the first 5 rounds, you haven't addressed it yet. I thought they maybe were going to do it in the 4th. Now, I do really like Barron Sorrell.
Yep.
Thought they maybe could have done it in the 3rd as well. They didn't do it there. I like Savion Williams as well.
I thought edge was definitely something the Packers definitely needed to attack.
Yes, myself as well.
But especially because after the Lucas Van Ness pick a couple of years ago, he really hasn't materialized into what they thought he was going to be. He had that bull rush sort of, move where he was just big, physical, and strong. He really hasn't developed any other moves outside of that.
He hasn't. Well, and that was my thought. My thought going into the 2025 NFL draft for Green Bay was cornerback, wide receiver, edge. Address those first 3 needs in the first 3 rounds in any order. It could have been wide receiver, edge, corner. It could have been edge, corner, wide receiver. I don't care. Address those needs in the first 3 picks. Then after that, go best player available. They've addressed wide receiver twice in the first 3 rounds. I'm not mad about it. I like both guys. I think both guys are going to be really good players. It's just kind of been a confusing draft so far.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I think that's something to keep an eye on, especially with trade rumors buzzing after the draft is going to happen. Maybe a post-June 1st trade for Jair Alexander. We'll have to keep an eye on it. The next pick is in at 160, Marquise Seigel. Am I saying that correctly? Our resident pronunciation guy.
Let me get a check for you.
I don't want to butcher his
name. It is Marquise.
It is Marquise Seigel.
Siegel.
Siegel.
Marquise like the bird.
Okay, got it. Siegel. Fluid athlete, plays well above his weight and class. Now, one of the things that I will mention about the San Francisco 49ers, as I mentioned earlier, they lost so many players in free agency. They lost Talanoa Hufanga. He's now on the Denver Broncos. So adding another player to replace him. Now, I know Hufanga has been dealing with injuries the last couple of years, but it's clear that the San Francisco 49ers are trying to beef up that defense because last year it was probably their biggest area of need outside of lacking a Christian McCaffrey on offense.
Yeah, and they just got a guy who's kind of an athletic freak, 9.64 relative athletic score at the scouting combine. He misses a lot of tackles, missed 13 this past season, 16.7%. And then the year prior to that, 13 for 14.3%. Major jump, not in the right way. But when it comes down to it, he misses some, but he's still a willing tackler. It's not that he's just missing them because he's doing the old Deion Sanders, giving it the nice little college try. He just isn't a great one. Obviously, you go to San Francisco, now with Robert Saleh, a really physical defensive coordinator.
Who has been there before.
I think he's going to take a step in the right direction when it comes to tackling. Speaking of tackling, a linebacker off the board at pick number 161 to the Philadelphia Eagles. Moose, they can't help but see that block G and say, you know what? I need that guy in Philadelphia.
It's now considered North Athens. I think that's what you have to start calling Philadelphia because it feels like every player that they have on their defense, whether it be a starter or a rotational player, is all from Georgia. Another elite athlete. And it feels like Howie Roseman just keeps getting away with highway robbery. He's getting these unbelievable athletic players that they learn how to develop. So whether they lack skill or not to do it at the highest level, it's clear that a lot of guys that go to Philadelphia are taught the right way. And Vic Fangio is one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. So if anybody can teach this guy how to be a great player at the next level, it's going to be Vic Fangio. Another very solid pick here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I will say there are some injury concerns when it comes to Smile London. Only played 4 games in 2024 with a foot injury. And then he had a left foot injury in 2023 that ended his season after surgery. He tore his labrum in 2022. Didn't miss any games then. But still also had meniscus surgery his senior year of high school. This guy is one of those guys who just kind of hasn't been able to stay on the field. But when he's on the field, he's really productive. Regardless, I think he fits very well in Philadelphia. Let's keep talking about linebackers, shall we?
Francisco Moigoa.
That's a good try.
Maui
Maui
Goa?
Goa? It is Mauing Oa.
Mauing Goa.
Or like Iamaliava.
Francisco Mauing Goa. The 6'2", 233-pound linebacker from Miami, who had a very, very productive 2024. 96 tackles, excuse me. And he's a thumper back who's going to fit the run game very, very well. He doesn't have the pass rush skills, doesn't have the hands, doesn't have the speed off the edge that you want to get after the quarterback. But he was a team captain, by the way. So a leader, high energy, productive, 96 tackles in 2024. I feel like the Jets adding another player like this, especially after that disaster with Robert Saleh, who built up that defense only for it to be kind of torn down. Now they have Aaron Glenn, who is a defensive-minded head coach. I think this is a solid pick here. Not bad at all for the New York Football Jets here at 162.
Yeah, the funny thing about him, he was actually a quarterback in high school, got some offers to play QB, got better
leadership.
offers to play linebacker. And what I really like about him is 0 career missed games. You want that out of your green dot. You want that out of your Mike linebacker, a guy who's not only physical, tough, athletic, but almost more importantly than anything, you want a guy who's durable. And the Jets just got that with Francisco. Go ahead, get down in the comment section for us and shout out your city. We are in sub-only mode, so you can't get in the chat unless you hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, you got to hit subscribe if you want to shout out your city. We're going to start giving shout outs here in just about 30 seconds. We're going to let it load up here just a little bit, but shout out your city. Where are you watching day 3 of the 2025 NFL draft from?
Jordan Clements, my brother-in-law's in the chat saying Raleigh, North Carolina. We got Harrisburg, PA. Jennifer's in Dallas, D-Town, stand up.
Andrew's watching from London.
Oh, good
International.
day. Good day. Oh, wait, that's Australian.
What's going on, bruv? What's going on, bruv?
I'm dead. Kennedy, my wife is here. She's in Santa Rosa Beach right now. I know, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I know. Very, very jealous. She got some sun, some sunshine. The Dino Dens in Shelton. Kelly Robertson in Cancun. Everybody's on vacation right now.
This is ridiculous.
A little beach, a little sun, a little sand. The Dougie, Fayetteville, North Carolina. Overton saying Ravens all day. Flock, baby, flock. Robinson's in San Diego, California. King is in Vinland, New Jersey. Indianapolis, Indiana. La Quinta, California. Alan, are you at a La Quinta in California, or is there a city in California named La Quinta?
I think that you're thinking the city, not the hotel.
He could be at a La Quinta in La Quinta.
I just stayed at the Hilton last night. And there is a Hilton Head, California as well.
And there's probably a
It
Hilton.
was very nice.
There's probably a Hilton in Hilton Head.
There probably is a Hilton in Hilton
I need to
Head.
see if there's a La Quinta in La Quinta. Anyway, keep giving shout outs. I'm going to get to the bottom.
Believe it or not, Anthony says hello from Korea. Kamsahamnida. Thank you. Welcome to the chat, my friend. Portsmouth, Virginia. Julian's watching from South Dakota. Were you correct?
After some exhaustive research, there is a La Quinta in La Quinta, California. Jack, don't rain on my parade.
Can you just let him have his moment?
Let
him have his moment.
Thank you. Hey, Sun Devils channel's in here. Scottsboro, Alabama. Greenbush, Maine, Florida, Palm Beach, Hampton, Virginia, Buffalo, Alaska. Jeffrey, where at in Alaska? Oh, we got someone from Croatia. I actually have a really good friend from middle school who plays soccer in Croatia.
Really?
Yes.
Like professionally?
He played for FC Dallas last season, and now he's playing in Croatia right now. Yeah. His name is Ahmet Korka.
Sam knows him.
I hate you,
Sam knows every soccer player.
Yeah, that's Sam's
professional or amateur.
Ooh, Anthony's in Korea, and Jeffrey's in Ketchikan, Colombia. But that could be Columbia, South Carolina. Oh, Bogota?
Bogota, yeah.
That's the capital. I'm not gonna sing it, but I learned a South American capital song back in 3rd grade. I still know it, but I'm not going to get into it.
Is it the United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic Dominican?
No, it's not that either. It's Bogota, Colombia, Quito. I'm not going to go there, but hey, just trust me on that.
Have you guys not seen the countries of the world? The song by Yakko Warner. you remember that back in the 90s, that cartoon? Well, maybe you guys are
I
old
wasn't
enough.
alive in the 90s, Moose.
Oh,
I'm
God.
sorry.
All right, never mind. I feel so old. I memorized the first quarter of that song.
Jordan
Pick us in.
Lima, Peru. And we're going to go to pick number 163, Mitchell Evans, tied it out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, baby!
Take it away, Mr. Moose.
Okay. One of the things I will say about Mitchell Evans, I feel really, really bad for Mitchell Evans because last year he had Riley Leonard as quarterback. And as much as I loved his production, Riley Leonard I'm talking about, he's not a middle of the field passing quarterback. He was almost allergic to throwing post routes. And Mitchell Evans finds comfort over the middle of the field. It's where he's most comfortable. So you get a player like Riley who throws the ball at the line of scrimmage. That's not Evans' game. He's not a slot corner. He's more of a line him up in play action over the middle of the field and let him do his work with his big body and big frame. He's got great ball skills over the middle, like I said, but he lacks a little bit of shiftiness. So lighting him up in a slot, not his game. With that being said, Bryce Young can't see over the middle of the field. So I kind of question this pick because you've got a 5'9" quarterback and a tight end that you just drafted who likes to play over the middle of the field. So unless Bryce Young has, kind of learned how to maneuver outside of the pocket, I don't see this as a great pick, although I love the player, not the fit.
Yeah, I think that he's a good player, and there's a reason Tom Downey has him as the number 137 overall prospect. Fantastic value, getting him at number 163, almost a full round ahead of where Tom thinks he should have gone. The fit is a little bit of a question mark, but if you're being honest, there's a lot of question marks that are in Carolina.
Well,
right
Notre
now.
Dame is known for two things: tight ends and offensive linemen. So every single tight end that has gone to the NFL out of Notre Dame, they've had some success in the NFL. I like the pick. Not the fit, but I like Mitchell Evans as a player.
Yaya Black.
Is that how you say it?
Pittsburgh continues to go with
Is this East-West
defensive
Bowl?
line.
Is this East-West Bowl? Yaya Black.
And
Duke University.
he's going to be wearing some black and gold with the Pittsburgh Steelers. 6'5" and 3/4, 336 pounds, 34 tackles in 2024. He's a space eater, massive wingspan. He's a really good run stopper. What I have kind of noticed about the Pittsburgh Steelers is it's very Mike Tomlin for them to hit trenches, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But do you think the Derrick Henry effect in Baltimore has anything to do with some of their draft selections?
Oh,
this week?
100%. When you get a player as strong and as fast as Derrick Henry is, you have to do everything that you can to try and plug up those A gaps, B gaps, and C gaps. And Derrick Henry is one of those players that he just seems to kind of defy age, right?
Yeah.
Like last year, we all thought maybe he takes a slight step back because Lamar Jackson loves to run the football too. Nope. Had an MVP caliber season just like Lamar Jackson did. It was the best running back and quarterback tandem in the NFL last year, bar none, outside of a Jalen Hurts and a Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
So I think this is clearly a great pick here for one of those reasons. And also the Steelers, they have led the league the last couple of years in defensive spending. So picking guys that they could potentially pay, probably something that's very high on Mike Tomlin's to-do list.
Yeah, they love spending money on defensive players. Mike Tomlin is the quintessential, he's the poster child of defense wins championships. And
Old school, baby.
They're trying to do that same exact strategy, replicate that in the draft. We do have a trade alert.
Uh-oh.
The Chargers received the 2025 sixth-round pick, number 165 overall. We have yet to be announced the full details for what the Eagles will receive. We'll get that to you as soon as we can. And Jim Harbaugh finally gets his tight end, Oronde Gadsden II, 6'4.5", 241 pounds. The young player, hometown Fort Lauderdale, Florida, played with the Syracuse.
Yeah,
Orange.
Mix Jackson, Flaxen, Waxen, tight end out of Syracuse.
Almost
So,
cut
this is
for-
crazy.
This is crazy.
How many names are we going to get that are just completely out there? This is not, this feels like you're reading the back of a mouthwash bottle. And you're like, what are the ingredients? Oh, well, Rondé Gadsden. That's actually pretty nice.
It's pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. Was it like this before I got in here? I
No,
brought the
no.
okay,
As
I
soon
brought-
as you play, maybe you caused the craziness.
regardless,
Because look, we had Mitchell Evans, and then it goes Yaya Black and Aronde Gadsden.
regardless, almost 1,000 yards catching passes from Kyle McCord in 2024. 7 times he found pay dirt. 39 yards was his longest catch. I think that this is going to be a really good fit in Los Angeles. They desperately need tight end help. There were a lot of rumors about them possibly trading for a guy like Mark Andrews, about possibly even offering something for a guy like Mark Andrews. They choose to build in the draft, and they do it with Gadsden.
Well, and one thing I will say about Gadsden is he kind of reminds me of an Evan Ingram type player where you do line him up in the slot. And Evan Ingram has shown over the last couple of years that he has some unbelievable production left in the tank. So maybe this could be a player that if Justin Herbert finds a connection with, he can end up becoming like an Evan Ingram, where he's a middle of the field guy, high, heavy volume guy. I like the pick here for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see kind of what that offense all shapes out to be. Obviously, they're doing their best to try to give a guy like Justin Herbert as many weapons as they can. Obviously, they went running back very early in the draft with Marion Hampton, and they add him another weapon, this time at tight end. And now we go over to wide receiver Torrey Horton, who I believe, and Moose, based on your reaction, I believe you think that as well. He's going to be one of the steals of this draft when it's all said and done.
The biggest steal in the 2025 NFL draft. That's not an exaggeration. I'm not saying that hyperbolically. This dude is unbelievable. He's got vertical speed with also a great route tree. Now, again, his route running isn't elite, but he understands concepts like that. So he is coming off a pretty nasty knee injury in 2024, which is why he has slid so far. A lot of guys are like, well, he played at Colorado State, got a really bad injury. Is that going to translate to the next level? Yes, it will. He's ranked number 89 overall. He played center field in high school, and so he understands how to flip his hips on a dime and change direction immediately. He's fast. He's got a nose for the football. I love him as a prospect, and adding him to a wide receiver room where you can learn under the guise of Cooper Kupp and now Elijah Arroyo, who they brought in, Jackson Smith and Jigba. This is an excellent pick here for the Seattle Seahawks. I think he's a very solid wide receiver too, right behind. Well, in this case, you've got two guys that are really, really, really good. So
Yeah,
maybe
you
wide
do.
receiver 3.
I mean,
I love Torrey Horton.
I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of next season he steps up and kind of is over Cooper Kupp a little bit. I think Torrey Horton is going to be a phenomenal player. He had 1 drop last year, and he had 4 the year before that. He does not drop the football. He's a willing and able blocker. We all know that Mike McDonald, being a defensive coach, is a naturally physical coach, likes his wide receivers to be able to block. Torrey Horton brings that to Seattle.
Yes, sir.
Jackson Slater, the center out of Sacramento State, is off the board to Tennessee. 9 games played for Sacramento State this
Had good
past
tape.
season. 6'3", 311 pounds, had great tape. Is one of those guys that if he had that same amount of tape for a school like Georgia, a school like Alabama, he probably would have been a 1st or 2nd round pick. But obviously, it's always going to be a risk taking a guy who played at the level at Sacramento State. But Tennessee doing something in protecting their newfound quarterback, the savior of who they want, in Cam Ward.
I agree with you here. I like the pick a lot. And I feel like that center position is something that's so undervalued on teams. If you have a bad center, your quarterback is so most likely going to have a struggle of a year. That's one of the reasons, in my opinion, why Justin Fields failed in Chicago was because they had such a bad center that year. And remember, centers are often the ones that can call audibles at the line of scrimmage when they're picking up defensive schemes, like identifying a Mike linebacker or identifying a blitz. So if he can have good field vision and understand what defensive concepts are like, this is an excellent pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, I agree. And look like it's starting a little bit of a run on centers because Drew Kendall out of Boston College, the number 168 overall pick. He's a Philadelphia Eagle, 23 years old, 6'4", 308 pounds, a little bit bigger than Jackson Slater, but he's got a lot to like. He was a 3-year starter, 37 career starts. And he's taking all of that with him, bringing it to Philadelphia. And that's a team who, when you look at their run to the Super Bowl, they won that Super Bowl in the trenches.
Yes.
Now they did lose a couple pieces on each side,
Yep,
and now
Mekhi
Drew Kindle
Becton's
can
gone.
be there.
Josh Sweat gone.
Yep.
So you're right. But one of the things that I will say, and I've said it, this is probably the 6th time I'm going to say it, 3 things in life for certain: death, taxes, Eagles having a good offensive line.
Yep.
They just know how to develop it. So if this is your 3rd center off the board, which is not a great center class, I think the Eagles can clearly teach this guy to maybe become the next potential Jason Kelsey. I wouldn't go that far because he's a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest we've ever seen, but I like the pick nonetheless.
Moving on to the Chicago Bears, Zay Frazier, is the selection. I really like Zay Frazier. Now, he is a 6-year senior. He is a little bit older, 24 years old, but I think he showed incredible stuff this last year for the UTSA Roadrunners, had 6 interceptions. The one kind of caveat I have on him is that he kind of was a one-year wonder. Didn't have a ton of great years prior to this past season, but he was phenomenal, right? 15 pass breakups, 6 interceptions, only let up 18 receptions, 1 touchdown. I think he could be a really, really good player in this Bears defense.
Well, so right now, the cornerbacks in Chicago are Tyreek Stevenson and Jalen Johnson. And Jalen Johnson's a Pro Bowler, but let's focus on Stevenson for just a second. He's a very aggressive corner. He likes to jump routes very frequently, and that's what leads to his, incredible picks sometimes. But with that being said, it leaves him open to busted coverage every so often. So I think Zay Frazier is one of those players that they're going to bring in. Zay Frazier, that they're going to bring in order to, if you needed to switch out Tyreek Stevenson and play a little bit more zone coverage in a scheme, he'd be the type of player that comes in and does it because he's got such great skills in zone coverage.
Hey, if you guys are having a good time, let us know by getting down there near the comment section and hitting that thumbs up button. We're 26 likes away from 1,000 likes. We got 1,700 people in here. All I need, 26 diehard NFL fans, diehard NFL draft fans. If you love football, if you love what we're doing right here at Chat Sports, getting you updated on every single thing you need to know regarding pick by pick of the NFL draft, then go ahead, hit that thumbs up button. We're only 25 away now. Who's going to push us over?
I just want to say for the record right now,
Say it for the
we've
record.
got the competitor, ESPN, on the TV.
Yep.
Yes, we do.
They are just showing picks on an L3.
Yeah.
While they're interviewing some guy on Zoom. I have no idea who he is.
He's the Jags general manager.
Okay,
but
he's the
still.
Jags general manager. Whatever. And they're just throwing picks on an L3, not doing any analysis. We've been doing analysis on every single pick.
Yep.
Doesn't matter who it is.
Correct.
Doesn't matter where they're going.
Full scouting report.
Full scouting reports. We got full graphics. Like the video if you love the NFL draft, because I think we're doing it better than them.
I think so
agree.
too. Now, let me ask you this. Do you have the analytics up that could tell us where we were on likes last year on day 3?
Last year's likes was 1,248.
Wow, we could beat that.
We're going to beat that.
We're going to beat that.
Yeah, we're going to beat that. We're 2 likes away from getting 1,000. 1,683 people
We got
watching.
it.
And we got 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, everybody, for everybody who is tuning in, having a good time, hitting that thumbs up button. All those little free things that you guys do helps us out a ton. So we're incredibly appreciative for everything that you guys do to help support us. Appreciative? Did I say appreciative? Well, I'm not appreciative of Sam being in this room.
Here's something I didn't realize either. When you like the video or the stream or whatever it is you're watching on YouTube, YouTube takes that and they say, "Oh, you want more stuff like this? I'm going to show it to you the next time you open the app," and so on and so forth. So every time you hit it, if you love what we're doing, it helps us bring more content to you. So it helps us out both ways.
Yeah, we can't mash ESPN for not showing you picks without showing you the next pick that just flew off the board. Jordan Hancock, cornerback out of the Ohio State University. 21 years old, 6 feet tall, 186 pounds. Had a pretty good season this past year at Ohio State, 48 tackles, interception, 9 pass breakups as well. And
is it nickel corner?
He is a nickel corner, so he's not going to be your outside, press man coverage, go line up against the corner or the wide receiver one on the other team. But I still think for the value that you got him, 163rd overall rated prospect, we all know that Buffalo needs cornerback help, and they got some with Jordan Hancock.
Yes, they did, but they also drafted Maxwell Hairston with the 30th overall pick, who's got elite zone coverage skills, maybe the best in this NFL draft class. I think what Buffalo is signaling to you is they realize that they've got Josh Allen, who's an MVP caliber quarterback. They've got James Cook, who had the best season of his career last year. They re-signed a bunch of offensive pieces, went and got Joshua Palmer in free agency. The Bills are
Love that.
They are attacking defense right now because the way to beat Kansas City and finally push your way into the Super Bowl is going to be on the defensive side of the football. Resigned Terrell Bernard to a 4-year, $76 million contract. Drafted Landon Jackson, the edge out of Arkansas. Maxwell Hairston on the quarterback 2 side, and now a nickel corner to replace Tre'Davious White. So all of these picks combined, I love what the Buffalo Bills are doing. I think it's an excellent job.
Yeah, I mean, Philadelphia showed everybody the formula. If you want to beat Kansas City, and sure, now Kansas City is looking at the draft and drafting a ton of offensive linemen, saying, okay, we're going to try to reverse it on you and get better on that side of the ball. But still, that's been the bugaboo for Buffalo is Kansas City. They're trying to get better on the defensive side of the ball. They're trying to get better in the trenches. They're trying to get better on the outside, and they're doing it right here in the 2025 NFL Draft. We do have a trade alert for you. Detroit, 171 overall. That's what they received from the New England Patriots. They give it the 182nd overall pick and the 228th overall pick. So Pats get a couple of picks in return. Lions move up to 171, and their pick is in. We'll wait and show you for a second. Were you a little bit surprised by their selection of Isaac Tesla so early today, Moose?
I was, but I also think he's a really good prospect.
Yeah.
So I think as much as someone wants to call it a reach, if you identify talent and you believe that your coaching staff can coach it up and maybe potentially get some really good value out of it, I think it's an excellent pick. And that's why, like, every so often you'll see guys that are like, oh, we reached for this guy, but he ends up turning out to be a really great player.
Yeah.
So then was it a reach?
No,
Not necessarily.
We could call them reaches now because all we have to do is go off their testing numbers, their film in college. No one's ever going to know if a pick is a reach until 2 or 3 years down the road when we see what they've done after a couple years in the NFL. The trades are rolling in. We got another one. The Rams being incredibly active today. They've been active for the entirety of this NFL draft. They received from the Vikings the 172nd overall pick in the 6th round. The Vikings details to be announced. Let's move on to a selection now. The Detroit Lions, they traded up because they saw a guard they really wanted. Miles Frazier out of LSU. I believe this is the 3rd offensive lineman from that Tiger team to be taken after Will Campbell and Emory Jones. But Miles Frazier, he's a really, really great talent. He's a little bit older, 23, but he's massive, 6'5", 317 pounds. And you know what? Dan Campbell just got a little bit stronger on the offensive line.
Well, one thing I think that Brian Kelly, the head coach of LSU, doesn't get a lot of credit for is he has developed offensive linemen over the years. It's one of the positions that he recruits at a very, very high level. He makes a point every single year to go out and make house calls with some of these players. Now, I don't know how much that's happened since COVID, but again, Miles Frazier, if it's one thing that the Lions know, it's guard and tackle play. Yeah. I mean, they've had the best offensive line in the NFL.
Frank Ragnow.
They're fantastic. Now, Ben Johnson left. How is it going to hold up? We're not entirely sure yet. But one thing is for sure, they're clearly trying to double down and load up that offensive line group again.
Well, and if you look at what our NFL draft expert Tom Downey thinks, the 97th overall prospect.
Great value pick.
Late in the 160s, Detroit gets a guy who should have gone in the top 100. Really good pick for the Lions right here. And when you believe that you have a quarterback who is kind of only excelling when there's a clean pocket with Jared Goff.
Yep.
He's not the greatest when he's put under pressure. All your life on offense is about letting him feel comfortable in that pocket.
And that's all. I mean, he's got stone for feet, right? Like it's just, he does not have any mobility outside of the pocket. But what he does very well, he does at some of the best levels in the NFL. Last year, I thought Jared Goff had one of his best seasons of his entire career, especially under the helm of Ben Johnson. So a nice little pick there for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, and they've done a really good job surrounding him with talent, with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams, who could be on the trade block. I'm sure we'll have more on that in the next couple of days here at Chat Sports. But now they're going to the trenches, like we've talked about a lot. How you win Super Bowls. They could not get over that hump Washington, who wasn't able to pressure anybody for the entirety of the NFL season, all of a sudden looked like the 85 Bears and were in Jared Goff's face all night long. He threw, I can't remember, 3 or 4 picks against the Commanders.
Maybe it was 5.
It was a lot. That's all I know.
It was a lot of picks. No, 5. That was earlier in the season against the Houston Texans. But it might have been 3 or 4. It was a ton. A ton. Shout out your favorite team down below in the comment section. We'll talk about the very first one that we see. So give it 30 seconds here. Spam your favorite team. We're going to talk about the first one we see and recap kind of what their draft has been like so far and going forward into the 2025 season.
3 interceptions against Washington in the NFC divisional round of the playoffs. So, not great. He was under pressure a lot, turned the ball over a lot. They're getting a lot better on the interior of that offensive line. Make sure to keep getting down in that comment section.
Spam it.
I'm seeing Eagles, Giants, Bears, Commanders, NFC East representing in the chat. Eagles, Packers, Commanders, Giants, Niners, Steelers, Giants, Bears, Eagles, Commanders, Chiefs, Eagles, Colts, Giants, Eagles, Seahawks, Commanders, Eagles, Chiefs, Cowboys, Seahawks.
Angela, Tony.
Do we want me to turn around and select?
I'll do it. I'll
Okay,
turn around.
Moose
I'll turn
is
around
gonna
and
do it.
select.
We're going to give you 10 more seconds, and then Moose is going to turn around. We're going to talk about your favorite team. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Moose, give us one.
Packers.
First one you saw was the Packers. Your favorite, my friend.
As a Bears fan, I would love nothing more than to talk about that team from up north.
How did that make you feel when Clay Matthews got on the? Could you laugh at that when he said the Bears?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah,
because here's the thing: as much as I dislike the team, I love the rivalry.
Yeah,
I love how much these two teams hate each other. And listen, I lived in Green Bay right outside of Green Bay for the last 2 years. I can tell you this wholeheartedly. Bears fans hate Packers fans way more than Packers fans hate Bears fans. Packers fans actually hate Vikings fans more. They kind of look at us like their little brother. Like, oh, try again next year, pal.
Yep.
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So OSU were the
100%.
Bears in this case, and that's funny because they both have orange. Yeah, it's
Little brother. But no, we talked about it a little bit when I first got on here because I came in at pick 159 when the Green Bay Packers selected Colin Oliver, linebacker out of OSU, Oklahoma State. It's been a really interesting draft for Green Bay. It has been one that I could not predict. I've done about 10 mock drafts. I've selected a decent bit of these players before, but not in this succession.
Yeah.
If you would have told me they drafted 2 wide receivers in the first 3 rounds, I would have said you're lying, especially the fact that they drafted a wide receiver in the first rounds for the first time, Moose. Could you guess when?
I'm going to guess since 2012.
2002.
Ooh, Jesus.
It had been 23 years since they drafted a wide receiver in the first round of the NFL draft. But I do like doing that because you're doing something you failed to do for your last franchise quarterback, is give them a franchise wide receiver.
Well, let's talk about the wide receiver room currently in Green Bay. It's the only one in the entire NFL where I can actually say it's a wide receiver by committee. They don't have a true number one.
They don't.
I mean, Christian Watson, vertical threat, always injured, can't stay on the field.
Yep.
Romeo Doubs, solid 3. Jaden Reed
Drops the ball.
drops the ball a lot. Jaden Reed, another player that for value was an amazing find.
Yep.
But he's not a true number 1 pick.
Drops the ball.
Also drops the ball. And then you have guys like Dontavian Wicks, Bo Melton that also kind of rotate in there. So solidifying with a Matthew Golden who can play primarily out of the slot, I feel like is something that Jordan Love is probably going to be valuing so much higher. And then Savion Williams, I think he's Diet Cordell Patterson light. I think he's amazing.
Yeah.
I think he's going to add
a little bit thinner.
He's going to add an excellent element to this Packers offense.
No, I couldn't agree. He gives Jordan Love that big deep threat, right? Who's blazing fast, but you could also kind of use him as a chess piece, put him in the backfield even if you want to at running back. And then you got Matthew Golden, who's your burner, who has solid hands, catches a lot above his height, you would think.
Plays
has
bigger.
A massive catch radius, and I think he's going to be a really fun selection. As we know, he absolutely burnt up the 40-yard dash. We're going to do one more of these. Get in the comment section down below. Tell us your favorite team, and we will talk about them.
How about you turn around this time
turn
as
around
we,
this
yeah,
time.
but we'll let it load up for here for about 30 seconds. Then we'll give you 10 seconds, turn around and talk. So keep spamming your favorite team. Let's go.
Niners, Seahawks. Seahawks, they are on the clock as we speak. Bryson Torres is a Cowboys fan. Unique Jones, Giants. We got the Niners in there. Keep getting the comment section down below. Let us know who your favorite team is. Matt is a Colts fan. Seahawks, Giants, Lions, Niners, Eagles, Giants, Niners, Eagles, Seahawks, Steelers. The Steel
Tony,
City.
Angela, Tony.
Eagles, Steelers, Seahawks, Eagles. All righty. I think we're good at 10 seconds.
All right,
Ooh, I
here we
see a
go.
Chargers and a
Turn around.
Browns.
Keep spamming it real quick. Let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm
Go
doing
ahead.
close eyes and point. It was the Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, so let's talk about, I'll start with quarterback and then kind of work my way out here. So clearly the question mark right now remains, is Aaron Rodgers going to end up a Pittsburgh Steeler? Because the Steelers have not addressed quarterback in this draft at all. So who are they riding with week 1? Right now it's Mason Rudolph.
I would love that.
Which well, Sam Brown says Kirk Cousins, but I don't think the Steelers want that either after, especially coming off the Achilles tear and that nasty shoulder injury last year with the Falcons. But you've got to think that Aaron Rodgers is going to end up a Steeler next year. And then this they've kind of built around the defense, but also added Caleb Johnson to pair with TJ Warren, who I think is a great running back out of Iowa, an excellent addition there in the 3rd round, who a lot of players had, or analysts had, going in round 2. I think the biggest question mark right now is still, what is Aaron Rodgers doing? Is he going to make the announcement after the draft, or is he going to retire? Because there's not another NFL team that is vying for his services.
Yeah. There was a report that came out right after the first round of the draft started. I believe it was Justina Anderson. Was it, Jack? We don't know. I'll continue. So apparently in this report, said reporter said, oh, it was Rossini. That's not the one I was talking about, but we'll go with this one. This was recent. Said Diana Rossini said the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers are continuing to maintain dialogue as the team waits on the future Hall of Famers free agency decision. A source tells me no timetable has been set by either side. I think that's debunking the false report from the day prior, which claimed that the Steelers gave him 48 hours before the draft to tell him they heard nothing, but I don't think that one's true. They're going to have to figure out that quarterback position. If they don't land Aaron Rodgers, look to them to trade for Derek Carr, possibly trade for Kirk Cousins, and get a guy in there that can run Arthur Smith's offense, which if you're a quarterback is not that hard to run, and that can just be reliable distributing the football and not turn the ball over. I think Derek Carr's probably the selection there if they had traded for anybody.
Interesting.
He's been faking a shoulder injury, or he's hurt with his
according
shoulder.
to our Saints host.
Very interesting what's going on with him. And so I would not be surprised if that's who the Steelers target when looking for a quarterback if Aaron Rodgers doesn't get there. But we have a new pick for you.
We have got
Chris Paul Jr., not from State Farm and not from the Los Angeles Clippers.
Cliff Paul.
It is the linebacker out of Ole Miss, 6 foot, 22 years old. Just one of those guys who's a really, really great tackler. And you can tell that linebacker has just been a little bit undervalued in this year's draft because Tom has him as the 130th overall player and the 8th linebacker in this class. And he does a lot of things really well, right? He had a massive jump in play over the last season, only missed 4 tackles, 1 flag, and he's got a lot of really good things to his game. The bad thing is he's not very tall. And he tends to bite a little bit on play action, which if you're going to play linebacker in the National Football League, you're going to need to shore that up. But Los Angeles getting a lot better in the middle center portion of that defense.
Yeah, and look, again, for a linebacker, you have to be able to have size. It's like one of the prerequisites to being a linebacker in the NFL. You cannot get bullied by offensive lines and running backs over the middle of the field. So unless he's unbelievable in pass coverage, I think the size is too big of a concern here. I don't like the pick.
Next up, the Buffalo Bills. They're choosing to add offense for the first time today.
I hate this pick.
This time is Jackson Hawes. Why do you hate the pick, Moose?
Okay, first of all, Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox are two very capable tight ends. They kind of equal one really good tight end.
Could not agree more.
But this guy had no productivity. Arguably. All right. Well, I mean, he's got literally no production though. Like he's not a receiving tight end. But that's a good point. Listen, our lead producer Sam said he's one of the best blocking tight ends in the draft class. So if that's specifically what you're, drafting him to do, then fine. It's an okay pick. But I don't think they needed to go tight end here. They could have gone another receiver. They could have gone a running back to back up James Cook, who's coming up on a contract year. I just didn't see the need here for a tight end, especially one that doesn't run routes like this.
Yeah, well, especially at this point in the draft. I feel like it's a little bit of a reach. I feel like he's a guy who, like Sam said, like we were talking about, very specialty. Does one thing really well, that's block. That guy's going to fall further than in the 170s, I feel like. So you could have waited, probably snagged him a little bit later, but obviously Sean McDermott sees something that he likes. Something that Arizona likes is Denzel Burke, cornerback out of Ohio State. He's on the smaller side of corner, 5'11". Let's round down to 5'11" flat, 186 pounds, soaking wet. Needs to put on a little bit more weight, but did some really good things for the Buckeyes. Obviously, anytime that you're a piece in a national championship winning defense, that's something to, look at and have some positivity about.
Well, he's got a ton of reps too. Like he's a 4-year senior here, started 3 years at Ohio State. I think he's an excellent, depth rotational corner. Again, probably not NFL ready day one, but again, Arizona's corners, you need all the help that you can get. So adding guys that can come in and get those extra reps, learn the defensive scheme that Jonathan Gannon wants to run, nothing wrong with the pick at all.
I will say when it was bad for Burke, it was really bad for Burke. He got picked on time and time and time again by pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
And so
good run defender, but
yeah,
as a corner, how often are you defending the run?
Not often. When he's good, he's good. When he's bad, he's bad. I think this is one of those selections that Jonathan Gannon looks at with the defensive mind that he has and says, you know what? I think I can turn him into something special. We got another tight end off the board. And I know he looks like he's 37 and is a couple years away from filing for AARP, but he's only 22. That's Robbie Outst. Oots. Robbie Oots. The names are back, ladies and gentlemen. Not a ton of production, 8 receptions, 108 yards. Great push.
Oh, no!
From Jack. Didn't even check the scouting report. That's okay. He was proving a point that Tom doesn't even have any notes on.
Actually, you know what? I'm not going to lie. This guy kind of looks like my local State Farm agent. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well,
Does he
there you go.
really? Yeah.
Okay, there we
Wow.
go.
Oh, let's do the list 4 stat here.
There we go. Now,
Didn't play. Selling insurance. In 2021, selling insurance.
8 catches, 108 yards, 2 touchdowns, 13.5 average. Now, I think that we can assume he's probably more on the blocking side of a tight end. And we're going full screen because Moose is incredibly surprised. Moose, why are you so flabbergasted right now?
Okay, so were those 8 plays just like the greatest 8 plays in history? Because he had 2 touchdowns last year. So, like, he caught these. I'm assuming he's a goal line tight end.
Yeah.
He's got to be a red zone threat, but probably not going to see the field much. 8 catches? I could get 8 catches.
And you want to know what's something hilarious? You know what's something hilarious?
4 catches.
That was a career high in
Whoa!
both catches and receiving yards.
Legend.
Probably
This-
touchdowns too.
The cigar salesman Oots.
Let's talk about somebody that I actually am very familiar with. He's going to the Baltimore Ravens. That is edge rusher Tyler Barron out of Miami.
Talk about it.
Formerly with the Tennessee Volunteers, transferred to the U. This guy is big. This guy is athletic. But he's kind of always, in my opinion, one step behind.
Mhm.
And not speed-wise, but you're always sitting there kind of thinking, where is Tyler Barron?
Yeah.
I haven't seen
Disappears.
Tyler Barron in a while. And so hopefully that can get fixed at the next level. What I do really like about Barron and what he showed a lot at Miami and in his final year at Tennessee before he did transfer is that he is a phenomenal run blocker. And Baltimore already in this draft addressed their need of edge rusher with Mike Green in the second round. Now they go on another edge in Tyler Barron, but I have a feeling this is a guy they feel could be more solid in a run-stopping role at the outside.
Yeah, and again, like you said, one of those players that kind of like just disappears on the field. Like, where did he go? And I felt like that a lot watching some Aggie football last year. There were a couple players on that defense, like Shamar Turner, where I was like, did you even play today? And it's like, oh, he played 57 snaps and he didn't record a single tackle or anything like that. But Joey, before we get on to our next pick, how about you tell us about our sponsor today, and that's Mando.
Let's do it, guys. It is the best time of the year because spring is finally here, which means warmer weather, but it also, unfortunately, means sweat. So to stay fresh during the warmer months, I trust Mando whole body deodorant to keep me fresh, whether I'm taking my dog Applesauce out for a walk or taking in a baseball game with my wife and my buddies. Mando is safe to use anywhere on your body and is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. Also, Mando's entire line of products are baking soda free, paraben free, and you can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, clover woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. You can find all of their products in major retailers such as Walmart and Target. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com. Guys, I love Mando. My favorite scent is their Mount Fuji. I use it every single morning. I use it all day long because let me tell you something about me. I tend to sweat. And that's the great thing about Mando is they've got me covered all day long. It smells great. It doesn't stick to you. It doesn't get on your clothes. They've got it all figured out at Mando. So Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick of deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with our great friends over at Mando.
Okay. This is a pick that I can get behind.
Me too. I love this guy.
Dorian Strong going to the Buffalo Bills. Now, I didn't quite understand the last pick the Bills made, although I was kind of put in my place, as a good blocking tight end once said. But I'll say this. Dorian Strong doesn't have the zone coverage skills to be an elite corner at the next level. But what he does offer you is great press coverage skills. He is long and strong, no pun intended. Lots of experience and decent production. He's not a great block shedder, but he is very, very capable when it comes to beating or pressing that wide receiver off the line of scrimmage. I think this is an excellent pick here. If he can get into rotation, he offers some serious upside on locking down opposing wide receivers. I think he's great. I think he's an excellent late round pick. Someone that, again, you're not going to start him day one, so get that out of your mind. But someone that could come in a pinch and make plays, that's him.
Yeah, well, Buffalo goes back to defense, and it's because they saw a guy that they really liked. I had a 4th-round grade on Dorian Strong. I really did.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I knew Baltimore coming into this draft, and even Green Bay coming into this draft. Both those teams needed cornerback, and Dorian Strong was a guy I was looking at for both of those guys to select. And now he falls to 177. He's in Buffalo. And no, like you said, he's not going to be the starter this year. but I would be shocked if he's not at least competing for the spot going into the 2026 NFL season. His athletic testing was fine enough, an 8.22 relative athletic score. What I love about him is he's just smooth as butter, but also does pretty well when he's asked to jam a wide receiver. And a lot, and I mean a lot, of quarterbacks aren't really able to do both. And another part of his game is he's a really good tackler too. Only 2 missed tackles, 5% missed tackle rate this past year, 3 the year prior, and 9.7 overall for his career. And when you're a corner and you're just a little bit over 6 foot, 185 pounds, that's something that's really impressive to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like I said, as you learn behind a Christian Benford and a Maxwell Harrison on how to get your feet a little bit better, how to drop back in zone coverage, understand field vision a little bit better, that's something, though, those skills can be developed. You cannot teach physical strength and aggression. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah, and he's the guy that has it. And like we said, Buffalo going back to defense. They frayed a little bit going to offense. They're back trying to get better at the line of scrimmage and trying to get better in the secondary. We got a ton of Downey's best available prospects still on the board. Let's keep talking Virginia Tech. A guy I like a ton, and Antoine Power Ryland. Jack has produced pretty much half my videos over the last 3 months. He's heard me say Antoine Power Ryland's name maybe 175 times. 16 sacks this last year at Virginia Tech. He's a little bit old, but the athleticism's there. The production is there, and I can't believe he's still not picked off the board yet.
Interesting. He's number 64 overall as well. So he's
Yeah.
a very high touted prospect, according to Tom Downey. I can't believe he hasn't gone either. So what's the reason he's falling?
I think maybe the age. He'll be 24 this year.
That's a little old, yeah.
It's a little bit old. Other than that, I don't know if I have quite the answer for you. You look at who's next. Cameron Williams, offensive tackle at Texas, had a really good year, but man, the rep that everybody's going to remember is that rep against Jack Sawyer at the goal line against Ohio State in the semifinal of the national championship game, where he didn't lay a finger on Sawyer. Sawyer got to Ewers, forced the strip sack, got the ball, game over. Ohio State went on to the national championship.
Yeah, that was not a good moment for Texas fans, and not a good moment for Michigan fans either. Devin Neal is another guy that I kind of want to highlight here at number 8, and I think the Bears should be going after him. I can't believe he hasn't gone yet. I think he's one of those players that you can find tremendous value if you have him in a good running back committee room, because he can't be your your running back 1, but with a DeAndre Swift, who's a lot better as a pass catcher, I think this is like a good thunder and lightning combo for Devin Neal to go to the Chicago Bears, but I don't know if they're going to pick him.
I'm kind of surprised he's still on the board. I thought he'd be a guy that would probably be gone by early in the 5th round. He's still there. Kobe Bryant, the cornerback out of Kansas.
Kobe.
I really like him. He's still there as well. And let's talk about the next quarterback that Tom Downey has on his best available. That is Will Howard out of Ohio State. Of course, Jack has something to say.
It's actually not bad. There's a note here.
There's a note.
Ohio State has had 13 players picked so far in the draft. The record for most players picked in a draft by a college was Georgia with 15 in 2022.
Okay, so they're 3
So
picks
they're
away.
knocking on the door of the record. They are 3 picks away from breaking the record of most players taken in an NFL draft.
I mean, just what a producer note right there.
That is a producer note.
You do your job well.
I can't actually take credit for it.
Oh, who was it?
It was true Ohio State hater James Yoder.
Of course. I should have guessed. I knew he would know that. Ohio State close to breaking the record. I will say in Georgia's defense, like of those 15 selections back in the 2022 NFL draft, probably 2/3 of them were in the first couple rounds. But hey, still, Ohio State, a lot of talent. Will Howard still on the board. Do you think he's the next quarterback taking off moves?
I would take Kyle McCord before I took Will Howard. And I think Jack's going to like this. Out of the national championship game that I watched every snap for last year, I thought Will Howard might have been the worst player on Ohio State's team. They were so loaded with talent all over the place. Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, Josh Simmons on the offensive line. He was just kind of like the distributor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he had a decent season, but like I'm not that high on Will Howard. I think Kyle McCord is a far better quarterback prospect.
I mean, there's a reason that they had 13 draft picks this year, and the guy of their entire team who would have gone the highest, Jeremiah Smith, he's not draft eligible. He's not even draft eligible this next year.
Yeah.
And so they were
That's-
just loaded with talent at every single position. 2 running backs, like you said, going in the first 4 rounds. Ton of offensive linemen being taken already. Really good on the defensive side as well. He showed some flashes in some games this past year, had a really rough pro day and combine, which I think probably hurt his stock just a little bit. But regardless, he's still on the board. A couple good quarterbacks still left as, possible competition depth pieces for some teams looking for that. Let's move back to the selections. Pick number 178 overall, Bilal Cohn, I believe. Cornerback out of Western Michigan.
Back to the names, baby.
And this is the first time. Oh, it's Kone. Okay. Bilal Kone. There we go. This is the first time that Baltimore is addressing the cornerback position. I would have liked them to address it earlier because you say goodbye to Brandon Stevens over the offseason, who I felt was a necessary move to do so. You say goodbye to him. You bring in Chidobe Awuzie, and right now you have Cheeto and you have TJ Tampa, your 5th-round pick from last year. They're going to be competing for a spot to start on this team. I don't necessarily like that going into the 2025 NFL season. Now, you did get better in the secondary, adding Malachi Starks, and now Bilal Kone might be a guy who adds a little competition to that. Maybe if, at the worst, he's a good depth piece.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you get to these later rounds, a lot of these guys are viewed as really solid depth pieces day one, which is really nice. And eventually, if you can get a 5th-round player to take over a starting role because he's talented enough, it's just great value on top of that.
He only had a 31.5-inch vertical, which I know it's a little bit seems hypocritical coming from a guy who probably has a 14.5-inch vertical, but still, it was absolutely horrible. Tanked his relative athletic score, but other than that, he was really, really good at everything else. He ran a 4.4, 340, jumped 10 feet in the broad jump, 6.89 in the 3-cone. So he's got the athletic traits. He's tall, 6'1". He could turn into something special, especially with Zach Orr. And now they got Chuck Pagano in that secondary for Baltimore. Moving on to 179, Ollie Gordon, a guy who went into the 2024 season with pretty good Heisman odds, falls all the way to the 6th round. But I still believe in him to be possibly a really good running back. And did the Dolphins just get a good steal here?
I actually really like Ollie Gordon. I know that our Giants host had him mocked in the 5th round, or the 4th round, to the New York Football Giants. So I feel like they're getting a really good player. Also, they lost Raheem Mostert. He's now over on the Las Vegas Raiders. So if anything, it's a really nice compliment to Devon Achane in Miami currently. So I like Ollie Gordon as a player. I think he ran all over Oklahoma in his 4 years. I'm just saying those things to make our lead producer angry. He just getting reaction out of him. But no, I do think I look very highly to him as a prospect. He had 13 touchdowns last year. That yards per carry was not so high. 4.6 is okay.
Yeah, it's a 1.5 drop from year to year.
Yeah, so it got worse every single year. But with what you're getting as a backup to Devon Achane, I think this is a very solid pick for the Dolphins.
Yeah, interesting if Mike McDaniel's going to get to the podium and say, you know what, who hasn't driven home drunk 1,000 times before, just like Mike Gundy did. No, I mean, the production was still good. 880 yards. Everybody's acting like he ran for 75 yards in the entirety of 2024. I think everybody's expectations just were extremely high. He failed to meet them after going 1,700 yards the year before that. He has a tendency to run a little bit high, but other than that, I still think he can project to be a really, really good pro, especially in that fun offense that they're running and already in a really good running back room that they have right there in Miami. Moving on to J.J. Pegas, defensive tackle. Pegas out of – is it Pegas?
Or is it Pegs?
Pegs. Out of Ole Miss, regardless, 6'2", 309 pounds. That Ole Miss defensive line, looking back at the 2025 NFL draft, is going to be something really special with guys like Walter Nolan, Princely being gone. They had just phenomenal talent.
Pegues?
Wow, we both were
Pegues.
wrong. JJ Pegues.
You know what? Just slap his Twitter handle on the back of his jersey so we don't have to try to pronounce that. X-Wing Adeliciousness for the Las Vegas Raiders. A little bit about him. He's a thicker player. got a little bit of quickness and bend to him, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, again, this is one of those, like, he doesn't have a lot of bursts. He struggles to counter and facing double teams, so he's more of a one-on-one defensive tackle. You're not going to get a ton of like overwhelming strength from this player. So more of, again, draft, be a rotational piece, depth piece, come in and play an edge.
Yeah. The funny thing is, when he was at Auburn, he actually was a tight end turned defensive end. And so you can tell that he's somebody who's a really good athlete. But still, I had a 5th-round grade on him. He missed, guess how many tackles in 2023? 0. That's how many. There was a jump up to 5 this past year, 13.2%. You kind of want to see that obviously trend in the opposite direction than it is. But still, regardless, I think for this late of a pick, round 6, for a team in Las Vegas that just kind of needs help at almost every position on the field, it feels like, JJ Pegues is going to be a really good selection, has a chance to be really good in Las Vegas. Let's go. Spicy pick. I think I might see it on the board. Oh, and we were right.
I called it.
Off the board before Will
I
Howard.
called it.
Kyle McCord, quarterback out of Syracuse.
Damn, I hate the fit, though, because he's never going to see the field.
He's not. And he absolutely lit it up in 2024. 66% completion percentage, almost 5,000 yards, 34 times he found pay dirt. He did have a little bit high on the interception count.
They run an air raid offense
but
at Syracuse. They're throwing the ball 45 times a game.
What can you expect? I think that, when you're looking at Philadelphia, they get better at a position that when you're that good, you kind of start to focus on those things, right?
Yeah.
Who's our backup quarterback? If you're a bad team, you focus on who's the starter. If you're a good team that's coming off a Super Bowl win, you focus on, okay, who's our break glass in case of emergency guy? Last year was Kenny Pickett. They didn't think that was good enough. Obviously, he's in Cleveland now. Kyle McCord's not going to be the backup.
So I'll say this about McCord. He plays literally a complete 180 from Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
He's not very mobile.
He's not at all.
He's just a gunslinger.
But he slings it.
He's slinging that ball. So if Jalen Hurts goes down for whatever reason, God willing, he doesn't, you could put in a guy that plays a completely opposite style of play, which could confuse defenses. So could Kyle McCord come in a 3-game situation, go 2-1 or 3-0? I absolutely think so.
We got a pretty spicy report coming from Ian Rappaport with the NFL Network, talking about the Aaron Rodgers saga with the Steel City, saying Mike Tomlin says that they've had really productive talks with Aaron Rodgers. There Aaron Rodgers goes, trying to steal the spotlight on draft day, but declines to discuss the hypotheticals. We feel good about our plan at the position. I understand the angst in your community and the community that supports us. So it looks like there's strides being made for Aaron Rodgers to land in the Steel City.
Can I call bullshit for a second?
Yeah, do it.
You've had okay. First of all, what's the hypotheticals? Does that mean like logistics?
I think so.
Okay.
That just also seems like a buzzword for Mike Tomlin.
That's the dumbest way of phrasing that I think I've ever seen. Secondly, you feel really good about your plan at the position. Mason Rudolph is your plan at the position right now. That's a whole bunch of smoke, dude. No, I don't think that's what, when he's saying we feel good about our, because he's saying the hypotheticals. So, hypothetically, if we could get Aaron Rodgers, that doesn't mean, to me at least, that they... listen, I could be misinterpreting it, but this is just this is a whole non-story. Either sign or don't sign.
Are you surprised, though? I mean, this is a guy who wants to. I know you're not. You're not. I know. And remember when Jack Sperry told me that there was a 95% chance he signed at the event 2 weeks ago? I didn't buy it for a second. I haven't bought anything Aaron Rodgers has been selling. We've known since the beginning that it's going to be May.
What are you not buying?
And now the talks are
that
going
discount
forward.
double check
What
at
aren't
State
you buying?
Farm?
Drafted a kicker in round 6?
Hey, it's the artist formerly known as Prince. Look at that. It's so unbelievably New England to take a kicker, isn't it? I mean, who's the last one who took? Gostowski, right? He actually had a pretty decent career with you. Oh, yeah. Oh, A 3rd-round kicker is crazy.
Andres Borregales, the number 1 kicker.
Let's
Tom
break
Downey's
down the
draft
kicker
ranking.
here.
Yeah, I played kicker all through high school, so let me take this one.
Wait, did you really?
No, I didn't. I'm
Oh.
awful. I'm so uncoordinated with my feet. But he is incredibly accurate. 6 for 8 from 50+ yards over the last 2 seasons. He doesn't have like a Brandon Aubrey leg. He's not going to be able to make it from 66 yards plus. But if you're settling in from 55 and under, he's a guy you can have a lot of confidence in. But Mike Vrabel making a statement in round 6. Andres Borregales, say goodbye to the warm weather in Miami. Say hello to cold winters in Foxborough. You are a New England Patriot.
Can we start up a podcast here at Chat Sports that's just kickers only? Can we just talk all kickers?
Yeah,
all
we'd
the
have
time?
7 viewers a year.
That's so funny. God, that's hilarious. All right.
Let's get past the kicker, shall we?
Yeah, let's
shall we,
let's
Mr.
move on from
Mr.
let's move on from
Monterey?
Prince.
Marcus Harris, cornerback out of Cal, is the selection round 6, pick number 183.
He's got such a thin neck.
He's a smaller guy. He's got pretty much a thin everything. He's 188 pounds. He's still a really good athlete. And at that size, tackles a lot better than you would think. But when you're backing up in coverage, can be a little bit late to flip the hips. And when you're going against wide receivers, like a Jamar Chase, like the best in the league, they're going to kill you on that.
Yeah, well, and last year, the Titans had a very good run defense. Their pass defense was a lot to be desired. It's part of the reason why they lost so many games, other than the Will Levis experiment gone wrong. So, very nice. We have a really cool pick coming in here. All right.
2 spicy picks. Let's get to them because I'm tired about talking kickers.
Thank God. Okay. Devin Neal, running back out of Kansas, super high on this kid. Had a really, really good 2024 season at Kansas. Going to the New Orleans Saints. Now, he's not a game breaker, like I said, but behind an Alvin Kamara, who's a really good pass catcher, you could be looking at thunder and lightning right here. Kendre Miller did not do anything last year for the New Orleans Saints. He's got great vision and pacing, but also can get a little bit of, of a threat in the passing game. Not super shifty, more of a downhill runner. I think this is an excellent addition to the New Orleans Saints behind Alvin Kamara. A nice little 1-2 punch combo.
Well, I think something that's interesting about the Saints that I don't think they get a ton of credit on is their offensive line actually isn't that bad. And when they're healthy in the beginning of this last season against the Dallas Cowboys, hell, they almost even beat the Eagles in week 3. They were really, really solid. And so if you've got enough weapons and you feel like you're good enough at the running back position ahead of him, then I think Devin Neal can work in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Now the big question will be, will that offensive line be able to stay healthy? And if they are,
well, he drafted Calvin Banks Jr., so they're clearly trying to protect whatever asset they've got, which is most likely going to be Tyler Shuck next year for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, but 3 years of 1,000 yards for Devin Neal.
What's the next pick?
We're ready for the next pick. I know it is. I saw it, but Moose. I don't think Moose has.
Is it the Steel?
Will Howard, out of Ohio State University.
I knew they weren't talking about Aaron Rodgers in that tweet.
Yeah,
it's Will Howard.
This is the plan.
This is the hypothetical right here. It's legit. All right, Will Howard. It's real. No longer hypothetical. Okay. Again, not high on Will Howard. He doesn't have any physicality, no physically dominating traits. He's got an okay arm. I just don't know that I love him. He doesn't do anything terrible, but he doesn't do anything great. Does that make sense? He's kind of a product of the talent around him. Mid.
Thank you.
He's a product of the talent around him. He's a traditional point guard, or at least he was last year at quarterback for Ohio State. I didn't love it. I didn't love anything that he had a really good season in terms of productivity. But again, when you had a team as loaded as Ohio State did last year, kind of hard not to.
I think one thing to worry about the fit with Pittsburgh and Will Howard, and I get it. You're not drafting him here to, start in week 1. They believe that their plan is going to be Aaron Rodgers. But say they don't land Aaron Rodgers. Say Will Howard beats out Mason Rudolph. Say they don't add anybody else. He lost 7 fumbles last year. Or he had 7 fumbles, only lost 1 of them, was incredibly lucky. But Pittsburgh, in my opinion, has one of the worst offensive lines in football. They lost a really bad left tackle who went and got a lot of money, and they didn't really replace him. And now they're going to put a quarterback in there that's incredibly turnover prone, a 3.1% turnover worthy play percentage in 2024. And now you're not going to give him much protection. So it's kind of a bit of a head scratcher. But again, they feel confident about their ability to land Aaron Rodgers. And Will Howard might be the guy that they sit behind him and say, hey, you might be the future after a couple years after Aaron Rodgers eventually retires.
I think it's a one and done for Aaron Rodgers if he goes to Pittsburgh.
You don't think it's 2? You think it's 1?
I think he'll play 1 season and then retire. I think that's kind of what's on his mind. He wants to go out the way that he wants to go out, going out for a team that is most likely going to make the playoffs, where he doesn't have to be the old Aaron Rodgers that he once was and just distribute the football. So I think if he does play, Pittsburgh makes the most sense, but it's a one and done year.
You guys let us know in the comment section down below. We've mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, but if you're joining us brand new, Ohio State has 14 draft picks. Georgia's record in 2022 was 15 draft picks. The Buckeyes are 2 draft picks away from breaking that record. Will it happen? Give me a yes. Give me a no in the comment section down below. What say you? Say it again. Oh, thank you. It will also be the pin poll, so you can vote on it there. So get your Y's, get your N's in the comment section down below. Also vote on the pin poll. If you had a guess, Trace, you think they break it? Because I'm kind of leaning towards yes.
Yeah, they will. I think they will because, look, you've got 2 rounds left, and all you need to do is go and get 2 more draft picks from Ohio State. I'm sure somebody is going to reach and take it. So let us know in the comment section below. We're going to give some shout outs to people that answer the question. I see Logan. He says yes. Peyton says yes. Dante says Howard is better than Tyler Shucks.
Ooh.
Oh, shucks.
I don't know if I agree there, but also, like, I'm the product of being a coworker with Jack Sperry. So I think my Tyler Shuck opinions are a little bit,
higher
influenced by that than they are just my own.
I'll tell you what, it was one of the most cringy throws I've ever seen at the NFL Combine when he tried to do that little
dude.
He tried to throw that little sidearm thing to make it look like he's got that arm angle, and he completely whiffed.
He looked like an actor playing a quarterback in a high school football movie.
Yeah.
That, like, you watch, it's like a Disney Channel movie.
Not my name, quarterback. Nice catch, Cheer.
Payne's in there saying yes. Logan's saying yes. Christopher Young is saying yes. Veer Creffield Fishine saying yes. Deshaun86, what's up, Deshaun? Saying EDC needs to be fired. He hasn't had a great day 3. He had a really good day 1, a phenomenal day 2. Day 3, there's been a little bit of head scratchers, but I've still got a little bit of positivity for who's coming into Baltimore. Panda of Pizza saying yes. Max McCarthy saying yes. Jordan Clements saying yes. We got a lot of people agreeing that they think Ohio State's going to break the record. Sun Devils channel says Will Howard is a bust.
Sun Devils channel probably knows ball.
Yeah, they probably. I mean, they're a Sun Devils fan. They have to. Drekavak 69, Drekavik says, as a Steelers fan, I love the pick. I've wanted him since the beginning. Let him sit behind Rodgers and trust. I think Will Howard's ceiling is like a high-end backup. I see no world where he is a productive
100%.
Quarterback in the National Football
All right, here's
League.
a question from Marcelo really quick. Tez Johnson and the Ravens, if it were to happen, let me ask you this. At 154 pounds, are you drafting a Tez Johnson out of Oregon?
Tez Johnson's undraftable, in my opinion.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Like, he didn't do anything in college. He weighs 15 pounds.
He had a great year last year.
He had a fine year. It's like he was always expected to be more than he was. He was this big deal when he transferred to Oregon. It's like, I'm not interested, especially at 157 pounds.
Yeah, he's super light.
You need to be bigger than that playing high school football.
I weigh 185, just for reference. I'm 30 pounds heavier than him.
I know. I weigh 170. Oh, my goodness.
What?
A kicker.
Okay, now this is significant.
Has the Florida State quarterback or a kicker been selected? Or did they skip over him? Wow. Ryan Fitzgerald.
Okay, let's talk really quick because Joey, as the Ravens host, Hall of Fame kicker Justin Tucker, is this the replacement?
So they've been saying over the past couple months, we're going to draft a kicker. Like John Harbaugh told the media a couple weeks ago, we're very open and we're very much looking at drafting a kicker. And so this isn't anything unexpected. This isn't anything that leads you to believe, oh my gosh, like they found something on Justin Tucker. This is the beginning of the end. Obviously, that investigation is still going on. The allegations are still there. But I just think they're looking at Tyler Loop as a backup plan. The interesting thing about this situation with Justin Tucker is he sucked last year.
He was
Like,
awful.
I would have wanted them to draft kicker regardless of what happened over this offseason. And now they get a guy in Tyler Loop who we're going to pretend we know a ton about.
No. Check this out. A long of 62. He's got the Brandon Aubrey leg.
I'll take it, man. He's got a Pringle-sized head and neck. But we'll go through with it. 23 for 25 on extra points. His field goal percentage, I'd like that to be a little bit higher, 18 for 23. I'm just a little confused because being the Ravens host, I did do a little bit of research on kickers, and Ryan Fitzgerald, the guy out of Florida State, I thought was maybe the best kicker in this draft, and they chose Tyler Loop over him. Exactly. Kicker number 4 for Tom Downey's rankings. That means when Borregales was number 1 overall, they just went ahead and said, you know what? Let's skip to 4. It's obvious EDC and John Harbaugh saw something in here. The one interesting thing I will add about Baltimore, they have 4 6-round selections.
Jeez Louise. Yeah.
And so this is number 1 of their 4 6-rounders. And so they're looking at these, and I don't want to say they're looking at them and being like, they don't matter. But if you're going to take a kicker, now is the time to do so when you have 3 more selections in this round.
I think drafting a guy that could potentially supplant Justin Tucker, who, by the way, has been with the Ravens since when? 2009, I think, is it?
From Texas,
yeah. I was going to say he's been there forever. So, and he was awful last year. So drafting a kicker is always one of those like question marks. Like, did we really need to do that?
Yeah.
Most of them just sign on with the team.
Well, and especially my opinion on kicker this entire offseason.
Only kickers, I'm telling you.
Has been exactly only kickers. Has been, we've seen such success of like the UFL track.
Yeah.
You saw it this last year with Bates.
Yep.
You saw it with Brandon Aubrey.
Yep.
And in my opinion, you don't necessarily have to waste a draft pick to get a kicker. But like I said, going into it, Baltimore has 11 picks in this draft. And so it's like one of those situations that, you could wait to use one.
Our next pick at round 6, pick number 187, Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State, who, by the way, had an excellent 2024 season. Was one of those players that as I'm watching the college football playoff go around, you see his name pop up on screen and you're like, man, he's making a bunch of plays today. Like he's having a really, really good game. Jalen Reed, 5'11", so a little bit undersized for the safety position. You'd like him to be a couple inches taller, but at 211 pounds, man, he is built. You know what I'm saying? If you're 5'11", 211, you have got some muscle on you. So he's a hard-hitting player, and that's kind of exactly what James Franklin likes out of his defensive backs. He wants guys that can make plays happen, especially if they move up into the box and smash those run games out. I think it's an excellent pick here for the Texans, considering, they just signed Derek Stingley to that massive contract. Again, more on Reed. He's fast and aggressive. So getting a player that can play bigger than what his size indicates, one of the very underrated skill sets in the NFL, like to pick a lot.
What I really, really like about Jaden Reed is he's incredibly durable. 29 games played over the last couple of seasons. Tom Downey has him ranked as a top 10 safety in the class and the number 138th overall prospect. So really good value for the Texans right here. A little bit thing that I'm kind of confused of is their secondary is already so solid. I feel like they've got a lot of or decent bit of holes in other spots in their roster. Just signing Jalen Petrie to a contract extension this offseason, you're already kind of good there. Does this make sense? Or do you think D'Amico Ryans is seeing this as, I can't believe this guy's still on the board. Let's make sure he gets to Houston.
Best player available.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And there's a little bit of a formula to that among, coaches and GMs where if there's a guy that you believe that you can plug and play and kind of, manipulate him around the defense and he is that skilled and that aggressive, why not just take him and see what he's got?
Yeah, well, I feel also like if you're a team like Houston, who's won their division 2 years in a row, albeit me and you could probably win that division, just the two of us.
According to Sam Brown, no, we couldn't.
But still, like the AFC South has a lot of problems. But still, they've won the division 2 years in a row. They believe they have their franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud. Those teams, the Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, Ravens, those teams that could win a Super Bowl tomorrow.
Yes.
At some point, when you get into these later rounds, you kind of just go best player available. You see how many stars you can stack on your roster. You see how many good guys you could add to that team because you just don't have as many holes as other teams do that you need to fill.
100% could not agree more. The Colts are on the clock and the pick coming in. But let me tell you about today's Super Chat menu. Every 100 subs, we're going to do a Bean Boozled. I think we actually got there. So, Joey, do you want to do the Bean Boozled?
Did we get there, Jack?
I think we got to 500. I think that's what the... Yeah.
All righty.
There we go.
I'll
bang,
do
bang.
it.
That's another one at 540?
I'm hoping for...
Oh, got it. Got it.
Okay.
Boon Beazled.
Toasted marshmallow or stink bug? I got this exact one the other day.
How does someone know what stink bug
I got
tastes like?
stink bug and it wasn't great. I got a full water bottle this time though, so that's good. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, I can already tell.
It's stink bug?
Oh, this one's really bad.
What does it taste like? For the audience that, can't enjoy that culinary delight.
You know how a stink bug smells?
Yes.
That's how it tastes.
Oh, God. Interesting. Gross, gross, gross.
Off the board. Let's go ahead.
All right. Riley Leonard just went to the Colts.
Go ahead. Get another quarterback in that room who can't throw the football. Why don't you?
They did that with Sam Ellinger a couple of years ago, and they just released him, signed with the Broncos. No, you're fine. You're fine. Sure.
Boom.
All right. So today we are going to be giving away that MVP football at the very end of the stream. Our Super Chat MVP, the one who has donated the most over the last 3 days, is going to walk away with it. We're all going to sign that football, by the way. So if you want to have a football with all of the Chat Sports hosts, I suggest you start sending in those Super Chats as quickly as possible. But it's only $5 to enter our NFL Draft hat raffle. Do we have one of the hats available that I can show for reference? Oh, let's do a photo then. Oh, I kind of smell that.
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
That's not good.
Oh my God, dude. Gross. And look at that. That's gorgeous. The Raiders one's nice. Saints one looks pretty cool.
Dude,
the Dolphins one's
I think this is the coolest draft hat in a really long time.
Long time. Yes.
I really, really think that. I love the white hat with the dark brim. I think that's my favorite of the selections. Yeah, you can pick your team of your choice. $5 into the raffle. We're going to raffle it off at the end of today's stream because this is the last day of the 2025 NFL Draft. If you're the lucky winner, you get one of these draft hats. So these things are like $40 on Fanatics.
Mm-hmm.
You get one for $5 if you want to take that shot. Speaking of taking shots, the Tennessee Titans take their shot with Kalel Mullings, running back out of the University of Michigan. Go Blue, says producer Jack. 185 carries, almost 1,000 yards this past year with the Michigan Wolverines. 22 years old. He's a redshirt senior. A big guy, 226 pounds. He showed a lot of flash this past year with Michigan. And, it's hard to step in the shoes of Blake Corum, but he did pretty well at it.
You know who he reminds me of a lot? He reminds me a lot of Audric Estime last year from Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's good.
Denver Broncos. Just very similar style of play is that bowling ball with legs, that yards after the contact, fall forward, low center of gravity. I think this is an interesting pick here, considering they do have Tajay Spears, who's a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter on his feet. So not a bad pick at all here by the Tennessee Titans, but I refuse to say go Blue in the context of me actually wanting it to happen. Nope.
Yeah, Michigan's season just in general was really interesting. Kalel Mullings was one of the only bright spots in that offense that didn't have a ton of bright spots. And now Tennessee just gets another weapon for Cam Ward. Let's talk about the quarterback now, though. Riley Leonard.
Go Irish.
Heading to Indianapolis.
All right.
This dude's a leader. He's a gamer. But let's call a spade a spade.
Can't throw.
He can't throw football.
Can't throw the football. As John Gruden would say, if you're a quarterback, throw the damn football.
Yeah.
He can't do it. Now, what he did last year at Notre Dame was play this ridiculous power running style. In fact, he led the FBS last year in offensive rushing touchdowns for a quarterback. I think he had 20 or 25. It was insane.
A little bit of goal line merchant, but that's okay.
Right. But, and I'll tell you this, his accuracy is not the issue. He can complete line of scrimmage passes, the easy screens, the easy slants. He's allergic to throwing the ball over the middle of the field. He's like a mental block. He's got the yips. He cannot do it. His deep ball sucks. He's just not an accurate not an accurate passer, excuse me. He's not a developed passer. So this is one of those like Taysom Hill style plays. But here's the thing I can't stand. Anthony Richardson can't throw the ball. Daniel Jones can't throw the ball. Riley Leonard can't throw the ball. Who's passing there in Indianapolis?
Well, and the funny thing is they have a bunch of quarterbacks who have good arm talent strengths, but they all have each other. Like, one strength is another's weakness. And then one, like, if you combine them all to be one
It's
passer,
a quarterback.
It's a quarterback.
Yeah.
But all by themselves, they're not a quarterback. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Riley Leonard doesn't have a lot of arm strength, and you know who does? Anthony Richardson.
Maybe Shane Steichen is like, maybe if we put them all in the room together, they'll rub off on each other.
Or maybe his plan is Riley Leonard on first down, Anthony Richardson on second down. I mean, it's like it's not a great
Daniel
situation.
Jones on third
Daniel
down.
Jones on third down. Honestly,
And then Jonathan Taylor on every down.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's going to be, if you didn't know if they're going to run the football or not, them drafting Riley Leonard,
I
even though he's not going to really see the field,
I'm
might
not
not
gonna
even
lie
make
to
a
you. I
roster.
think this is a stupid pick. I think it's a D. As much as I love the quarterback and I love the kid.
Would you bet on him making a roster? I would not.
No.
I would not
He's
either.
not going to make
He's
the
not
roster.
gonna make
He's
the-
get cut. He'll
Let-
practice squad.
Hot take, not going to make the roster. A guy who probably is going to make the roster, though, Tim Smith, defensive tackle out of Alabama.
Did we just get a normal name?
A back-to-back selection for the Indianapolis Colts. 22 years old, 6'4", 306 pounds. Is one of those guys who was just a solid starter for years at Alabama, right? And he's got a lot of really good to his game, has some room to grow, but I think he could be a good fit in Indianapolis.
35 tackles, 4 tackles for loss, 2 sacks, 11 pressures. Again, listen, spending all of your time at Alabama, especially a couple years under Nick Saban, you must have learned a thing or two. So back-to-back picks here, going with Riley Leonard and then a defensive tackle to plug up that defensive line. The Colts have had a decent draft. I won't give it anything higher than like a C or a C+, but it hasn't been awful.
What I like about Tim Smith, he's got a little bit of versatility on that defensive line. Can play some 3 tech, can play some 5 tech. You know, Bama gave him some edge reps this past year. He was fine at those, but he does the dirty work and he does it really well. And every team needs a guy like that. That's exactly what Tim Smith has been for Alabama. That's exactly what Tim Smith can be for the Indianapolis Colts. And now Indy gets another really good piece, or decent piece, on the defensive side of the football. Let's go to the offensive side.
Is this guy 45?
Offensive tackle Miles Hinton. He's just like Oots. He looks 77 years old, but he's 23, younger than both Moose and myself. But he's a big old boy, 6'6" 3/4. So round up 6'7", 325 pounds. Played 10 games in 2024, only allowed 1 sack for the Michigan Wolverines. But if you look at Tom Downey's rankings, the 15th overall offensive tackle, 181st player of the draft, so some pretty good value for a team that just lost Mekhi Becton.
Yeah, and look, again, another player that, as you just throw rotational guys into the mix, like his overall PFF grades were just not very good. The Eagles know how to develop offensive linemen. That's just the truth. So bringing in more offensive linemen to all compete with each other and just see who is the better player out of them, I think this is a very solid pick here by the Philadelphia Eagles. They clearly value the trenches, and it seems like every year Howie Roseman is killing the draft. So I got to trust his instincts on this one.
Let's stick with the offensive line and move it over a little bit west, a lot of it west. Bryce Cabledew out of Kansas. This guy is another guy who looks 75 years old. He's only 23.
Dude.
6'4", 308 pounds, played all 12 games. He has a pretty good PFF grade at 80 overall.
This guy looks like he does construction.
Yeah, you can tell as well. The 12th rated guard in Tom Downey's rankings, was a 4-year starter with the Jayhawks. And I don't care where you play, Moose, being a 4-year starter is always something you want to take going into the National Football League.
This guy looks like he throws in fat lippers before the game, right?
Probably
like he's
does.
just throwing some zinners.
He shows up with camo Crocs.
Little upper decky zinner there, bud. No, but let's. I'm gonna go back to him as a football player. He had pretty solid numbers. His grades were actually pretty decent. He's 308 pounds, 6'4". He's got good size. And again, the Seahawks offensive line, dog water. They need as much help as they could possibly get. So draft another 3 offensive linemen with whatever picks you've got left. Bryce Cable, welcome to the 12s, my friend.
We have an awesome pick at number 193. A guy I'm really, really excited about, really, really high on going into this draft is Taj Brooks, running back out of Texas Tech.
Wow,
1,500 yards for the Red Raiders this past year. Found pay dirt 17 times, Moose.
He did.
I think this is a steal for the Bengals and a team that needs running back help.
Okay, so here's the only concern here. He's taken over 300 carries in each of his 4 years at Texas Tech. He's got a lot of wear and tear on those tires.
Don't care.
I'm just saying. You're right from a perspective of like, you're getting him as a steal here in the 6th round. Almost drilled me there with that football. But what I will say is I don't see him having the longest career. I see him having a shorter career because of the tread on those tires. And at Texas Tech, they run an air raid style offense. So can he play in an offense where Joe Burrow is going to be throwing the ball a little bit more? Probably.
Yeah.
So I think it's
pretty well.
You know, Chase Brown is the number 1 there right now. So Taj Brooks to make a nice little 1-2 punch, especially after losing Joe Mixon a couple seasons ago. Not a bad pick.
I kind of look at Taj Brooks and I see a little bit of Josh Jacobs in his game. He's definitely not as fast, definitely not as shifty, but their sizes are so similar.
Right.
Both around 5'10", 220 pounds, just big, big boys. And, man, he did a lot of really great things for the Red Raiders. I'm excited about that fit because you said he came from an air raid system at Texas Tech. Now he goes to the closest thing to an air raid system in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
they ran the ball dead last out of anybody in the National Football League in 2024. This seems like a good fit. I'm excited about the prospect that Taj Brooks is.
On the clock, your Chicago Bears. But before we get into the pick, which actually just came in, it's Luke Newman, the defensive tackle out of Michigan State. A quick little look at Downey's best available. Tez Johnson still on the board, who I think is draftable, unlike my counterpart, Mr. Joey Peterson, who says, no chance, my friend. Rashard Smith is still up on that list. The running back out of SMU who had a really good season last year. Aeneas Peebles or Peebles? Is it Peebles? Okay. Peebles was way off. But again, that's another one of those names that we were talking about. Kobe King is still up on that board. The linebacker out of Penn State, LaQuint Allen, also the running back from Syracuse. Just a bunch of players here. Is there anyone, Joey, that you find in particular that you can't wait to see go off the board?
I think Kobe Bryant's going to be a really good player.
He was, actually. He won 5 championships.
R.I.P. No, but he had a really good year this past year at Kansas. And I'm frankly really surprised that he's not yet off. We're in the 6th round, kind of halfway through it. He's got a lot of time to go. But if I'm a team that needs corner, which is the Baltimore Ravens, Green Bay Packers, both my teams need corners. Kobe Bryant's a guy I'd be really happy about. I would have been happy with Kobe Bryant in the 5th round. And so if you can get him midway through the 6th, I think that'd be a really great selection. Let's get back to the picks. Jalen McLeod. McLeod. I'm an idiot. I went back to
I said Peebles.
That's fair. I went back to 3rd grade where they're like, sound it out. Jalen McLeod. This linebackers draft has been really interesting because it feels like they're going all over the place. He's the 275th ranked prospect, 22nd overall linebacker, and they're getting him at, around the 170s, 190s. And so feels like a little bit of a reach, but Jacksonville is a team that has a lot of holes to fill. Like we've talked about, they have a lot of needs. Linebacker is one of them. But I feel like there's probably some better linebackers still available than McLeod.
Yeah, and listen, his production in 2024 wasn't bad at all. 57 tackles, 14 tackles for loss, so he was clearly getting into the backfield at least at some level. I don't hate the pick there for Jacksonville. I think maybe trying to recreate a little bit more of that Saxonville feel that they had a couple of seasons back when they made the AFC Championship game, but nonetheless, decent pick. The Bears. Luke Newman, guard out of Michigan State. So actually, believe it or not, ESPN got it wrong. Up on the screen, they had him as a defensive tackle. So they got the position wrong. I know for a fact I saw DT, but he's a guard out of Michigan State. So, there's Mr. Downey with no overall ranking there. Come on, Downey. He did have notes. 3 years at left tackle before he shifted to guard, and that's probably what he's going to end up playing for the Chicago Bears. Although I'll say this, not going to start considering they got Drew Dahlman, Joe Tooney. They also have Jonah Jackson that they traded for as well, who's going to flip over to right guard. So this is a depth pick again. But Bears, obviously, with new head coach Ben Johnson, one of those schemes now where he values great and awesome depth pieces at the offensive line. So I can't blame the Bears here for trying to beef up that line.
You know the Bears a lot better than I did or do. Do you think that offensive line depth is something that's necessary, or is there a
Yes.
certain position you would have rather than possibly
No,
target at this point in the draft?
Either an edge or an offensive lineman. So I could tell you they could go either way with that. So I'm not upset with either one of those picks. I'm very okay with going depth here with Luke Newman.
Yeah, it's going to have a chance to learn from some of the best in Joe Tooney, obviously the new head coach slash.
They
really
drafted Ozzie Trapillo
offensive-
too, who's probably going to replace Braxton Jones at left tackle. So another, like I said, he's not going to start.
A little bit of a shifting O-line over there in Chicago. But before we move on to the selections, the Denver Broncos are on the clock. Let us know if you are subbed. Are you subbed?
Spam
If
me.
so, spam those me's in the comment section. We'll be giving shout outs to every single person who is subscribed. We've been gaining a ton of followers and subscribers over the last couple of days, and we're so thankful to every single one of you guys who have hit that sub button. If you guys are looking for free coverage on the National Football League, the NFL Draft, the NBA, you've got it right here at Chat Sports. Over 400,000 people have already joined us, and we're looking for just a few more. So if you guys want to be those people, hit that subscribe button and let me know in the comment section down below by typing those memes.
We have over 408,523 subscribers and counting. So if we could try to get up to 408,550, that would be absolutely huge. So if you haven't hit it already, lock us in.
Finn Farragon is subscribed. Sun Devils channel is subscribed. Christopher Young, Junior Estrada. We got Z Lone Wolf, Peyton Koopman, Cosmic Thunder, E&M Fantasy Football saying we still here, boys.
We done boys.
Logan Kawach, Max McCarthy, Jordan Clements. I saw him earlier. Amanda says, hey, I'm subbed. Supposed to be the
Logan.
draft because the Cowboys invited me and couldn't go. Next best thing right here. Thank you, Amanda. Glad you are tuning in with us. Dastardly Dog 87 is not typing me. He's typing you. Jacques Vandermeer is typing me. Our resident French speaker.
Jacques Vandermeer.
Well, that is it.
That
Is Jacques
Vandermeer.
Jacques.
Jack.
I like saying Jacques.
Jacques.
Justin
Jacques
says,
Fuser.
subscribed last night. What's up, Justin? Welcome to the show. Dastardly Dog says only sub till after the draft. Dastardly, what the heck, man?
Whoa, we got way more content.
We got
We're
way
gonna
more
break
content
down
after
picks.
exactly. We're gonna break down everything, and we got you covered all off season long. And also, guess what? Doesn't cost you a dime.
No, it's true. It's
So
free.
stay subscribed. Keep hanging out with us. Last name is pronounced with a V sound. Oh, there.
Kovac.
It's right above the latest Chat Sports me's.
Kovac, yeah. Kovac. I think he's
Oh.
talking about his name.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Jacques.
Yeah,
Okay,
Jacques
Logan
Fuser.
Kovac. Okay, gotcha.
I would like to buy a hamburger.
I would like a hamburger. Sun Devils channel says, what do y'all think of Quinn Ewers to the Chargers backing up Justin Herbert? I think that'd be a fine fit. I feel like Jim Harbaugh.
They lost
and-
Easton Stick.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, he's
And
gone. Where is he
Jim-
now? Is he in Cincinnati? Oh, we're talking about backup quarterbacks here. Atlanta. Okay,
There
so
we go.
I was gonna say I knew it was somewhere around the United States.
Yeah, and I feel like Jim Harbaugh is a pretty good fit, like offensive mind or just head coach
Yeah.
for a guy like Quinn Ewers. We got a trade alert for you. Texans, Nick Casario. What has gotten into him?
He's been
Did he
trading all
just
over the
snort
place.
7 lines of cocaine before every single round of this draft? Because he is trading like a madman.
Trade up, no trade down.
No, trade
back
up. Trade up. Trade down. 6th-round pick. That's what they get. 197th overall. The Broncos in return receive a 6th and a 7th at 216 and 241. We got some wows. Oh, wow is right.
What?
Wow.
Wait a minute. Is this the kid from?
Florida.
Oh my God.
Mr. Heismer.
Ew.
That's what they were calling him. Graham Mertz, quarterback out of Florida. Almost 6
Over
foot
Quinn
4.
Ewers?
212 pounds, 76.6 completion percentage, 791 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. The thing I can see
The
with
dude
this
didn't even
selection,
play.
give me a second. The thing I can see with this selection is he didn't play because he got injured. And he got injured the year before that. And so at this point, if you're drafting a guy like Quinn Ewers, let's be honest, he's not a starting quarterback. So if you're drafting for backup quarterback play, might as well take a chance on a guy who's just been injury prone, but in my opinion, has a better skill set than Quinn Ewers does. Is
That's
that
actually-
crazy
that's
to
actually-
say?
No, it's actually a pretty good analysis there if you're looking only as a backup quarterback.
Yes, Quinn Ewers not going to play in the National Football League.
With that said, I watched this game, Florida versus Miami last year, and Mertz sucked. So I don't like his skill set at all. In fact, I actually put money on Florida to beat Miami in that game. Boy, was I stupid.
Yeah, because Miami, if I remember correctly,
They blew him out.
dog walked them.
Yeah, it was like 45
In the
to 14.
swamp, too.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Oh, we missed 196. Ahmad Hassanine, edge rusher out of Boise State. I actually really like
I
this
think it's
prospect.
Hussein. Asinine. I think it's Hussein.
Let's see.
Yeah, true. That is asinine. I
Let's
think it's
see.
Hussein.
Oh no, it's Hassanine.
Oh, it's Hassanin. Okay.
Hassanine.
He's from Egypt.
Ahmad Hassanine. He played this last year with Boise State, who led the NCAA in sacks. He had 9.5 of his own this past year in 2024. I actually really like this prospect. I really like this pick for Detroit.
He had a hell of a year.
He did have a really good year. They had a really good year just like in general on their defensive line. What I love most about Ahmed is he just has unreal motor. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't
High
quit.
energy player.
He plays through the whistle. You can look at him in the fourth quarter. He's going to look just the same as he did in the first. And that, I mean, that's Tom Downey's first scouting report. Hard worker, high motor, lots of snaps over the last 2 seasons. Really great in run defense. Can also give you a little bit in the pass rush as well. He's raw there, but if he lands in the right place, which I believe he's there in Detroit, surrounded by guys like, Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep.
He could really develop into something that's pretty good for Detroit.
Absolutely. Could not agree more with you. I don't know much about the prospect, but I do know this. Watching him in the college football playoff last year, I did see that high motor like you're talking about. It was the only one game that I saw. Unfortunately, it didn't go Boise State's way. But I think, again, adding edge to, maybe complement an Aiden Hutchinson, who, by the way, had a really nasty, gruesome leg injury last year. So you can take all the pass rushing help you can get.
We got a $10 super chat from Jack Laterret.
Yeah,
What's up,
don't
Jack?
give this guy a hat.
Thanks so much for the super chat.
Honestly, let me tell you something. The guy that sent in the super chat, does he even wear hats? Like, does he seem
he's
like
not
a big hat guy?
He's not a hat guy. I don't know why
think
he
he's
was
a hat guy.
Thank you for a $10 super chat. Actually, this is great because we've got a deal cooking up for the rest of the draft.
Okay.
We're at pick number 197. We're almost at pick 200.
Yep.
60 picks away from it being over. 2 times your entries until the end of the draft, which means for his 10 would have been 2 draft hat raffle entries. It's now 4 draft hat raffle entries.
Doubling it up, baby.
So if you want to send in a 5, that's 2. If you want to send in a 10, that's 4. If you want to keep doing math,
That's
you
10.
can send in 20, that's 8. It's all up to you guys and how you want to play it out. But if you guys want a chance to win one of those awesome NFL draft hats, only $5 could get you 2 raffles. It's a great value. You get a new draft hat for $5. And these, in my opinion, Moose, I know we already talked about it.
Yeah, they're
I think
sweet.
they're the coolest draft hats
They're
that
so nice.
they've done the last couple of years.
And I honestly think it's because they're not the flat brims that you saw in recent years
Yeah.
that looked like they were way too big for people's heads. These actually look like fitted caps. They've got a nice little bend at the brim, kind of like what Jack's wearing right now. Only time he's ever worn a hat in his entire life, I think, was today. But the Saints, I'm sorry, I had to say it. Jack is our resident hat guy. Like, how many hats do you own? I was gonna say, it's a lot
The
of
great
hats.
thing about these is if you're less of like a high and trucker hat style, they've got just the regular adjustable ball cap. They have the fitted ball cap as well. So they got
The
all
Dallas one is
different
is tight.
types of hats.
I like that one.
I
a
really
lot.
do like the Dallas one as well. I mean, they're all really, really cool. Great design this past year.
Packers are on the clock, my
so
friend.
For $5, you get 2 draft hat raffles, and you also cross us over $100. Yeah, we're $5 away from 100. So you
Somebody's
get 2
got to
raffles,
do it.
and you're the person that pushed us over $100. Shout out to everybody who has donated so far. And if you want this hat, you
Let us
have the
know.
chance to get it. Here's the quarterback selected. It went Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe, Dylan Gabriel.
That was insane.
Who could have even picked that? Then Shador Sanders, Kyle McCord, Will Howard,
All
Ryan
right,
Leonard, Graham
so-
Mertz. Who's still left at
Quinn
quarterback?
Ewers.
Quinn Ewers, you're right.
And wouldn't this have made more sense to go the Carson Beck route and just play another year of college football?
Quinn,
Yeah.
especially
Not at
with how much he
Texas.
was making.
Yeah, like
He would have gotten
would've
a lot
started.
of money.
he could have improved his draft stock. That I was a big proponent of him going back to college.
The thing is I don't think he could have improved his draft stock. I think his draft stock wouldn't have changed. But you know what you do? You go, you get another extra $2.5 million. You live life on another college campus.
Yep.
You don't go to class.
Yep.
You play football for a living,
And you
and
make
you're going to
money.
make more money than you're. I mean, he's going to go undrafted. So
Packers pick is in. The defensive tackle out of Georgia, Warren Brinson.
Brinson.
Who?
That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. I mean, they need, like we talked about a lot, defensive tackle help. Warren Brinson. Say it again.
Is who there? He's.
I feel like they would have showed him.
I think I had
Yeah.
a math class with that guy. Yeah, I
Ooh, I don't like this film.
I feel like all of the guys that the Packers are taking are there, which means they would have told him beforehand, right?
That doesn't make any sense, though.
It's from Savannah, Georgia. 6'5", 315. He was a big dude. Yeah, big dude. 26 tackles. Yeah, but look, again, is this a player, Joey, that you think actually makes the starting roster?
I don't think so. Again, at this point,
53 man, I should say, not starting roster, but you get my point.
whoa! And we're not saying it about Warren Brinson, ladies and gentlemen. We got a
$100 super chat from Chris Lotteray.
Bang! Wow, wow, wow. Bring in the bangs, bring in the boom. Chris Lotteray all the way from Arizona. Bringing it today,
Thank you, Chris.
saying, I want a hat too. You all are doing a fantastic job making it rain. Doing a fantastic job. Enjoy Chat Sports Draft coverage every year. Keep up the good work, guys. Chris, appreciate the donation. Jack,
Oh,
$2 short of
no.
the MVP. Jack, Patriots fan as well? Patriots
Massive
fan
Patriots
as well.
fan. Everybody
Everybody's-
spam Chris.
Good
Spam
call.
Chris down in the chat below. Everybody say thank you to Chris. Get
That's
the Chris's
electric.
flowing. Eat.
That's awesome. Chris, I appreciate it.
W
Chris
Chris,
saying,
thank you,
go
E&M.
Pats. E&M saying, W Chris. Robinson, Santa Marion, Hampton Land, and the Chargers blue. This may be a good season. Thanks, Robinson. Z Lone Wolf saying, thank you, Chris. Keep getting those Chris's in the comment section down below.
It is Jack's mom.
Yes.
In case anybody didn't know, it's Jack, producer Jack's mom. Yeah, she likes to help out,
Well,
support
she
the
knows,
cause.
She knows her son is a big part in running the show. So she's just a proud parent. That's all
that
is.
is a proud parent right there.
And
And
she wants a hat.
also, by the way, for everybody watching, Mr. Lotteray just celebrated his 4-year anniversary today, right? It's today.
Wow.
4 years at Chat Sports. So how about we give a round of applause here to Jack Lotteray.
Big day.
4
for the
years
Lotteray
at
family.
Chat Sports. How long have you been doing the Michigan report, the football report?
My
Is it 3
first year. My first year was 2023. So it was the national championship year.
Okay, so 2 years now you've been doing Michigan.
No, that's not true because no. Fall of 2022 was my first year.
Okay, so
doing
2 years.
Michigan.
Yeah, coming up on 3 years. Actually.
So I did 2022, I did 2023, and I did 2024.
Oh, coming
so
up
this
on
will
4
be
years.
4.
Yeah.
This is my 5th draft
Wow.
here at Chat Sports. My first day was the 26th, which was round 1 of the 2021 draft.
That is wild. Wild stuff.
technically my second, but I didn't do anything last year. I just sat between these two idiots and I grabbed stuff when I needed to.
Go grab like Happy Dads and deliver them over to the.
That was me and Reed's role. And Reed got slapped by a tortilla a couple times.
That's not bad.
I exploded a Dr. Pepper on Chugs. And it was a wild time. But Chris, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That's pretty electric stuff. And thanks for pushing us through. We got
another $20 super chat.
She wants the football. She's in the lead. Wants the football. Wants a draft hat. Wants it all.
She
Chris
says
Holloway.
MVP. Why not me?
Hey,
happy anniversary.
Whoa, that's a triple rhyme. Hey, is your mom low-key spit? She said MVP. Why not me? Happy anniversary.
That's not just Jack's mom. That's Dr. Seuss, baby.
Nice little rhyming
One
scheme.
fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Grabbing that chat sports ball. I don't know. I'm not Dr. Seuss, so I can't think of a rhyme.
Chris, thank you so much. Now the MVP in the running.
Yeah, that's it. No, I got you.
Now is probably has the best percentage chance to win the raffle. Of course, it is a raffle, so anything can happen. But you are the MVP as of right now, and we'll all sign it. And I'm sure Jack would be able to hand deliver it to you.
All right, we do have some picks that came in. So on the clock, the Jacksonville Jaguars are at pick 200. That pick is in. Same with the Minnesota Vikings at 201. So we'll get these on here on screen here in just a second.
And then we're going to go on a big run for Baltimore soon. They have 203, 208, and 212. 3 picks within 9 selections of each other.
Well, I know the Buffalo Bills also have a ton of picks coming up here in a little bit as well. But here we go. Branson Taylor.
Yes, Branson, the city in Missouri.
Okay, Branson Taylor, tackle out of Pittsburgh. He only played in 6 games last year. His PFF grade wasn't very good, but Jim Harbaugh likes to, solidify those offensive and defensive lines. This could be another pick right here that just adds a little bit of depth. Maybe he's a roster maker. Maybe he's not. Again, can't really grade it. Didn't have, a ton of 2024 production, but from what Downey says, solid foot quickness along with some pop as a run blocker, could benefit from moving inside to a guard position, but lacks balance and recovery skills, which is a really, really hard combination as a offensive lineman.
He's mostly a left tackle, 18 starts there, which obviously they just figured that position out with a guy named Joe Alt. The thing about them, when you talk about a team like Los Angeles, they had a lot of injuries on that offensive line last year. And so, if anything, Branson Taylor could just be a nice little, like I said earlier, break glass in case of emergency option. Let's go to round 6, pick number 200. Everybody on their feet. Let's give a nice little salute to Ryan Lane III, safety out of the Naval Academy. This midshipman. Yeah. USA, USA, USA.
Listen, as somebody who is a fan of the team that beats up on the United States military teams, I can tell you this. I didn't see anything from this guy that warranted getting drafted. And doesn't he also have to...
Boo!
No, I can't help it that Notre Dame beats up on Army and Navy every year.
Terrorist!
Listen, we beat down on them every single year. Call us China the way we beat down on the troops.
You can't backdoor this one with a Trump impression.
All right.
I'll take it over from here.
Okay, that's fair.
It's pronounced Rayon. Rayon Lane the third. He's expected to be eligible to play and not have served in the military. Obviously, that's a whole ordeal with the Naval Academy. They have to serve after, but he might have a chance to be able to play in the National Football League. Obviously, if he's getting drafted, they're expecting that he is able to. 70 tackles this past year in 2024. I will say the one big shtick on his game is a lot of flags. 7 flags to be precise, which is not what you want, especially from the safety position, which it's one thing if you play cornerback. You know, you can get a little handsy from time to time. To be a safety and have 7 flags, that might be a
Right.
problem.
Well, and also, very quickly, what are the requirements for the players that come out of the armed forces academies for serving? Is it 2 years? I always was understanding you had to do at least 2 years in the service before you could go back. Okay. Yes. Okay, got it. So a delayed delayed exemption, meaning at some point you do have to fulfill your requirements to serve in the United States military, but you can go and play football if you get drafted. All right, on to the next one. Kobe King, linebacker out of Penn State. Another player that I thought was really, really undervalued. Another really solid player in the college football playoff last year. Had some really great plays over the middle of the field, showed flashes as a stunt pass rusher. So on some all-out dog blitzes, he can make plays happen, but he doesn't have a lot of feel for the position quite yet. So I feel like he's just more of one of those players that just kind of like roams around and just tries to make a play where he can. So if he can learn technique and learn positioning on the field, again, can find some really good value here as a backup player.
Yeah, I really like Kobe King, and he's going to join a really, really good defensive staff, obviously, over there in Minnesota. They got a phenomenal staff just in general. 97 tackles. Of course, he played a lot of games at Penn State this past season. 16 total, but still 9 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, a forced fumble. He's not great in coverage, but he's athletic. He's willing to throw his body around. He was a team captain. And for getting a guy like Kobe King in the 6th round, I think that is a phenomenal selection by Minnesota. And they back it up
with the guy from Bridgerton,
with the
Gavin Bartholomew,
tight end out of Pittsburgh. Not a ton of production, 322 yards, 4 touchdowns, though, 38 catches, 6'4 and a half. We'll round up to 6'5", 246 pounds. You know, Minnesota, they're just trying to, I think, surround J.J. McCarthy with as many
opportunities to be successful.
And also, like, every good young quarterback needs that safety blanket, and a lot of them recently have found it in tight ends. And Kevin Bartholomew has a chance to at least compete to be that for J.J. McCarthy.
Well, and remember, T.J. Hawkinson has also been injured.
A ton.
So maybe this is just one of those, players that's like an insurance pick again in case T.J. Hawkinson goes down, where he can maybe grab a couple of stuff, be a red zone threat. But again, at the same time, he's not going to compete for targets, on the Minnesota Vikings with how loaded they are at weapons.
Let's go to the Baltimore Ravens. LeJonte Wester, wide receiver out of Colorado. He's more of a slot wideout. Improved his drop issues in 2024, which is great because Baltimore had some drop issues themselves in 2024. However, incredibly skinny, only 163 pounds.
He's 5'9".
5'9".
So he's primarily playing out of the slot.
He's like Tez Johnson if Tez Johnson went to Colorado.
Oh.
I probably see this guy as more of a return specialist. I don't know how much I love the fit in Baltimore. I think there's some better wide receivers available, but also you get a guy who's really fast, really small, can be a little bit of like a gadget guy, possibly how you've seen Dallas use Kevontae Turpin over the last couple of years, where he's not getting it every single down, but they can, craft up some good plays for him, get the ball in his hands, and he can make some good plays on special teams.
Speaking of Kevontae Turpin and the Dallas Cowboys, the next pick coming in here in just a second is a Johnny Cornelius. Back to the East-West Bowl names. 14 games played, 73.9 PFF grade, only 3 sacks allowed. Another offensive lineman here to, try to beef up what Dallas had last year, which statistically was one of their worst offensive lines in recent years. Dak Prescott clearly getting the bag has affected their ability to pay all of their tackles. Look, again, if you can add players that are cheap and can eventually come in and play as a rotational piece, why not?
Yeah, and Tyler Guyton was not great.
Yeah.
Let's just call space space.
Right.
He has a really big penalty issue. Got beat far too many times. He was their first-round selection last year out of Oklahoma. It probably has something to do with those Sooners. And Johnny Cornelius, I think, is possibly
He's not playing around today. It's day 3. He's tired. He wants to go home.
Johnny's a guy that, I'd be really, really surprised if I saw him play a lot of snaps in 2024, but he played 966 this past year at Oregon. Dan Lanning had trust with him, protecting a guy like Dylan Gabriel in the pocket. He had a ton of time to throw pretty much all year long. And he also blocked in the Big Ten, too. People forget Oregon's a Big Ten team now. He was going up against those corn-fed, grass-fed boys up in Nebraska, Wisconsin, and he held his own, did well enough, and now he finds himself in America's team, taking the ride down.
Is it America's team still?
You just
You're
not
going
going
to
to
Green
lose.
Bay Packers, because I feel like there's a more widespread fan base over the United States with Green Bay. You can find a Green Bay Packer fan anywhere.
See, I unbelievably disagree because
You don't just disagree.
I
Unbelievably
unbelievably
disagree.
disagree. Because, like, Moose,
That was your way of saying you could not be
You
more
could-
stupid
you-
if you tried.
I just think, like, there's no more of a global franchise than Dallas. As much as, like, I hate it that Dallas is so global, but it's like they're everywhere. I don't mean to be mean, but you spent the majority of your life in the Midwest,
I did, yeah.
which
no,
is a
you're right.
lot of Packers fans.
You have zero clue.
I've ventured
Shut your
out.
mouth.
I ventured out to the Southeast. Again, I spent a lot of my time in Texas, so we're both a little biased, but I ventured out to the Southeast. Still a ton of Cowboys fans. A lot of Packers fans, too. I just think Dallas is probably a little bit more global. They've had some decent picks, the Cowboys, over the last couple of rounds. They had a really good day yesterday. I don't
Yeah,
know if
they
they
did.
followed it up as strong, but when you have as good of a day as you did on day two, adding Donovan Izaraku,
Yep.
an edge rusher where a lot of people probably thought he was going to go in the second round. You had Savon Revel Jr.,
Yep.
a guy who, they thought Izaraku was going to go in the first round. You had Savon Revel Jr., a guy who they thought was probably going to go in the second round.
Yep.
Two really good value selections right there. Good day yesterday for the Cowboys. And now we move on, stay in the NFC East with the
Kane.
Washington Commanders. Drafted a guy like Kane Madrano. And Bobby Wagner was really, really good for this squad this past year. What a career that Bobby Wagner has had.
Yes.
But he's getting older. He plays a position that it's hard to disguise when you get old and
Right.
slow. Kane possibly is a guy that Dan Quinn has a lot of hope in to be maybe his successor.
Yeah,
one day.
and look, again, this is another time where Dan Quinn is probably just going to try and find the replacement sooner rather than later. I don't think it's this year where it's like, okay, we're putting this kid in, and hey, Bobby, thanks for everything you've done for this league. See you where hit the door, please. But again, one of these players that is good speed, can play in man coverage, doesn't have a big frame, which causes issues shedding blockers. So as a linebacker, doesn't have the size and the strength that you're kind of looking for. So decent pick. Again, does he make the roster? Does he not? We'll see.
I kind of maybe lean towards him being a more of a practice squad player, but also, like, you got to think they lost a good bit of depth this past year in the linebacker position over free agency.
Mhm.
They lost a good bit in that defense, which was not the biggest strength they had. And so Kane Madrano could, very well compete for a spot. Chase Lunt. Fun fact for you, Moose.
Okay.
I went to church with Chase Lunt growing up.
Did you really?
Yes, I did. Arlington, Texas's own Chase Lunt, 24 years old, 6-year senior, and spent his time playing at UConn. Massive.
He's huge.
6'7" and a half. Let me tell you, he was that size when we were like 13 as well.
He just didn't grow.
He just, 4-year starter at UConn, spent his entire time at UConn. Fits best in a zone blocking scheme. A little bit of an awkward tweener, doesn't, with all his size, kind of lacks a little bit of length, if that makes sense. But he's going to go to a place in Buffalo.
Stays out east.
Stays out east, and he's going to sit behind some of the best offensive linemen in the game in Deion Dawkins and the tackles they've got there at the Bills.
100%. And I think this is an excellent position of need here for the Bills, especially in the later rounds. It's not something that they needed to address earlier in days 1 or days 2, but adding that depth, like you said, behind a Deion Dawkins, definitely something that the Bills needed to address. So I'm glad they went out and at least got someone that they feel like they can develop.
And here it goes again. Howie, just having a blue chip prospect, a really, really good player, SEC player, fall to him in round 6 at pick 207 with Cameron Williams. I mean, look at this. Howie does it again. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. They just got the 77th overall player in the 200s. Now, again, everybody's final thoughts on Cameron Williams was that awful rep he had against Jack Sawyer, which pretty much lost the game for the University of Texas. He's not going to go in Philadelphia and start in year one. But I believe in Howie. I believe in the Eagles and the way that organization runs, that they will have a plan, and they do have a plan for him to, learn a little bit, get a little bit better, use those physical tools, and one day possibly be the starting tackle for this team.
Yeah, and listen, again, they know what they're doing when it comes to developing offensive linemen. Blue chip prospect. I love the pick. Howie does it again. The Eagles just keep getting better and better and better.
Yeah, they really do, and not surprised when they run as well as they are. All righty, we're going to take a step away from the picks for just a second because, fellas, April is here. You know what that means. Skies out, thighs out. It's time to let those puppies breathe. Whether you're playing a round of golf with the squad, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden with your lady, Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes and that warm weather brings. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So sweeten the deal. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code CHAT at chubbysshorts.com. Experience unmatched comfort and style with Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts, depending on how much thigh you're looking to show. Chubby's makes them in 4-inch, 5.5-inch, and 7-inch inseams. These shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate mobility and flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit, featuring an elastic waistband with button fly. Enjoy the classic men's khaki style with added comfort of elastic. There's so many things I love about Chubby's, but I mentioned a little bit earlier, I just love the versatility, right? You can wear them truly anywhere, whether you're going out, whether you're staying in and hanging out. They're comfortable enough to just lounge around on the couch, and they also look good enough if you're going to go out to a, decently nice dinner with your girlfriend, your wife, your boyfriend. I'm not saying anything, but Chubby's is the place to go. So, whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered for a limited time. Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code CHAT at chubbysshorts.com. That's code CHAT at chubbysshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with the Chubbies. Thank you so much, Chubbies. Of course, the link to that promo is in the comment section right now, and it is also in the description of today's video, so you can find it right there if you click on that link.
We love your Chubs.
Don't throw me into there.
Well,
don't make that a we.
Hey, I'm talking about their Chubbies.
Sure you are. I know better, Moose.
Oh,
all righty, MA football guy.
That was a dagger.
Saying the Pats are America's team.
What? I mean, maybe New England's team.
Yeah.
I think for the longest time, they were the country's most hated team.
Yeah. I agree.
What happened? No way.
Sam, do you
Who is
ever, and I'm curious on how you feel about this as well, Moose. Y'all think in the next couple of years you're going to do a 4-day draft at some point? You don't think so? Interesting. Moose, thoughts?
I would just, and I think you honestly, you could probably get rid of the 7th round, right? Like, can we all agree with that? Like, most of the time you can get, outside of a Brock Purdy, so I don't think it's important to have a 7th round, but that's just me, considering most 7th round players don't end up doing anything.
Oh, freaking the Eagles! Again! They make me so mad! Antoine Powell Ryland, another phenomenal player, falls to them in the 6th round. And I'm going to give them credit. They're the ones selecting them. But why the hell are they dropping that far? And why are the Eagles the first ones choosing them? Antoine Powell Ryland, one of my favorite sleeper targets in the NFL draft. If one of my teams I cover would have picked them in the 5th round, I would have been okay with that selection.
Listen, I don't know why they feel like every single year they're playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers.
I don't get it either.
How are they? What are these other NFL GMs not seeing? What are they not looking at? because the Eagles are finding these incredible talents for literally dirt cheap. So I just don't get it. I don't
mean,
get it.
It's he's a pass rush specialist, but you know who they just lost? Josh Sweat. And you know what Josh Sweat was? Pretty much just a pass rush specialist. He's not great in run defense, but he can get to the passer with the best of them. I mean, 16 sacks this past
I
season.
can't. I just
19 tackles lost, 48 pressures in 12 games. If you look at just sacks per game, he was like second in the NCAA.
yeah. This kid has got some,
And he's athletic too.
He's got insane talent, and I don't know how he fell that fall.
Tom's. Go ahead, Moose. Back-to-back Hokies, too. All I'm saying is with Antoine Powell Ryland, Tom has down grade second or third, maybe a straight second if I'm not a coward. I'm a coward.
Coming up next for the Baltimore Ravens, Fruity Pebbles. Aeneas Peebles, the defensive tackle.
I do like this selection.
Virginia Tech. Now, you are the Ravens guy, so let's talk a little bit about the Ravens' defensive line needs. I know the Ravens were really, really good last year in terms of getting to the quarterback, but what about run stopping? Is this one of these players that can potentially fill a hole here that the Ravens could use to just plug up those gaps?
So they were already really good at run stopping last year. It was really just, and they were like fourth in the NFL in sacks. It was just consistently getting pressure on the quarterback. So Peoples is going to help with that, but also like they lost Michael Pierce due to retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Peoples comes in here and fills that role very nicely. They've got really good interior defensive linemen in Nnamdi Madubuike and Travis Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Smith is heading into the final year on his contract, though. He will be a free agent in 2026. So Peoples could be a guy that they're looking at. You know what? Some people had a fourth-round grade on. Tom is some people. He had a fourth-round grade on. Getting him in this selection in the 7th round, this might be, outside of Mike Green, Baltimore's best selection yet. I really, really like this one. He's a little bit undersized, which I don't love. But a lot of times defensive tackles are like minus pass rushers.
Yeah.
You know, they give you minus pass rush. He's always somebody, he's not going to be in the backfield consistently, but he's a plus pass rusher if there is any at this point in defensive tackles in the draft.
I love it. I absolutely love it. So here's what we want you to do while we load up more picks and we get them coming in. Shout out your least favorite team in the NFL. I'll start us off because I hate them. The Green Bay Packers, the literal worst and ugliest colors on any uniform that I've ever seen. They have the most annoying fan base. I just can't stand anything about them. The only thing that I actually like about the Green Bay Packers is Lambeau Field and the city itself, which are both just historic and very, very nice. Outside of that, I have nothing nice to say about it.
Mine's the Philadelphia Eagles. I hate them.
Every year they're just, you feel my pain then. Every year they're just, they always one-upping you.
Yeah, it's like, it's so they just suck. I hate them. They are, when I was younger, my cousin would say, "Hey, Joey, go Eagles." And I would start crying.
How old were you? 16?
Yeah, I was like a freshman in high school. No, I hate the Eagles. Always have, always will. Their fans are annoying. Their fans are mean.
Yeah, they are mean. They are very mean.
My dad used to live in Philadelphia, and so he hates Eagles fans. And I guess it's just
it's just
genetic.
It's generational.
It's genetic.
It's
generational. We got some Cowboys in there. Giants says Roland. Chiefs says Caden. I will say.
How about this? When they tell us their least favorite team,
we guess
let's guess their favorite team from that.
One. That's a good one. I will say, though, the Chiefs hate. I would love to see a graphic over the last just 15 years. I guarantee you 15 years ago, the Kansas City Chiefs
were a very likable team.
Bottom 5 most hated team, and now they're probably top 5. Maybe top 3 behind the Cowboys and Eagles.
People love parity. That's why. And the Chiefs always win.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Cosmic Thunder. They hate the Bills, so I'm going to guess that you're a Jets fan?
Maybe a Chiefs fan.
Or maybe a Chiefs fan. That's a good point. That's true.
Actually, no, you wouldn't hate the Bills if you're a Chiefs fan because you're their big brother. Maybe you're Jets
Cosmic
fan.
Thunder hates the Bears, so he's got to be a Packers fan. Oh, he's a Lions fan.
Oh, there we go. Roland Israel says Saints. Maybe he's a Falcons fan.
Falcons for
King
sure.
Eli says Cowboys. He could be an any team fan, but I'm going to guess Eagles.
He could be an any team fan. Any team in the entire NFL. MA football guy says Giants or Jets, which means he's a Bills fan.
Yep. Or I mean, he's MA football guy. It means he could be a Patriots fan too.
Oh, true.
Oh, it's
he
probably
could be one.
Patriots.
Oh,
yeah, it's Patriots.
Massachusetts. Yeah.
Yes, you are
King
correct.
Eli says Gilbert.
Yes, called it. Jarrett Good says Raiders.
Raiders.
Is he a Chiefs fan?
Broncos fan. Gotta be.
Chiefs or Broncos? Probably. There's no Chargers fans in the country. So, Sun Devils channel hates the Pats. Dolphins?
No.
Jets?
Giants?
Maybe they wouldn't hate the Pats. They own the Pats.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's very, very true.
Jordan says Broncos. He's a Chiefs fan.
Mr. Southey says Jags suck. Who hates the Jaguars other than their own fans?
Mr. Southey does. I know, seriously. Austin Baker hates the Dolphins. So that means he's probably like a Pats fan or something like that. Sun Devil says, I'm a Browns fan. And he said he hated the Pats.
Oh.
Some of these are hard to call.
Hey, that is kind of hard to call.
Dastardly Dog hates the Titans. Dastardly Dog. I am with you there. I hate the Titans.
Why?
Dude, I went to school, obviously, you know. I am a University of Tennessee alum. So I spent 4 years in Knoxville. And a lot of my friends were Titans fans. Talk about the most irrelevant team, maybe in any sport, that like thinks they deserve to be relevant. I mean, dude, genuinely, after my 4 years of college, the Titans entered like my top 3 most hated football teams. Yes.
Yes.
I wanted them to lose every game they played.
Wow.
I know. I'm probably the only Tennessee Titan hater.
That's
It is
a
an
very
interesting
interesting gripe there.
I'm sorry. Hey, it is what it is. Let's catch you up on some stuff. The Carolina Panthers.
we had picks that came in just in case you were
Carolina
wondering.
Panthers selected Jimmy Horn Jr., wide receiver out of Colorado. So Shador's off the board.
Yep. Jimmy Horn Jr.
Jimmy
off
Horn
the board.
Jr.
Travis
off the
Hunter
board
off
as
the board.
well. Anton Powell Ryland went to the Philadelphia Eagles. Aeneas Peebles, he is now with the Baltimore Ravens. Hayden Connor, he went to the Arizona Cardinals. And let's catch you up on everything you need to know about the guard out of Texas. 16 games played for the Longhorns. Did not allow a single sack. He's tall for a guard, 6'6", 322 pounds. From Katy, Texas, 23 years old. Makes the trip from Austin west to Arizona. And they had a pretty good offensive line this last year, but they dealt with a lot of injuries.
Yep.
And anytime you're, protecting a guy like Kyler Murray and you're 6'6" on the interior, I don't know how well that fits.
It doesn't, because those smaller quarterbacks have to be able to move outside of the pocket in order to see the middle of the field.
Yep.
So with Kyler Murray, who I have heard just through the grapevine, Kyler Murray is not an inch over 5'8". I've heard that, like, they're saying, like, 5'9.5". No, he's like 5'8". So he's
And
like
how
my
tall are
height.
you? Okay, so let's just say 5'9.5". Fake news.
Oh yeah, terrorist.
And so we get the terrorist chance going in the chat. He's short. Regardless, he's short.
He is short.
5'9". Now he has an interior guard who's 6'6".
Huge, and he's a great pass blocker
Almost
too.
a foot taller.
His run blocking grade is awful for a guard. That's kind of concerning, considering that you're probably going to be trying to push and pull your way, create space for your running back for James Conner. But again, not a bad pick.
Let's talk Ravens. Their fourth and final selection in the 6th round. Robert
These aren't real people.
Longerbeam out of Alexandria, Virginia. 5'11", 175 pounds. Had a pretty decent year this past year at Rutgers. And I think this is a pretty good value pick as well. Tom's got him as his 186th ranked prospect, his 21st corner. At this point, all that Baltimore's trying to do is just get as many cornerbacks as they can in the room. And I think their goal is to have one big competition to see who can be that cornerback 2, or wait until Green Bay most likely releases Jair Alexander
And then go after him.
and possibly go
Yeah.
after him. There's the ties with Louisville, with Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah.
They played together in college. They're good friends. If they release him at his Green Bay, you wouldn't have to pay that massive contract.
No, I think you're right. I think there's a little bit of truth there, especially with the trade rumors that are going to start going absolutely ballistic here after the draft is over, considering where teams took what positions. So there's a lot of players that have current spots on their roster that might be looking to start contacting their agents and saying, "Hey, I'm looking to take my talents elsewhere."
Robert Longerbeam is now in Baltimore.
That sounds like by the way, it sounds like a character out of a Harry Potter novel.
Yeah, it does.
Professor Longerbeam.
It does. Robert Longerbeam.
Robert Longerbeam.
He teaches spells and potions.
Defense of the Dark Arts.
We actually got a $5 super chat.
$5.
The great thing is, Jordan, is you are cashing in, because now until the end of today's show, super chats are 2 times the raffle entries. So for that $5, Jordy, you got 2 entries into the raffle. He says, love the draft coverage. Let's go Chiefs. If you guys don't know now, Jordan Clements is my brother-in-law. Jordan, I love you, buddy. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the love. He actually won our Chubby's giveaway.
Did he really? So is he
And-
ordering a Kansas City Chiefs shirt?
Kansas City Chiefs swim trunks.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. And
Got to get stylish for
And
the
the
summer.
funny thing is I didn't pick it. James picked it back in his office, and he had no clue it was my brother-in-law. And then Jack announces it, and I was like, "Wait,
Oh, so you
I
rigged it.
kind of know him." See, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want anybody to claim home
Oh,
cooking.
well, now we're
Because
claiming.
I had nothing to do with it.
Joey's rigging stuff, guys.
He said,
Not
"Gotta
fair.
get that hat." What would we guess? You know how they have like the little things on them? What do we think is on the Chiefs?
Oh, it's got to be the arrowhead, right? Like you would
Yeah,
think so?
probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe say it again. Maybe some barbecue sauce.
Oh,
Yeah, it's electronic. Jordy, here's your super chat. $5. Love the draft coverage. Let's go Chiefs. Jordan's been locked in with us every single time I text the family group message. Hey guys, I'm about to go live. Jordan's there in half a second. Appreciate you. Love you. Miss you, buddy. Also, MA Football Guy sent in a $2. We're waiting for that to come in, MA. Thank you so
Pats
much.
fan.
It says Pats fan LOL. Can't stand the Bills.
Well, you can't stand good football players, is what you're saying, because Josh Allen is king.
Josh Allen's overrated.
Don't you even start on that. That is
Do you
so
do
cap.
you truly believe he should have won MVP this last year?
No, Lamar Jackson should have.
Okay. That's
I
good.
can agree with you on that. But if you were to ask me right now who I'd rather have as my quarterback, I'd have Josh Allen over
And
Lamar.
see, I would disagree, but I can get where you're coming from with that sentiment. But also, Lamar this last year had like the 4th best season of a quarterback of all time.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. He should have won it. I don't know why he didn't. I think he didn't because you finally had to give it to Josh Allen,
Because
right?
Josh Allen's the Joel Embiid of the NFL. That's why.
Whoa.
Coddled like a little baby.
Not even close to true. He's like Brett Favre 2.0, but more mobile. That's not even.
He has the record for most consecutive career starts.
So he can't be Joel.
I'm saying Joel Embiid. I'm saying Joel Embiid in the fact that Joel Embiid's MVP award was because there was voter fatigue in voting for the Joker.
Yeah.
And so they were just like, Embiid deserves one. He's really good. Let's give it to him.
Well, then
Exactly.
that must mean that Lamar Jackson is prime Russell Westbrook. Great in the regular season, but can't win the big one.
Nah.
Ooh, nah.
Jarrett Good says, was Tez picked? No, not yet. Not yet. Jason Rose says Joel Embiid in NFL is crazy talk. I'm here. I'm saying it. If you guys want to keep sending in super chats from now until the end of the draft, which we've got 40 picks left. We are 2-timesing every single one of those. So if you send in a $5, that's 2 raffle hat entries. Jack, how many names do we have in the raffle? We got a bunch. So now if you want to get
That's a
in,
great
it is a
numerical
good
value.
time to get it.
A bunch.
When does round 7 start?
Two more picks? Am I right? Is it 2 picks? 216? Round 7 start. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! The Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! All right. Do we have a $2 super chat here, right?
Also-
we already did it. Duh.
Also, just to keep everybody updated, we've got about one more round until this thing's over. And as of right now, Ohio State still has not broken the record for most. So it needs two.
One to tie, two to win.
pass. Our poll says yes, they will, of 378 votes.
Who is this guy?
Oh, this was the guy? Wait,
Really?
one of my Ravens rundown commenters actually
Oh,
commented about
they
it the other
drafted
day.
a 6-year-old.
Tommy Mellott, quarterback
There-
out
there
of
can't- Oh, there
Montana
are.
State.
Played in the
Mon-
FCS, dude. Montana State, who, by the way, had an awesome 2024 season.
Good for them, man.
Yeah, they had a great 2024 season. Again, Sam Brown tells us that he's going to be a quarterback that switches over to wide receiver. So he's like this era's version of Julian Edelman. If the Raiders can convert him into a player like a Julian Edelman, I don't see why it doesn't work out.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a little confused here because of all the teams most likely to pick Quinn Ewers, I thought it would have been Las Vegas. They did a ton of homework on him. They talked to him a ton. And now there goes another quarterback off the board.
Cam Miller.
Wait, 2 quarterbacks? Yeah.
Over
still.
Quinn Ewers. Wow. We can. The pick just came in. Double quarterback.
The Chargers,
R.J.
RJ
Mickens.
Mickens, I think it's a really, really good selection at 214. He had a pretty good senior year this past season at Clemson. The 16th rated safety in this draft. By Tom ranking, it's a little bit of a reach. But man, I think RJ Mickens has all the intangibles and all the things you could want to be a really good high-end player in this league. Maybe not as like a defensive player of the year type player, but man, he played for a really good defense at Clemson and was one of the starters for a really long time for that program. And now he is a Los Angeles Charger joining Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, and listen, R.J. Mickens obviously trying to back up here of Derwin James in Las Vegas. I always want to say San Diego. I don't know why. Los Angeles, take 2. Derwin James has a lot of injury history, so drafting somebody that could potentially fill in for him when he gets injured again, because it is inevitable, is something that the Chargers find value in. So I think that's what this pick is.
And the Raiders go quarterback again.
That is not Cam Miller.
Are
That is
you
not
sure?
Cam Miller.
That was not
Hold
Cam
on,
Miller.
hold on. That I was gonna say I've had a beer with Cam Miller. That ain't Cam Miller. Fun fact: Cam Miller just got drafted by the Raiders right after Trey Lance left. I was still in Fargo, North Dakota. I went to a bar one night after work. Terribly hard day of talking on the radio. My voice was strained.
Poor
And,
baby.
yeah, poor baby. And I sat down, and there was a group of people that were sitting at the bar, but the rest of the restaurant was empty. So it felt kind of odd because, why is everybody gathered in this one spot? Cam Miller was sitting there having a beer. One guy got up, left. That was the only spot that I kind of wanted to sit in. I sat right next to him. He was like, "What'd you get?" And I said, a little Coors Light. And he was like,
Coors guy.
no, not really. It was
Okay.
one of those nights. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shitty beer for a shitty day. But no, we cheers beers, and that was the last time I saw him.
Wow. That's a
my
great
one
story.
interaction with Cam Miller.
Look at that. And this is why you tune in Chat Sports. I went to church with a guy who got taken 6th-round Chase Lawn. You cheers beers with Cam Miller, quarterback, now of the Las Vegas Raiders. And again, Quinn Ewers, if you had a bet on it?
That's Cam Miller.
Hey, in Sam's defense, They do look very similar.
No, they don't. One of them's black.
3,251 yards as we go on. This past year at North Dakota State. 4-year starter, which I think is a really good thing coming into college. Like, people want to look at Trey Lance and be like, oh, man, he sucks because he came out of North Dakota State. No, he sucks because he only started 1 year of football
Right.
at North Dakota State, and then everybody expected him to be able to make the jump into the National Football League. If you're going to take a flyer on a North Dakota State quarterback, you probably want to do it on the guy who started all 4 years and who also is cheersing beers with
Mr. Moose over here. I doubt he even remembers my face. He probably look at me and be like, who are you? But at the same time, I watched Cam Miller play a little bit. He's not a starting quarterback in the NFL. He's going to be a career backup. He does have decent athleticism, which I'll give him credit for. Like, he can move his way around the football field. But outside of that, the passing skills are definitely lacking.
Can you pull up for me, Jack, the best quarterbacks available? Wow, that was so fast. 3 NANA.
I feel bad for Seth. There's not even so.
Wow.
Damn.
And Seth Hennigan.
I feel bad for Seth. He doesn't even get a spot at
Has
number
Max
3.
Brosmer, he's gotten taken, correct?
Crazy work.
Who's this? In sync.
Look at his hair. It's
Yeah.
huge.
Damian
Broncos
Martinez
pick?
still available. Best player available in terms of Tom Downey's rankings. Logan Brown, the tackle out of Kansas. Why does he need to go? There we go.
Wow. Disappointed in it? Disgruntled?
Logan Brown, the tackle out of Kansas.
A punter? A punter? The Broncos drafted a punter. Now, the Bears drafted a punter in the 4th round last year.
Yeah.
Torrey Taylor. He was unbelievable. Yeah, he's unbelievable. He got the bionic leg. Yeah,
Hey,
he's
but
got the
remember when
bionic
Caleb
leg.
said we won't be using you that much? LOL.
Hey. Yeah, I kind of clowned him for that, too. That was that was a bad take, Caleb. I'm sorry.
Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter out of Florida.
He only averaged 46.4 as a net average, which is terrible. But he did have 0 punts blocked. So
Yeah, and that's a punter stat right there. 190 punts for the Florida Gators.
oh my God.
Interesting pick. He can grow some good facial hair. Moose, how do you feel like he fits in with Denver's special teams unit?
He's a punter. He kicks a ball for a living. Like, we got no.
Wow.
Strong hang time. Yeah,
He was an Aussie.
Apparently, listen, I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I don't know what a good hang time is. I know that the higher the better, but I need a strong leg, but some minor work to do with his placement.
Hey, to get off
Work,
punter for a
work
second,
on it.
my best friend
Crawshaw.
just got married, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Officially, the deed is done.
We're
Yeah.
kickers and punters only.
I don't think anybody wants to hear us talk about that. Congrats to Ben and now Avery Broadus, the new happy couple, getting married in Florida today. Just left the ceremony, now headed to the reception. And they've got Chat Sports on the big screen
That's awesome.
because they need to know they're huge Jeremy Crawshaw fans. They've been keeping updated with his draft status.
Yeah, they've been waiting for his name to be called.
Yeah, who do y'all think is going to be Mr. Irrelevant? Offense or defense?
Or special
Or
teams.
special
It could
teams.
be a punter.
Could be another punter. It's not going to be Jeremy Crawshaw, though. What would you guess, Moose? Offense or defense?
Listen, you want to hear my hot take right here? It's going to be Quinn Ewers. Just like Brock Purdy last year, Quinn Ewers is going to be Mr. Irrelevant. He's going to sit behind a starting NFL caliber quarterback, come in and then take over as the starter. I'm kidding about the second part, but I think it'll be Quinn Ewers.
Who is the last pick in this draft? the Kansas City
It could
Chiefs.
be Quinn Ewers.
Could be Quinn Ewers.
Carson Wentz was their backup last year.
Yeah, the count. That's a good call. Also, this could be it.
This would be electric for the state of Texas. This would be huge. So let us know O or D.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I think we can assume at this point he's probably fallen. And I think that's a risk that Dallas is willing to take. I thought Dallas was going to pick Shador. I thought they were going to pull the trigger.
I heard that a couple of times this morning, and I was like, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would you want that circus?
It's Jerry. He is the circus.
I know, but
A circus isn't weird to a clown.
you're already wow. Put that on my gravestone a little bit later when I die. But again, I just didn't think it made a whole bunch of sense. The pick is actually in. The Dallas Cowboys took a defensive tackle from UCLA.
Jay Toya.
Yeah, Jay Toya. Do you know Jay Toya?
I do. He's best friends with Jeremy Crawshaw. Defensive tackle. It's actually Toia. Jay Toia is a selection to the Dallas Cowboys. I do think, though, they've got 2 more picks after this. I do think that Quinn Ewers might be one of them. Obviously, he played his high school ball at South Lake Carroll. Then he went on to Ohio State for 1 year, went back to Texas.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I just think Jerry would,
He'd pull the trigger.
gravitate towards. He'd pull the trigger on.
Listen.
They have 3 total 7th-round selections. Would not surprise me one bit if Quinn Ewers is one of them.
Jerry would be the type of owner to draft Quinn Ewers, knowing he's not going to play a single snap, and still get him a billboard advertisement.
Yep.
And be like, welcome home.
And Quinn Ewers, Cowboys jerseys, guess what? They would sell.
They would sell. They absolutely would sell, especially if you're a Longhorns fan. That would be huge.
Yeah. And so
There's Jay.
there's Jay, a guy who probably isn't going to sell a ton of jerseys, but regardless, good value for the pick. Tom has him as his 192nd overall prospect, a really wide frame, kind of one of those Vita Vea types. Obviously, take that with a grain of salt because Vita Vea is probably the best interior defensive lineman in the game, but similar builds, similar size, similar role on the football field. Just kind of go out there, eat up space, stop the run, and, pressure the quarterback if you need to, which is something that now that DeMarcus Lawrence is a Seattle Seahawk, Dallas will be looking to add, anybody on the defensive line that can help and add some pressure to the quarterback.
I cannot believe this. In round 3, and I'm going to go to what Jack just kind of, muttered. Round 3 was faster than round 7 is now. Like, why? It's crazy. It's crazy. Jack Nelson, offensive tackle out of Wisconsin.
Oh, I like Jack Nelson.
Oh, really?
No, I
Did you go to
do.
church with him too?
I did not, unfortunately. Chase was the only offensive lineman that I went with. No, he's one of those guys who can kind of play a good bit of spots on the offensive line. He played some left tackle, played some right guard. And I feel like anytime you're going to take a risk on an offensive lineman, doing it on a guy from Wisconsin isn't a bad idea. He played a lot of snaps, 752 this year, 908 the year before, 700 the year before that. Let up a few bit of hurries, but doesn't have a lot of flags, only 4 in the past 3 years. Jack Nelson's a guy who I think at this point, at this pick, really, really great value, as you can see, 175th overall prospect.
He's also from a very, very small town of Staunton, which I actually got gas in Staunton last year before I moved here. So I know exactly where he's from, believe it or not. It's about a town of 1,000 people. So very, very tiny. Doesn't even have its own school district, but they make those corn-fed Wisconsin boys very, very well. It's actually cheese-fed, but you get my drift. Probably going to plug up, a nice little hole there if he ever gets the opportunity to play.
Yeah, he's doesn't have incredible power, but he kind of makes up for his lack of power with some pretty good footwork. Let's stay in the Middle West, shall we? How about Thomas Fedone, the second tight end from Nebraska? He is heading to the Big Apple. He's a New York Football Giant.
Tight end out of Nebraska, not a good 2024 season. Didn't find the end zone a single time, but he's a huge dude and could probably learn to block a little bit better. So Dallas Cowboys are celebrating some picks, so maybe it is Quinn Ewers. A little bit more on Thomas. You know, these numbers aren't going to stand out to you in any way. I guess this is just like when Jackson Dart decides to get in for Russell Wilson for year one, put another blocker on there and just have him do his part.
He tore his ACL twice in 2021 and 2022.
Yikes.
That's something to kind of note. He's a fine blocker. He's not a plus blocker. He did force 8 missed tackles, which I think is kind of something surprising. 1 drop as well, 2.7%, and also 53.8% contested catch rate. So there's some things there to like. But at this point, you know, a guy going to New York, round 7, pick number 2.
Is he going to make the roster? We don't know. We have no idea.
You don't know, but hey, I will say this. I have liked New York's draft.
I have too. I thought their
Especially
draft
day
was
1
really
and
good.
day 2. The Toledo defensive tackle, Darius Alexander, that fell them in round 3. I really, really like that selection for them. I'm not a huge Jackson Dart guy. I actually don't even know if I agree that they had to go up and move up and get a quarterback there. But Abdul Carter, I think, is going to be a star.
Yeah, Abdul Carter is, you know, day 1 on the opposite end of Kayvon Thibodeau. If he is still there, I've heard about trade talks for Kayvon Thibodeau and trade packages.
They did his 5th-year option.
Okay, so
he will probably be there.
He'll probably be there. So that 1-2 punch is actually going to be pretty good. I actually am a lot higher on Jackson Dart than, you know, some people. I don't think he's going to be insanely, like, I'm not saying, oh my God, he's the next best quarterback. But I think he'll be very, very serviceable. Someone that was definitely better than Daniel Jones.
Yeah, my opinion, though, is like New York is going into this year, and they got Rusty in there. And
Rusty.
And it's like, okay, he's going to be the starter for the entirety of the year. If that goes poorly, Dable's probably going to be fired.
Mm-hmm.
Get the new regime in there and go draft a quarterback with that new regime.
Right.
I just like, I don't see the need, especially to trade back into round 1 to get one.
Yeah.
When you saw a bunch of, I mean, this quarterback class just,
it's not
worth trading up for.
No, God,
it's
no.
basically what I'm trying to
God,
say.
no.
They were a little bit more desperate than I thought they should have been to grab a guy like Jackson Dart. Who
But they could have always drafted Shador.
They could have drafted Shador today.
Yeah, I know. So
I saw a comment that said, "Will Shiloh be Mr. Irrelevant?"
No, he's not draftable. He was not.
If his last name was Mustakas, I don't even think he would have.
I wouldn't have even drafted.
He wouldn't even be in our database.
No,
if
absolutely.
his name was Shiloh Mustakas.
Correct. He wouldn't have even they would have been like, who? That's just some random Joe Schmo on the street.
100%. You're not wrong. Mel Kiper, talking a little bit about Jack Nelson. Mel Kiper, probably the greatest day of his life was when Shador ended up getting drafted.
I know. Did you see all the tweets that he put out about the Shador Sanders slander? It was like, Mel, you know better than anybody how bad of an interview this guy was. Like, you can't think that it's out of the realm of possibilities, and you can't understand unfathomable why Shador wasn't drafted until the 5th round.
Dude, he was comparing him to like Tom Brady. Yes, Jack, you have your hand raised. Boom, 2 subs away from
Hit it,
being
and I'll do it.
boozled. Moose is going to do the next one. We just need 2 more subscribers to get us to 408,540 subs. That will be, how many have we added today? Will that have been?
That's pretty good.
700 subs today.
That's
on
pretty
day
good.
3 is phenomenal.
That's awesome.
We've pretty much doubled it. Shout out to you guys.
That's awesome.
Appreciate y'all. Where are you going? No, I was going to say, I might have to go after you. Thank you.
2 more subs and a Bean Boozled.
Now 3 more subs.
Come on. Somebody said we don't even want to not only do you have you do a Bean Boozled. I'm going to unsub, so we're even further away.
Not cool.
Not
we just
cool.
need 3 people to push us over the edge. 3 subscribers or not subscribers, 3 viewers to become.
Hey!
Go. Hey, Jack, do you
Where's this
mind
one?
throwing Moose to the right for just a second? Thank you so much, my friend.
Here we go. What is this, pomegranate
you're
or
good.
Old
No worries.
Bandage? Pomegranate or Old Bandage? I had Old Bandage yesterday. It's awful. Dude, come on. It's Old Bandage. I don't want it. Oh, my God. I'm trying to think of my favorite food right now. Steak. Steak and wings. No. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was awful. It's not as bad as burnt rubber, but it's still terrible. Like awful. All right, next pick coming in. Marcus Bryant, offensive tackle out of Missouri, going to the New England Patriots, still trying to fortify that offensive line to protect Drake May. From Round Rock, Texas, at 6'7", 320 pounds. He's a big boy. Played in 13 games last season at a pretty decent PFF grade, but he did allow 5 sacks. That's terrible. So there's clearly something wrong with his game where he's allowing defenders to just sneak right by him. Again, probably a player that's just going to end up being practice squad player. Maybe gets cut. You know, it's so hard in round 7, guys, to give actual pick analysis unless they're a guy that was projected to go in like round 4 or round 5, and then they ended up sliding all the way down. A lot of these guys are players that might not make the roster, so you'll never hear their name again. That's just the truth. And I hate saying that because, like, you never want to poo-poo on a guy that gets drafted. It's a really awesome achievement to be drafted to the NFL. But some of these guys won't even make it to, like, August. They'll get cut before then. So, again, we're going to put this on screen here for you. Mr. Irrelevant coming up at the end of round 7, last pick in the draft. Who is it going to be, offense or defense? Type O for offense, type D for defense. I said it's going to be Quinn Ewers. I think it'd be hilarious. I think it would be hilarious. One spot later, UDFA Quinn Ewers. That would suck. Keep getting in the chat, guys. There we go. Chua Lure, he's back. What's up, Chua? Good to see you. Chua is a chat sports fanatic. Loves chat sports. Una Namaya? Huma huma nuka nuka apple. Name that musical. Wow, look at Joey. It is High School Musical too. A makahiki malahiti too. The worst one. Yeah, it sucks.
There we go. Some people think it's the best. My wife being one of them.
It sucks.
3 is the best. Say it again. That's 2.
That's 2. No, it is not.
No.
Get out of here.
I did watch 3 in theaters. Dude, 3 is. Hey! Tom's Big Board!
We did it. Tom Downey.
Hey, how was the bandage?
It was awful.
Did you?
He made me finish it.
Good.
Good.
We don't
Good.
start things and not finish them here.
The jelly bean. Sweet. Let's just rifle through them.
Oh, I like Jonah Monheim a lot.
Go ahead.
He is a center out of USC. The thing I really like about him is he's got a lot of positional versatility. He has played pretty much every single position. Left guard, right tackle, left tackle, also center at USC. And it's going to be interesting because Patrick McCarry now is a Jacksonville Jaguar after leaving the Ravens in free agency. And he is the same exact thing as Jonah Monheim. So might as well one unicorn learn from another unicorn and try to, maximize his talents and see where Jacksonville can find a spot for him on the offensive line. Cody Lindenberg, linebacker out of Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
23 years old, 236 pounds, 6'2", 94 tackles for the Golden Gophers this past year. So not a bad little pickup for a team that needs some linebacker help.
Yeah, absolutely. And, PJ Fleck does a great job of mentoring all of his players to get them NFL ready, the ones that actually do go out. So I think this is actually a pretty solid pick here for the Raiders.
A solid athlete. Not the best in coverage, but at this point, all the really good linebackers that excel in coverage are probably off the board.
Yeah.
Good tackler. He, spent a lot of time at Minnesota. Had a lot of really good production, like you said, 94 tackles this past year. And let's face it, Las Vegas desperately needs some linebacker help. Damian Martinez, the running back out of Miami,
who also completes the Downey 100.
He does. What a great selection for Seattle. Apparently, Harrison sent it in our Slack channel that the reason he was falling so high is because his interviews didn't go very well. So people think, he could use a little bit of an uptick in maturity. But at 223, Seattle's kind of thinking, you know what, why not take a shot? We still think he's a really good football player, and that he is.
Well, Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker don't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon, so getting playing time is probably going to be something that struggles to get. But, again, for a guy that you get as a talent, it's not bad.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he like, for his size, he's so much quicker you would think. He's just one of those every down backs.
Yes.
Really, really good stuff this last year at Miami. And where was he before Miami? He transferred to
Damian Martinez. Jack, where did he play before?
Oh, he
Miami?
played at it was out west. Was it Washington? No.
Washington? No, was it Oregon State?
He played. We're getting it for you guys. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was going to say
out west. Good call.
Well, when I was thinking about it, and I just said to myself, I was like, God, it just feels like Oregon State, but I could have been wrong.
From Oregon State to Miami, now back out west to the Seattle Seahawks. Keontae Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Rutgers, is now a Houston Texan. The 224 selection, 305 pounds, from Maryland, 22 years old, senior. Rutgers now has seen two guys go with Longer Beam and also with Keontae Hamilton. Is that a sleeping giant up there in the Northeast?
Well, look, hey, 305 pounds. Listen, he's a big boy, got some big mass, 6'3". I mean, look, hey, the Houston Texans, they're obviously trying to beef up that defensive line as well. So I think they could use all the help they can get there. Maybe it is a sleeping giant. Who knows?
I doubt it. I don't think they ever will be. Hey, thoughts on the draft? Thoughts on the trade? Yeah?
Pretty cool.
Sam Howell, now in AOC camp. There we go. Who doesn't love that? It's good for the channel. Longer beam? Really?
Dog.
Good. Okay. Sweet. Thank you. I've done the last two.
I'll do
Passing
Mando. I will do Mando. All right, gentlemen, spring is here. Heat is here in Dallas as well. And if you stink, you got to use Mando. The whole body deodorant is safe to use anywhere on your body. I have one currently in my house. I like to go to the gym. And trust me, as a hairy guy who gets 5 o'clock shadow on his back, I can tell you right now, Mando comes in handy. It's created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed and mistreated. Clinically proven to block odor all day long and control it up to 72 hours. All products are baking soda free and paraben free, and you can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, which is my personal favorite, Clover Woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. Again, clinically proven to control that body odor than with a shower or soap bar. So 12 after that shower, the average man's grundle odor is at a level 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average grundle odor is a 0 out of 10. So Mando Starter Pack, is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, and free shipping. A special offer for listeners right now. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code CHAT. That equates to over 40% of your starter pack off with code CHAT at shopmando.com. SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando.
Let us know down there in the comment section. Is Ohio State going to beat Georgia's draft record? If you're just now filing in, Ohio State has had 14 selections.
Yep.
The record is 15, set by the Georgia Bulldogs, not this past year, but 2 years before the 2022 NFL Draft. They need 2 more picks to beat it, 1 more to tie it. Moose, with 30 picks left, will they do it?
Yeah, they're going to tie it.
You think so?
I said originally they were going to beat it. I think they'll tie it. I think they'll get 1 more player in there. Who is left from Ohio State that can still be drafted? Okay. Nobody in the top 16 worth noting left on the big board.
He'll go.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. To tie it up. Boom. The Moose prediction, the prognostication.
Well, we got a safety off the board, Keaton Crawford, out of Nevada.
He stays in the desert,
He stays in the desert.
just a little bit further south.
3 players that can get drafted for Ohio State. Seth McLaughlin, center. He's got junior tight end. Josh Fryer. He's not getting drafted. We've got nothing on him, but we could. Let's talk about Keaton Crawford, though. Not bad value for the 225th pick. He's sitting at 206 overall in Tom Downey's ranking. He's a little bit of a hybrid between free safety and strong safety, so Arizona's kind of going to be able to put him wherever they want him to be. His athletic score was off the charts in pretty much every position. As a cornerback, he had a 9.72. As a free safety, a 9.55. Strong safety, 9.43. Overall defensive back, a 9.67. You're a 4.41 40-yard dash. It's these
He's
kind of
fast for a safety.
athletes, Moose, that even if they go in the 7th round, it kind of feels like they could have a shot to make a roster.
Well, remember, a lot of these guys are just incredible athletes that have yet to develop the skill to play at the next position.
People
So
just take a chance on it.
right, exactly. You bring them in and just say, hey, is there a possibility that we can coach this guy to become a next level starter? And that's exactly what I think this pick is.
The Steelers pick is in. They're going to go linebacker out of Washington, Carson Bruner, 23 years old, 104
Wow.
tackles this past year
Ton of talent.
with the Washington Huskies. And you know
Going
what?
to be a special teams player.
He'll be a special teamer. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Jake Hummel, who now is with the Baltimore Ravens, formerly was with the Los Angeles Rams, of a linebacker who, kind of is going to be a depth piece, but mainly his main purpose on the roster is going to be a special teams player.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree with you. I think a lot of these guys you could see actually shift over to special teams, especially some of these athletes that we're talking about, maybe become a gunner on, kickoffs and punt returns, someone that can just get down there and make a tackle when necessary. So why not make Carson Brunner a nice little special
And
teams?
a little bit of a Nepo baby. His dad is a scout for the Pittsburgh
Oh,
Steelers.
see, there you go.
And so that definitely helps.
Yeah, that definitely.
Having your dad in the war room.
Yep.
And now it's going to be up to him. Can he make the roster?
How cool would it be if his dad called him to tell him he was getting drafted?
Probably did. Probably
That's
a little
awesome.
Deuce Vaughn
That'd be
action
so
right
cool.
there.
That'd be
we'll
so
get-
cool.
The thing is he doesn't quite have the name value that Deuce Vaughn had a few years ago, but still, it's going to be a cool little shot right there. We've got another quarterback
Another quarterback is off the board.
off the board, not named Quinn Ewers.
Curtis Rourke.
Curtis Rourke out of Indiana, the Hoosier, who in his career passed for over 10,000 yards, 79 touchdowns, 21 interceptions. And,
Led-
this past year, Curtis Rourke really flashed on the scene. 29 tuds, 5 interceptions, 3,000 yards. Kind of just like Indiana did. But, Kurt Signetti makes the jump to Indiana, and you have to have a good quarterback to run that style of offense, right? And Curtis Rourke proved to be that good quarterback.
well, he also led them to the greatest season in Indiana Hoosier history.
Yeah.
This was the best season that they've ever had. It was just unfortunate that they got slaughtered in the first round of the college football playoff by my Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But Curtis Rourke, I thought, was a very capable college quarterback.
Yeah,
Somebody
exactly.
that, took the reins and handled that offense very, very well. I think he could end up learning a lot from Brock Purdy.
Yeah, he lacks a little bit of velocity off the rip, kind of a slow release. A little bit injury prone, tore his ACL in 2022, partially tore it this past year, but he's got good size, good frame, good enough football IQ that if he's put in the right situations and in the right offense, he could turn into something at least decent for the San Francisco 49ers. A little bit of a trade alert for you guys. The Chiefs trade up to pick 228. Patriots trade down, get 2 7th-rounders, 251 and 257. So
Why? Let me ask you this:
yeah,
Why do teams trade in the 7th round?
maybe maybe the Chiefs see somebody and they're like, you know what? Which now means the last pick in the draft will be New England. No longer it is.
Well, then they're not going to take Quinn Ewers. There's no way. Joe Milton last year, yeah.
Who's their backup quarterback right now?
I have no idea.
Is it? No.
No. Did Brissett
No, is it
resign?
Josh Dobbs?
Yeah, it is Josh Dobbs. Yeah.
Rocket Dobbs is the backup for the New England Patriots.
So maybe not.
So yeah. So it could be.
Complete the quarterback room in New England. He'll go off. I think he actually could be. I'm not even joking. I think he could be Mr. Irrelevant.
See, I'm surprised Jake Majors hasn't been picked, if I'm being honest. I really like Jake Majors. I'm not surprised Tez Johnson hasn't been picked. Tez Johnson won't be picked. Too small. But Logan Brown, wouldn't be surprised if he gets drafted as well. Quinn Ewers is going to be a hot UDFA name, I think, just because of the name value of it.
Very hot.
And so that'll be interesting kind of to keep an eye on that. Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah. Now, I will say, I haven't seen Tom Downey's draft rankings for Brashard Smith, but I have a feeling they're.
He's a great player.
Yeah, I'm going to guess before we show it, top 150. And I was
wow,
right.
you were right.
127, 14th best running back in the class. I'm surprised he fell this far to Kansas City. I think this might be one of Kansas City's best selections in the entirety of this draft.
Yes.
They need running back help. Isaiah Pacheco is one of those guys that you watch him run, and he kind of disguises how decent of a runner he is because he runs hard. And everybody wants to say, oh, man, he's so good because he just he looks like he's giving so much effort. He's fine. Brashard Smith is a really, really good back.
Well, and I think also Isaiah Pacheco has faced some injuries the last couple of seasons. So having a player that can kind of do it what Pacheco also does at a very good level, Brashard Smith is one of those players that I feel like you said, this is an excellent value pick for the Kansas City Chiefs.
How about us having a big cam for a 7th rounder?
That's great.
With less than 30 selections left, we got a big cam for him. I love that. Dante Kent, cornerback out of Central Michigan. Quiz, Moose.
Yeah.
What's another famous Pittsburgh Steeler that went to Central Michigan?
Ooh. I don't know. Who?
Jack, could you get this one? Central Michigan, famous Pittsburgh Steeler. Sam, don't say it. I know Sam knows it.
Yeah, Sam knows it. Sam knows ball.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so easy. It's Antonio Brown.
It is.
I'm so dumb. No, I did not. Did somebody say it?
Yes, someone did say it.
Oh, Logan did.
The Steelers have had a very heavy defensive draft, which is not very surprising given who their head coach is. Selecting only pretty much defense the entirety of it. Will Howard and Caleb Johnson. Will Howard, Caleb Johnson, the only two offensive selections. Other than that, everybody's been a defensive tackle, edge rusher, cornerback, or linebacker. Classic Mike Tomlin, trying to get better on the defensive side of the ball, and he thinks he could have something with Dante Kent here. I will say that after Joey Porter Jr. got hurt this last year for Pittsburgh, they really struggled in coverage. Cam Sutton was not good after he came back from suspension. And I think Dante Kent has an outside chance to make a roster and possibly be a depth piece for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but we'll see.
Indeed, we will. Up next for the Detroit Lions, Dan Jackson. Kind of reminds me of Dan Campbell a little bit there. They both got the red, brownish hair. They're both named Dan, safety out of Georgia. 194 pounds. 64 tackles, 2 interceptions, 5 pass breakups. Former walk-on who gained plenty of praise, from coaches and teammates. So this is one of those like chip on the shoulder type players. He's got something to prove, but obviously lacks the talent to play it at the next level. So got way too many missed tackles. This is probably just like let's see what you got. Pick.
Could you guess how many missed tackles he had in 2025?
I'm going to say 16.
Very close. He missed 15 tackles
Yeah.
in 2024.
That's terrible. That is like
Could you guess
That's
his
brutal.
missed tackle percentage?
32%.
Ooh, that's too high. 19.5%, which is still ridiculously high.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, he's mainly a free safety, but also like he wasn't.
He's not good.
Yeah.
He's just, it's called a spade. a spade.
Although I will say his special teams ability might earn him a spot on a roster. He's going to give you a good effort on special teams. He's going to be able to take a lot of special team snaps. 568 special team snaps for Georgia in his time there, and so I think that could be something. If he does carve out a roster spot, it will be in that way. Keep hitting that subscribe button. 408,000 of you have done so, and I am really, really thankful for all of you guys that have joined us so far. What did we start on Thursday night with? Quinn Ewers!
Oh, he's gone! He's gone! He's off the board!
Oh, he doesn't like it. Dolphins fan does not like it.
Quinn Ewers!
Lose it in a good way? Did he?
Did he really? Wow.
There we go.
Quinn Ewers joins the Miami Dolphins as a backup or a third stringer to Tua Tagovailoa. And whoever is their second, is it? Who is
Yeah, have fun
is
wearing
it Tyler
sweats to
Huntley
the game.
still? No, it's Tyler Huntley, isn't it? Is he their backup right now? Oh, okay, yeah. Got it.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers is going to wear sweats to every single game. I can. Yes. is
Oh,
his
that's
accuracy.
right. Yes.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers has emergency QB written all over him. I mean, I am willing to bet he never.
I didn't even think he was that bad.
Dude, he sucks.
No, he's not. He's not that bad.
Hey, answer me this: has Texas ever won a game because of Quinn Ewers?
No,
Thank you.
but he's got bad feet.
Dude, he also drops his arm on every single throw. He wants to be Patrick Mahomes. Everything's a sidearm. I don't get it.
But okay, but guys, he's not as bad as you make him out
If
to
he was
be.
not in Steve,
He led
Sarkisian-
them all the way to the Cotton Bowl.
He was surrounded by guys, 15 guys who got drafted almost, and he played in Steve Sarkisian's offense.
I like.
But hey,
Quinn
okay,
Ewers.
talk about him then.
Listen, I don't think he's a NFL starting caliber player, but you guys make him sound like he's undraftable. Like this guy should. Oh my God, look at it.
Wow.
They look furious.
That's
Is that his sister hugging him? His sister's hugging him like his dog just died.
some Get Out vibes.
This dude got drafted
Hey, Seeps,
and he
come
looked
here.
so upset.
Do you see his family? Isn't that weird? Yes.
This is bad.
I think that's I think that's Tyler Shuck's wife.
She showed up to the Quinn Ewers draft day just to make fun of him. Okay. He's there. No, he's there. Okay. Wow. Patrick Seatman.
from
We
the
just got a
horse's
glimpse
mouth.
into Patrick Seatman's.
There's no way they knew they were on TV for the last minute and a half.
Why is he still on television?
It looks like someone's behind them holding a cue card saying
Saying
clap.
applause.
Yeah,
Yes.
applause.
The
Dude,
guy
they
to
all
his,
look like it.
the guy to his far left was the one that had the worst sour face. He just literally looked like this is the biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my life.
Also hilarious. Xavier Restrepo is probably going to go undrafted after running a 4.77.
Well, okay. He had the worst pro day I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was really bad.
How are you a
And I
wide
kinda-
receiver?
And I kind of like Xavier Restrepo, honestly. Like,
he
I don't hate
finds
him.
open space.
Yeah, I know. He's the UDFA. I would not be that upset about. The Bears pick is in. Indy's pick as well. We're gonna go over a couple. Hunter Wohler, safety out of Wisconsin. Am I saying it right?
Yes.
I'm trying to do my best. To say Wisconsin.
Hunter Wohler is actually a fan favorite up in Wisconsin. Don't ask me why. I don't know the
Dude,
reason.
not bad.
But there's a good chunk of people where I used to live that were like, "Hey, Hunter Wohler's on the field." So it was I don't know, but I just know that name in particular. That's why it makes me grin. I've heard it before in bar conversations, but again,
Man, how
probably
much time are you spending at bars? Got a lot of bar stories today, Moose.
well, it's
Should we
Wisconsin.
worry about
It's
you?
Wisconsin. What else is there to do up there? You drink and watch the Packers. That's it, and eat cheese.
But you don't like cheese curds.
Oh, I know his folks up there. He's from up north. All right, I'll tell you what.
But you don't eat cheese curds.
I hate cheese curds.
Wild.
Cheese curds are the worst food ever invented.
That is so false. Cheese curds are
They're disgusting.
delightful. Sorry for us to get off track. Hunter Wohler, honestly, a pretty good selection here by Indy. Tom has him as 170th ranked prospect. And another selection
Oh,
for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Do they have a powerhouse up there?
They do.
In New Jersey.
oh, okay. Is it Monagai, right? Like that's how you say it? Okay. Like I used my very first game in NCAA 2025. I used Rutgers and I rushed
Why?
for like 300 yards with this guy
Why?
and 4 touchdowns. Listen, he's fine. He's going to be a rotational back, probably a third stringer. He won't compete with DeAndre Swift. But I will say this: the Bears needed a running back, so I'm glad they at least addressed it once.
Yeah, he's a small guy, 5'8".
Yeah, he's tiny.
Manning guy.
So is DeAndre Swift. So they both have 2 5'8" guys.
Yeah, they're not looking for size there. As a Bears fan, did you want
I wanted
Genty
Devin Neal.
on draft day? Let's go back to Thursday. Did you want Genty?
No, I didn't.
Did you want Tyler Warren?
No, I didn't want Tyler Warren. I specifically wanted either Jalen Walker or Mike Green. I thought Mike Green was going to be a Bear. I had it written all over my big board. I was like, this is it. I'm going to fall in love with Khalil Mack 2.0. It didn't happen, but I didn't love the Colson Loveland pick at 10. I thought that was a bit of a reach to grab him. I was never in the Genty sweepstakes, not because I don't think he's good. I think he's amazing. I just was like, I don't want to move up to 5 and give up potential first-round draft capital to go get Ashton Genty.
Fair. We're getting awfully close to the end of the 2025 NFL draft.
How many picks are left, Jack? 22.
22 selections. I got to ask you this question. Who will Mr. Irrelevant be? Will it be an offensive player or will it be a defensive player? Let me know down below. Logan Kovach says defense. I am going to put out there, I think it's going to be offense.
I said it was Quinn Ewers. I was wrong. He got drafted way before.
Do you
that.
still think offense, though?
Yes, probably. I'm going to guess it's going to be a running back.
Who was it last year? Was it offense or defense last year?
Who was it last year? Oh, my God. I think it was defense. I think it was a corner. I think.
Let me
2023 Mr. Irrelevant. Wow.
Who's the chat saying?
Who's this guy with the energy in round 7?
And the full uniform on.
This is his moment.
Mr. Irrelevant was Jalen Key, a safety from Alabama.
Okay, I was close. I said corner.
This guy's electric.
Let's take a listen to what I like his energy. What is he wearing? Is that a Warren Sapp jersey?
He's wearing a full uniform. That's what he's wearing.
It
He's
is
got
a
the
full
pants
uniform.
on and everything. The pewter.
He just doesn't have the pads. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select.
When would you ever need a beanie in Tampa Bay?
You would never.
Tez Johnson.
Whoa.
Draftable.
Draftable player. Draftable player.
Has Isaiah Bond been drafted yet? Wow, Isaiah Bond not drafted
Oh,
yet.
well,
he has
I think we
wow,
kind
a Saints jersey. Is that a Saints jersey in the shot? For a guy
How
going to
can you
Tampa
wear a
Bay?
say? Oh, dude, that's terrible. No, that looks like an Iowa jersey. Okay. I was gonna say no way. Tez Johnson is 155 pounds, guys. Like he's gonna get crushed. He's gonna break an arm first play that he gets out there. If he gets out there. But he was great in the swing game last year for Oregon. He also played with Bo Nix, so he had some production that led, that second year, or the 2023 year, excuse me. Again, he's okay. Like, is he going to end up playing? No, probably not.
See, I would rather have Nick Nash than Tez Johnson personally.
Oh yes, 100%. I love Nick Nash.
And he hasn't been selected, has he?
No,
Yeah,
non-draftable.
That's surprising to me. At this point in the draft, we're just rattling off Big Ten offensive linemen, aren't we?
Yeah.
Mason Richmond.
Name a random Big Ten offensive lineman.
Yeah, seriously.
Mason Richmond.
Offensive tackle out of Iowa. He's heading to Seattle, so have a little bit of a culture shot going from Iowa to up there in the Pacific Northwest. And then Tez Johnson, like we just mentioned, wide receiver out of Oregon, goes to Tampa Bay, 154 pounds. Moose, when's the last time you were 154 pounds? Also, wait, real quick, question for Sam. Is this the latest you've ever had a big camp for a player? 22 selections left.
This is some
And we've got
chat
a big
sports
camp.
knowledge right here.
No, Tez Johnson. Really?
Okay,
Well, there we go.
that's answer. Listen, he's got skill. He's just way too slight.
And they sometimes
How many
Tom-
150-pound players do you see in the NFL
Hey,
today?
sometimes Tom can be wrong.
And that's true. He's not perfect. He's not. LaQuint Allen. LaQuint Allen
Sure.
just got drafted, the running back from Syracuse, to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Syracuse.
Now we're talking about it. Just rattle these off. Why is the 7th round taking this long?
I don't get it.
The
The
thing
third
is-
round was so much faster.
The thing is about Tez Johnson, and I know they don't play a ton of press in the NFL. That's kind of like out of the league pretty much.
Yeah.
But like if you're lining up across from Tez Johnson and you jam him at the line, you could shove him to the ground. And I get it. He's shifty. He's fast. He's quick. But like NFL players, they don't miss tackles, especially not against guys who
Those are kid-side shoulder pads. by the way.
154 pounds. When's the last time you were 154 pounds, Moose?
Senior year of high school. 18. I was 108.
11 years ago?
Yes. 11. I have been above 155 pounds since I was 18 years old.
Mine might be like, I think sophomore year of high school is when I crossed 155. So, I mean, that was,
You're much taller than I am. So
that's 9 years ago. But still,
yeah, that's crazy to me. How he maintains 154 pounds is beyond me. Does he just not eat?
what do we think he was? I'm going to set the under for coming out of high school at
33.
I'm going to set at 137.
I'm going to go under.
Gentlemen,
We're hedging bets here.
137, how much he weighed coming out of high school. Sam, we're going 137 pounds for his weight coming out
Tez
of high
Johnson's.
school. You're going under.
133.
So his 24/7 profile is showing 154 pounds. But I feel
So
like
he
that
hasn't
was
moved
I
a
feel like
single
that's-
pound.
that's been updated. Because it says NFL scouting combine on it.
I have no idea.
We're gonna need to get our research team on this one.
Shock Universe says, bro, all of us could bench press him.
Genuinely. And I'm not very strong.
My max right now is about 185. So I definitely could.
So his high school athletic background in his 24/7 profile says 5'10", 150-pound wide receiver from Pittston,
So we only
Alabama.
gained 4 pounds. He did get it right. He said the over.
There
All
you
right,
go.
let's go to LaQuint Allen. Running back out of Syracuse. 228 carries, over 1,000 yards, 16 touchdowns. Found the end zone quite a bit. This is a very similar season to what James Cook had with the Buffalo Bills. Just barely over 1,000 yards, but found the end zone a bunch. Former wide receiver. Got a great pass. He's a great pass blocker. Decent athlete, but again, if you're changing that, from wide receiver to running back, you probably lack a little bit of explosiveness and strength.
Guys, I found it. 138 pounds. The line was almost perfect.
I thought you said 150.
I said 137. That was the line. Yeah, Jack nails it. 138 pounds coming out of high school. Tez Johnson. Let's talk about the cornerback from Tulane, Micah Robinson, Atlanta, Georgia native, 34 tackles in 2024, 2 interceptions, 8 pass breakups. And, Tulane's got some pretty decent production out of some pretty decent players. Green Bay addressing the cornerback needs, but in my opinion, they're addressing them a little too late. If you had to guess right now, Moose, what would you say happens with Jair Alexander?
I think they look to trade him post June 1st. I don't know what the salary cap savings would be on that if they do decide to trade him. Post
17 million.
Is it really? Okay, so then there you go. They're going to trade him. He's not going to get traded before that.
Well, I don't think he's going to get traded at all.
I think he will. I think they're tired of him.
Ooh, I think they're just going to release him. They've been trying to trade him.
Wait a minute.
Exactly, but they would have, if they were going to trade him, they would have traded him before the draft.
No, I'm talking about trade post June 1st. What the cap saving is? What's if they just cut him? Is it 17?
17 million.
Oh wow. Okay, so then we'll just cut him.
Yeah, I think they're just going to end up cutting him. Ricky White to Seattle. I actually really like Ricky White.
Ricky White the third.
The third. 2,524 receiving yards in the last 2 seasons, second most in the FBS. And I mean, this is a guy who if he ends up like landing in a really good spot, which could be in Seattle if their offensive line shows up a little bit. Like he could be something. He's somebody I would bet to make a roster in ours.
Oh yeah. Especially, I mean, look, he had a really good 2024 season.
And he's doing it at UNLV too.
Yeah, he won't ever find the starting rotation except maybe in like a 5-wide package, but I could absolutely see him making it.
He's 188th overall prospect in Tom Downey's ranking, 19th overall wide receiver. He's worth drafting because of the special teams ability alone. He's a really, really great addition to the roster in that sense of the word. He's a good route runner, but also like it's not just the route running that gets him open. He can find ways to get open in other ways, whether it's just taking advantage of the zones, knowing where to be, and just kind of knowing where to run your routes. Not necessarily he's going to shake guys off. He's not necessarily going to just burn people off. It's more of just like, hey, I'm a really smart football player.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
A number 1 wide receiver. He just hasn't done it yet. Last year, kind of a tough rookie season for Coleman, but I feel like with his attitude that he displays, because he's got a great one, going into next season, I think you're going to see a big uptick in his targets and production.
Do you think he could make that jump?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let me be clear. I don't think he's going to go to 100 receptions, but 65 receptions, 800 or 900 yards, 5 or 6 touchdowns, it could absolutely see it.
What was he sitting at this past year?
45 receptions, 600 yards, 3 touchdowns, I think, 2 touchdowns, something like that. So mid, but, I think he'll take that next step. I don't think he'll ever be a true, like, solidified big-time wide receiver in the NFL. He's just not as skilled.
We got about 17 selections to go. And from now until the end of today's show, for all 660 people still hanging out with us, any super chat, it's 2 times the raffle entries. All right, so you could super chat in $5. You'll get 2 raffle tickets. We are raffling off the NFL draft hats. The winner gets to pick a hat of their choosing. All righty, you can pick any team you want, whether you're a fan of the team, whether you hate the team, you just want to get it to burn it. I don't care. It's your pick. Do whatever you want. And now is the best time to enter that raffle because for every $5, it'll be 2 times the raffle entry. So $10 gets you 4 entries, 20 gets you 8. 40, what does that get you, Moose? 16.
16.
So, welcome to
Send in
Math.
a super.
Welcome
send
to
in a
Math
super
Sports.
chat.
We haven't had a
Math Sports.
We haven't had a super chat since MA Football Guy, but we got to remember the MVP Miss Chris Lotteray.
That's true. And right now, she's going home with that football right there, which you could win. If you are our Super Chat MVP, we're going to sign that football and ship it right on out to you.
Hand delivered by Jack Lotteray. No. If whoever it is, it will be hand delivered by Jack Lotteray. It will be hand delivered. This is how you know. It's a Greyhound. This is how you know it's the end of the draft because.
Hold on, Mike Dibble.
Is that a mimosa?
Wait.
What?
Mike Dibble's asking how much is the MVP currently? 121 would get you the would get you it.
Here's the football. NFL Daily.
Mr.
Signed
Dibble.
by every Chat Sports.
Do it. It's $121.
Every Chat Sports employee will sign this, baby. We'll get it to you.
Okay.
And,
well, we'll see if Mr. Dibble wants to donate. That's fine.
And may or may not be hand delivered by Jack Lotteray.
The Greyhound waits for Jack.
Chris Lotteray talking some smack.
Whoa.
Beat me, Mike. I dare you.
Dang, Chris.
Those are fighting words.
Those are fighting words.
Mike Dibble. What team is Mike Dibble a fan of?
Ooh.
Browns.
You got Shador. Shadivlin.
And Dylan Gabriel. The Rams pick is in at 242. Baltimore's is up next. Let's go.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, I have to ask you a quick question before the next pick comes in. Joey, this is my first NFL draft here. How are you feeling?
Honestly,
I'm exhausted.
I feel fine. And I think it's because I'm up here. If I was doing what I was doing yesterday, running around, making cuts, I think I'd feel a lot more tired. But, like, I feel fine. My body feels tired.
I am like, I can feel it right. Like, falling asleep standing up is not out of the realm of possibility.
I can feel it on the face, but, like, also.
Hey, we did get a super chat.
And for 121.
It's not 121. That's funny.
Caleb Lohner is the selection for the Denver Broncos out of Utah, so he stays over on the west side of the country. A big boy out of Flower Mound, Texas, not far from the Chat Sports Studios.
That's where Cullen grew up.
6'7", 256 pounds. If I would have told you at the beginning of the day, hey, a tight end who has 54 yards in 2024 is going to get drafted, what would you have said to me?
I would have said he was going to be a Denver Bronco. Because their tight end room before Evan Ingram was awful.
Yeah.
Adam Troutman led your entire team, and he had 300 yards receiving, and he led the tight end room. That's terrible. So I would have said he was a Denver Bronco.
I'm a little surprised. I don't know if you are, that Jared Ivey has yet to be selected.
I was just going to say. I had him as a 4th or 5th round grade.
Yeah, I think I mocked him in the 4th in a couple of drafts, if I'm being 100% completely honest with you. We're still waiting for Mike Dibble to break the MVP.
Dibble.
We'll see if it happens.
Dibble. Also, can I ask a quick favor? We're only 4 likes away from 1,100. Can we just get those?
Away.
My OCD is kicking in. I'm like, can we just make that a nice, can we just get over that?
It's like when you're turning up the TV and you
it has to be on an even number.
You stop at 21 and you're
no, dude, it freaks me out. It has to be on an even number or in variables of 5.
Yes, exactly. Fun fact about me. I only set my alarm for random, I never do a 5 or a 0.
So you'll do 6:33?
Yep.
Okay.
Always.
That's weird.
Panda of Pizza sitting at $1.21. Unfortunately, you got to set that couple to the hundreds. Yes, Sam, you're questioning something?
I think Sam is joining my OCD brain right now. You have to set it for 6:30, 6:35, 6:40. Oh my God, Sam, are you a snoozer? Do you click the snooze button 5 times?
See,
for the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mine is.
I love that, Sam.
All right, I'll show you what mine is. Since we're all showing our alarm clocks here. My earliest one is 12:35 a.m.
I think mine is 12:38. 12:05. Beat you.
Oh, see.
Kenona Mumfield, wide receiver out of Pittsburgh, is heading to the City of Angels to play for the Rams. 813 yards, so pretty decent production with the Pitt Panthers this past year. 5 touchdowns. And, it's a wide receiver room that's gone through a little bit of changes. Obviously, Cooper Kupp hit the exit door. Devontae Adams hit the entrance. Thoughts on how that offense fares going into the 2025 season?
Well, it all depends on, in my opinion, Puka Nacua. If Puka can stay healthy, Devontae is going to draw more one-on-ones, which will, he's still an excellent route runner. So I think if Puka can stay healthy, you're looking at a very dynamic offense like you saw the second half of the season last year. But as we saw in the first half, when Puka's injured, that offense just goes to shambles.
Garrett Dellinger is the selection for the Baltimore Ravens. Guard out of LSU. That's the 4th offensive lineman for the Tigers to be drafted. Almost their entire O-line. 6'4", 320 pounds. Played 7 games in 2024. This Baltimore Ravens offensive line, I think they punched a little bit above their weight class last year. They played a lot better than people.
Well, the first couple of games, they were not good. Ronnie Stanley had a terrible week 1, week 2.
He did.
But then it picked up definitely as the season went on.
And they've got the cornerstone in Tyler Linderbaum. They locked down Ronnie Stanley for the foreseeable future. Roger Rosengarten took a massive step forward at right tackle. It's just the 2 guards that present massive question marks, right?
Yeah.
Patrick McCarry, he's gone to Jacksonville. So now Andrew Voorhees will step up. He started last season, got hurt, and didn't play for the rest of the year. Daniel Fa'alele is the right guard. He gets a little more flack than I think he deserves, but still at the end of the day, it's not like he's, Superman or anything like
Right.
that. And so they could improve, and I think they should improve in the interior of that offensive line because you got to look on who you have in your backfield with Derrick Henry and with Lamar Jackson. And contrary to popular belief, at least for the beginning of his career, Lamar Jackson plays his best from inside the pocket, funny enough.
Wait a minute, no, that is not what it implied.
It looks like a little bit of.
I'll give you.
I know it.
If it's what I think
Don't
it is.
tell me. A rhubarb? Is it rhubarb
It's rhubarb pie.
It looked like it.
No, it's delicious.
It is delicious.
Rhubarb pie with vanilla ice cream on it is like God's work.
It's very Midwest. My sister had a friend who her family was all from Iowa, and they visited, and we hung out with them, and they brought a rhubarb pie, and it was
so good. Strawberry, what flavor was it?
Strawberry, I think.
Strawberry rhubarb. That's like the most classic one, but you can also do like raspberry or like boysenberry. Boysenberry rhubarb pie is phenomenal. No, you can.
Rhubarb pie. Yeah, it's good.
We're talking about Quinn Ewers over here.
Oh, were you watching
the backdoor
or no?
conversations right now?
Dude, so was his entire family. It was crazy.
They didn't want anything to do with it. That's crazy. Well, they were mourning the death of his career, so it was kind of, in a sense, a funeral. That's a very weird memory.
See, I got acquired with this shit. I caught it on TNT shit. You feel me?
Oh! There it is!
Mike Dibble!
Bang! A $200 super chat. We've got a new MVP. MVP. He said, got to keep.
We got a shotgun one for Dibs. Get Dibble going in the chat.
We're getting a shotgun.
Get Dibble going in the chat.
Said, gotta keep my reputation, so I'm going to take Shador's number and multiply it by 100. As a Browns fan, I think we had an amazing draft, and I'm very excited for the future. Thank you for your amazing coverage, and I hope for you both to get some sleep soon. Finally,
Dude,
here we go,
I love this guy.
Brownies.
Here we go.
Woo, woo.
Here we go, Brownies. Here we go.
Woo, woo. Actually, I don't really feel good about doing that because
You are the Ravens.
I am the
host.
Ravens rundown host.
I'm not though, so I can say go Browns.
But a $200 super chat, I think that deserves a
yeah,
huge
yeah,
round.
that does for sure.
Marcelo
Get Dibbles going in the
Hernandez.
chat.
What's going up, Marcelo? A lot of people ask it. Oh wait, we gotta move. We gotta move for Sam. Oh, you want to know a fun fact? I've never actually seen these shot funds in use.
Ooh, and that's like the worst beer to shotgun as well. Coors Light. That is blasphemy.
Do you
That
like
is a very
Coors over
hot
Miller?
take.
Like if you were just drinking a beer? Okay.
Miller is way better than Coors. Unless it's Coors Banquet. Coors Banquet's really good. I know my beer. Hold on, Mike, sorry. Everybody spam Boo Sam in the chat.
Asher and Marcelo, to clear the confusion, I am the host of the Ravens Rundown. I produce for Commanders. You know, I'm not a Commanders fan. I've enjoyed producing for the Commanders and cheering them on and hosting that channel from time to time. Have enjoyed it. The playoff run was fun. And Sam's back, this time with a Miller Lite. There we go. That's such a better fit.
Now that's a real shotgun
That's a
beer
better
right
fit.
there. That's fair. Now he looks bigger, yeah. Ooh. Lock it in.
Yes, I'm so curious on how this even works. Whoa!
That's nice. That's real nice. Shout out to Sam Brown.
Was that cold, Sam?
And shout
It
out
looks
to
cold.
Mike Dibble.
Yeah.
Mike with the $200 bangarang. Spam Mike
Spam
in the
those
chat.
mics. I'm going to spam Mike in the chat.
Spam those mics.
Spam
Spam those mics. Spam those mics.
Mike.
What day is it, Mike?
Yeah.
400.
No.
80. Hey, I'm going to see myself out the door here. This is not math sports.
Get those mics in the chat. We got Ty Man, Asher, a Panda, a Pizza. We got Ty Man. And we are rounding out the 7th round of the 20.
Okay, dude, I'm telling you. Like, these can't be real players. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
How do you look, Sam?
Oh,
Well, there we go.
yeah, on that shit. Yeah, that's how they get there.
Oh, interesting.
Uh,
Dominic Lovett, wide receiver out of Georgia, taken. I'm honestly surprised any wide receivers out of Georgia got taken out this past year. They were
not good.
Horrendous.
They were terrible.
Especially what's his name that got drafted earlier today? What's the Georgia wide receiver's name? Keep going, Moose. Aaron Smith, he sucks.
I was
Dominic
going to say, I
Lovett
have
wasn't
no
much
idea
better.
who.
59 receptions, 670 yards, 6 touchdowns, 38 of them.
The 7th round is so hard to keep track of, especially if you're not a big-time player, like Quinn Ewers. But again, look at these names.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Like, come on.
Ja'Cory
Krosky Merritt.
Some eligibility. Yeah, it sounds like a British name as well. A little bit of eligibility concerns this past year, or not concerns, but just like holdups. Only played in one game. 13 carries, 106 yards, a touchdown though. And so
that's actually
this is a guy who tested really, really well. And I think that Washington's looking at this as, hey, let's spend a 7th rounder. Brian Robinson Jr.'s all right.
This is
Can't
the
stay
definition
healthy.
of a question mark right here.
Yeah, Brian Robinson Jr. can't stay healthy. Austin Eckler can't really stay healthy either. And so it's like, cool, let's just go see if we can snag a late running back and see if we can turn him into anything special. Right
the
now,
pick is in for the Cowboys at 247.
10 left.
10 more picks.
Wow, I
Just
cannot
10.
believe the Cowboys gave up a 4th rounder for that wide receiver at the trade deadline. Who was it again? The former
Say-
Carolina Panthers.
Say that again one more time. I didn't
The
hear the question.
Cowboys trade deadline, 4th rounder for.
Jesus. Wide receiver. God,
Wasn't it?
he's got a weird name too.
Jonathan Mingo? Was it?
Jonathan Mingo.
There we go.
Jonathan Mingo. Yes.
There we go. Miles Frazier. That was the 5th round pick for the Detroit Lions, as they show them up there on the screen. 582 people watching. Make sure to like the video. Asher Dean says, Joey, did you play football when you were young? Yes, I did. I feel like that's just kind of like, if you grew up in Texas,
You played football?
you played football.
Yeah, and see, I didn't, so I played golf.
There we go.
I
And I
was a
played
golfer.
golf in 8th grade.
I was
That's
a
when I
golfer.
started. But yeah, played football all the way until I graduated.
Graduated high school?
Yeah.
Did you really? What position were you?
Wide receiver.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, dude.
Very, very stereotypical. Good hands. Not fast. Not fast. Good hands. I was a quarterback when I was growing up. Like when I was in like elementary school.
Slinging that
And
rock
then-
around.
And then I got fat and lost all my speed and athleticism.
But still had those great hands.
I got fat.
He was able to catch a cold in the desert, which is
Yep.
crazy.
Yeah, so, hey, shout out your favorite team. This thing's rounding out. You guys.
No matter how you travel, it's good to have a plan. Some people plan every minute. No sleep, bus, museum, another museum, while others only plan to take it day by day. When it comes to your finances, a plan is just as important. You can count on Credit Karma to give you the insights you need to understand your options, so you can take charge of your financial path and find your way to money. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Sun Devil says Browns.
Oh, we have
A lot of Browns.
Right
Three
now, we're
different-
talking about the Browns.
3 different Browns from 3 different people. Falcons. Packers says Logan Kavach. Packers says Panda Pizza. Hey, Logan and Panda. Can I self-plug the Packers report?
Yeah, you can, absolutely.
Hey, Logan and Panda.
Throw that link in
Here's
there.
the link to our Packers Chat Sports channel. I am the host of it. Go ahead, click that link, subscribe, and lock us in because it's been a ton of fun. Love to doing all I've been doing with the Packers report, and if you want to learn a little bit more,
I'll
come
start
back
turning
in.
around here.
Turn around. We're gonna give you a 10-second countdown. You're gonna turn back around and choose a team. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Browns.
Browns. Not very surprising.
No, it was Browns.
The Browns have had the most interesting
I love their draft.
draft. You love it.
I love their draft. I thought their draft was so good.
If they didn't draft Dylan Gabriel,
It would have been an A+.
yes, but they did.
So that makes them have a C?
Dude, Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round moves you from an A to like a C+.
I disagree. I think it brings you to it from an A+ to an A-.
Oh, totally disagree.
Every single player besides Dylan Gabriel adds legitimate value to the team.
No, I agree. I love Dylan Sampson.
Love Dylan Sampson.
Love Harold
Love
Fannin.
Quinn Sean Judkins.
Mason Graham's great.
Mason Graham is awesome.
Yeah.
Carson Schweisinger, another really good pick.
Swessinger.
Should do Schwesinger.
10,
10
6,
picks left.
left.
Look at Sam. He's so excited. He's like, he has got a date with his bed.
But now we gotta think about it. Who like who's gonna start?
Oh, it's gonna be Flacco.
Flacco?
It's gonna be Flacco.
Every one of those quarterbacks is gonna play.
Yeah,
Flacco's
Flacco.
gonna play. Gabriel's gonna play. Flacco's gonna play. One
Here's
of those
the-
4 though won't be on the roster. Who would you bet is it? Can you pick it?
No, I think Gabriel. I don't think Gabriel makes the roster.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's not going to be Gabriel. He's not. I'm telling you, he sucks. Dylan Gabriel's not good. Well,
Fair.
usually when you suck, you don't make the roster. I disagree. The Bears invested in Kevin White, and he got cut after like 2 years of never being on the field. But that's even making more of my point. You can move off of anybody.
Shit. I'll put it this way. In 5 years doing the draft, I only know of one player who did not start the season, one third-round pick who did not start the season with that team. That was Lynn Bowden Jr., Raiders legend, who was traded to the Dolphins before that season started. There's a much bigger difference between investing the number 7 pick, Kevin White, a third-round pick, Dylan Gabriel, a fifth-round pick, Shedeur Sanders, and, of course, Quinn Ewers, who sucks.
But can we all agree that Shedeur is better?
Yeah.
So then what would you say? Pickett or Flacco? Out of those two would be Pickett.
Yeah.
Pickett would be.
That was my original thought.
Hey, I guess anything's possible, but because how many can you have on one team? Is it 4? Can you have 4 quarterbacks on your roster, or is it? I mean, you can have any amount, right? Like as long as it's up to 53.
Yeah, you have to have a. Sam's making his way over.
No. Rhetorical question. Well, not rhetorical. Rhetorical question that I'd like you guys to answer, please.
Okay. So not rhetorical.
So a question.
So a question.
If you had to choose between the 2 quarterbacks on screen, who would you rather lead your team?
Dylan Gabriel.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Good point.
But
Good
if I'm
question.
trying to win
That's
football
that is a
games
very good question.
in the NFL, Shedeur Sanders.
If I'm trying to win football games, it's Shedeur.
That's that again. There's a reason he was drafted in the 5th round.
Right, because he's a. I can't say it.
If he was a different, if you took his skill set, put it in a different human being, then sure. But I don't think that he gets drafted in the 5th round if he's a great leader. He doesn't slide to the 5th round. I
You're
think
not
that's
wrong.
very
no,
simple.
No, no, you're right about that.
You're not
absolutely
wrong,
right
but I also think there's a massive gap in skill level between Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Almost the same amount of gap as there is in leadership qualities between the two.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. So to answer the question one more time, if you're only rocking with 3 quarterbacks, it's going to be Joe Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, and then, Dylan Gabriel. Fuck Kenny Pickett.
Corey
Who,
Black,
by the way, looks just like Morgan Wallen. Just saying.
cornerback out of Oklahoma State, hailing from Waco, Texas, is now in the Big Apple. He's a New York Football Giant, 36 tackles in 2024, 3 interceptions, 12 pass breakups. Back-to-back NFC East picks, Tommy Akingbasotey.
Wow.
Defensive tackle out of Maryland. Is a
King
Dallas
Basote with the first try, too.
He's a Dallas Cowboy, 306 pounds, 6'3". You know, they got the new defensive coordinator in there, and Matt Eberflus. Thoughts on Flus making the transition back to DC?
Great defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Way over his skis as a head coach. Did not understand leadership capabilities whatsoever. Didn't hold players accountable. Wanted to be liked in the locker room is all of the stories that you heard is that he wanted to be their friends rather than their coach.
Yeah.
And you can't be their friends. Or you can't be the players' friends. You have to be a coach. So they can like you and you could have moments where you're their friend. But that's what his problem was. He just didn't have any accountability over his players, and that's why the Bears suffered so much. But as a defensive coordinator, love it.
Yeah. Let's see if I can go back-to-back with this one. Maliki Matavao.
Is it Molokai?
It might be Molokai. Let's see.
Is it Molokai or Moliki?
It's Moliki and Matavao. Wow.
That's 2 for 2.
Back to back with a King Basote and Maliki Matavao.
I've got the next one.
Yeah, you can get the next one.
Yeah, there's a tough pronunciation here. Connor Akobe. The guard out of Iowa. Look at that mullet.
Yeah, that's like Tate Ratledge level.
That's insane.
That's
That thing is so
That's some
big.
lettuce. Have you ever had a mullet, Moose?
No. God, no, dude. Could you imagine me with the mullet? Imagine me with the mullet.
I wish I would have, though, because I had some really long hair, like back in COVID. Like, my mom could braid it to my head. And And looking back, I wish I would have gotten a mullet because now it's like, I think when you get married, your mullet days are probably behind.
There's no more party in the back.
Yeah. Let's talk about John Williams, offensive tackle. Nice little run on offensive lineman right here. He heads to Green Bay, round 7, pick number 250 out of Cincinnati. Another offensive tackle selection, a little bit kind of questionable for me. Don't know how the fit is